Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei Got the Ultimate Gacha. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ninger be in such a family. I know you felt how hard Ninger worked to try and control her fate with her own hands. She was even riddled with immense pain due to trying to control her own life. Besides, just because you are destined to be with Ninger doesn't mean you have to be with her right now. You can always wait for a few years before trying to be in a relationship with her. I guess you're right, Issei said. The system was correct. He didn't have to be in a relationship with Ninger right now just because they were destined to be with each other. By the way, why are you being helpful? Normally, you would be silent and not even give me a single clue. But since we arrived in this world, you've been helping me. No reason. I just reminded you that you shouldn't use your world's logic in a world that doesn't use the same logic. It's asinine. True that, Issei said. He then continued his way to Xuen's house. When he arrived, he knocked on her door. As the door opened, Issei saw that Xuen looked tired. Why do you look like this? Did you not rest the entire day? I wanted to show you how dedicated I am to studying alchemy, Xuen said. Issei was initially hesitant to take her as a student. And now that she wanted to show her dedication. I've already finished reading 3 volumes of the alchemy books you gave me. Go inside your house and rest, Issei said. As Xuen was heading inside, she became too weak and started to fall to the ground. Issei caught her before hitting the ground and carried her in a bridal carry. Where's your room? You need to sleep and rest. It's good to be diligent, but to allow yourself to be in this state is no good. Besides, I know how dedicated you are to studying alchemy under me. I wouldn't have agreed to teach you otherwise. Xuen told Issei which room was her room. As he entered Xuen's room, he laid her down on the bed and tucked her in. Issei waited until Xuen fell asleep before leaving. However, before he left Xuen's house, he decided to confiscate the alchemy books, and he left a note telling her that from now on, she would only be studying if she was being supervised by him. When Issei arrived at the inn where he and Reiner were staying, he wasted no time heading to his room. Inside the room, Reiner was already asleep. They did have a long day after all. The following morning, Issei heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, Ninger was standing there. She had a small box with her. Hello, it's nice to see you again, Ninger said. She was blushing like a girl in love. I made you some breakfast? Ninger, Issei said. She didn't follow him, did she? No, because she left before he did, and he went to Xuen's place before returning to the inn. How did you know what room I was staying in? I asked the person downstairs, Ninger said. She bribed the person with some demon spirit coins. I described you and what you were wearing. You're quite easily recognized due to your fashion. Anyway, come in. Later I might have to have a word with the owner of this inn, Issei said. It was not right to easily give away a person's whereabouts. Issei then brought Ninger to the table. As for Reiner, she wouldn't be waking up until an hour or 2 later, which happens to be the same time Xuen would be arriving. Is there anything you need from me? And no, I just wanted to show you my gratitude for helping me last night, Ninger said. She then gave the small box of food that she cooked in the morning. I made you breakfast. I hope you like it. Issei looked at the small box wrapped in a cloth. He opened it and smelled the fragrance of the food. It was pretty appetizing. Issei took a chopstick and ate the food. It was delicious. Sure, it was nowhere near his level, but that's not what's important. What's important is that Ninger worked hard to make him breakfast. So, he ate and enjoyed the food. By the way, Ninger, Issei called. He was curious if Ninger was a student at the Holy Orchid Institute. Don't you have school to attend? I have some time, Ninger said. The class wouldn't start for another 30 minutes, and her location wasn't far from the institute. By the way, you can just call me Ninger. Alright, Ninger. If that's the case, you can also just call me Issei or Ise, Issei said. He was still eating the breakfast that Ninger made for him. It was delicious after all. What is the Holy Orchid Institute like? Ninger told Issei what Holy Orchid Institute is like. Ninger even told Issei how one of her classmates talked back at the teacher and made a bet. One thing Issei learned from what Ninger is that all commoners are looked down on for not having the resources to cultivate a demon spiritualist. They even go as far as to step on the efforts of commoners that are working hard. Issei hates those types of people. Sure, there are times that Issei would look down on people, but that's only because they looked down on him first. After talking for a few minutes, Ninger had to leave as her class was about to begin, and it would take her a few minutes to arrive at the Holy Orchid Institute. After Ninger headed to school, Rainier woke up and took a shower. The inn they were staying at didn't have a shower. Issei had to install one. Not long after Rainier woke up, young Xuen arrived and acted coquettishly. She remembered what happened the other night. "You're finally here," Issei said. He can see that young Xuen was acting shy due to the previous night. So, Issei didn't bring it up. "Take a seat, and we can start your lesson. From now on, you will only be studying when we are together or when I want you to read the book in advance. Do you understand?" "I understand," young Xuen said. She couldn't look Issei in the eyes. Whenever she does, the events that happened the previous night would pop up in her head. "I'll also be careful not to neglect my mental health. I promise not to let what happened the previous night happen again." "That's good. I hope you do keep your promise. Knowledge is useless if you destroy your own body," Issei said. He sighed and started testing young Xuen on the knowledge that she had already read. Not bad, young Xuen was able to memorize all 3 volumes that she had read. "Good. You've understood them. I would have been disappointed if you only memorized the words without an in-depth understanding." Issei continued to teach young Xuen for the next 5 hours. For the 2 geeks, they didn't even know that they'd been learning for quite some time. But unlike young Xuen, Issei knows when it's time to take a break. "Okay, that's enough for today. We've been at this for 5 hours now," Issei said. Young Xuen had a saddened expression. More, she wanted to continue the lesson. So many things that she didn't learn before were being taught to her. "I know that you want to continue, but we have all the time to improve your understanding of alchemy." Young Xuen sighed and decided to take Issei's advice. She was about to say goodbye, but Issei stopped her. "Before you go, I wanted to give you something. But before that, I need to ask. Are you really willing to follow me? Even if I decided to leave this world?" Issei asked. Young Xuen nodded her head. There really isn't anything for her in this world. Even going to another would not make her miss this world. "Good, I know that you're a demon spiritualist, but you have been stuck at gold rank for a long time. I have a cultivation manual that you can practice, but all your current cultivation would be gone. However, I promise you that the manual will be able to help you reach heights that you've never reached before. If you trust me, I suggest you practice the manual. So, do you want it?" "I'll accept Issei's cultivation manual," young Xuen said. She didn't hesitate to accept it. Abolish her current cultivation. So what? Young Xuen's been cultivating for a long time, but she couldn't even break through to the next small realm. Plus, she believes in Issei's words. "I don't mind if I have to start from the beginning. I trust the teacher's words, and I know the teacher wouldn't do anything to harm me as I'm no one valuable or have anything valuable." "That's right, you have no value," Issei said. Young Xuen felt down when she heard what Issei said. For every life is priceless. One cannot put a value on life. Remember this, never put a value on your life, for doing so is belittling your own existence. Young Xuen was on the verge of tears when she thought that Issei actually saw her as worthless. But to hear what he said made her happy. Issei handed the Heaven's Path cultivation manual to young Xuen, and she started reading it. Young Xuen understood how valuable the manual was. There is nothing in Glory City that could even match 1% of what it's capable of. Earlier, young Xuen was planning to leave, but when she read the Heaven's Path cultivation manual, she sat down and started cultivating. But doing so, young Xuen destroyed her old cultivation and started cultivating Heaven's Path. 30 minutes. That's all young Xuen needed to reach the beginning level of the Heaven's Path cultivation manual. Young Xuen squeezed her fist and felt power like no other. However, she also realized that the manual she studied wasn't a manual for demon spiritualists, but for immortality and going against heaven. Hence, she couldn't integrate with a demon beast's soul, nor did she need it to get stronger. Thank you, teacher. Yang Xen showed her thanks to Issei. Only the beginning stages, and she was already stronger than she was before. The strength she had now was nothing compared to what she had before. Thank you for accepting me as an alchemy student and even giving me a cultivation manual as valuable as the Heaven's Path cultivation manual. Ah, don't mention it, Issei said. Yang Xen was his student, someone he accepted as one. Now go and cultivate, but don't overdo it. Also, please continue to call me Issei. I don't want to hear the words uttered to me like teacher, senior. I'm not comfortable with such words. Call me Issei or Issei. Understood, Yang Xen said. She then started to leave the room. But before she could leave again, Issei stopped her. Is there anything more you need from me? Here, take this, Issei said. He tossed the abstruse gemstone to Yang Xen. The item should be able to help her increase her cultivation speed. That should be able to help you speed up your cultivation. I have no use for it, but it is useful for you. Yang Xen accepted the gift, but it took her a moment before she did. Issei had already given her a manual beyond anything she's ever seen. And now, Issei was giving her an item as valuable as the abstruse gemstone. Yang Xen sighed. She then left the room. This time she wasn't stopped by Issei. In the Holy Orchid Institute, Ninger was bored. She couldn't wait for the class to end. Looking around the classroom, she saw Nieli and his friends standing in the back of the class. Ninger didn't really care much about Nieli's bet with the teacher as she had her own trouble. However, instead of thinking about her own problems, Ninger was thinking of visiting Issei after class. She was giggling while thinking about it. Yi Ziyun, one of Ninger's classmates and former friend, was staring at Ninger as she giggled. This was the first time that Yi Ziyun had seen Ninger giggle in a long time. Whatever was making Ninger giggle got Yi Ziyun's curiosity. What got Ninger so happy? I haven't seen her this way in a long time, Yi Ziyun thought. She was curious as to who or what got Ninger happy. I'll try following her. I want to know what got her in such a good mood. Usually she would have a serious face, but today she would laugh and giggle whenever she was thinking. Looking closely at Ninger, Yi Ziyun realized that Ninger had the face of a maiden in love. Yi Ziyun remembered it from one of the lessons that her caretaker had told her about. This shocked Yi Ziyun. No way, right? Yi Ziyun thought. Ninger never comes into contact with many people. The chances of her falling in love were meager, especially since the girl had nothing in her head but training. Who could it be? Plus, isn't Ninger engaged to the young MSTR of the sacred family? This would cause her problem in the future. I definitely have to follow her. I don't want her getting hurt. After classes, Ninger was still in a good mood. As for Yi Ziyun, she decided to follow Ninger. However, due to her, a dog was tagging along. This was Xinyu, another young MSTR of the sacred family. Yi Ziyun, why don't we head to the market? Xinyu asked. He wanted to flaunt his family wealth in front of Yi Ziyun, forgetting that the girl was the daughter of the city lord, a more influential family than the sacred family. I heard that there is good stuff right now. Something about a different use for the purple haze grass. One of the students thought. There was no way that the other uses of the purple haze grass would be in the market. That didn't happen in the previous timeline. What was going on? This was Nieli, a 1,000-year-old man in a young body. He died in his timeline, and his soul was sent back to the past, which is the current timeline, by the temporal demon spirit book. That can't be right, Nieli thought. The purple haze grass uses shouldn't be available. The only thing known about it in Glory City is to be used as an insect repellent, nothing more. This can't be. I was banking on the formula to hike up the prices of the purple haze grass. But it seems I can't do that now. I need to think of another way. No one was really minding Nieli. Ninger was heading to the inn that Issei was staying in, Yi Ziyun was following Ninger, and Xinyu was being a nuisance by following Yi Ziyun. None had their eyes on Nieli. Once Ninger arrived at the inn, Yi Ziyun gasped. What would Ninger be doing in such a place when her abode in the winged dragon family was more than adequate? Could it be that Ninger was meeting someone here? While Yi Ziyun was thinking of an explanation, Xinyu was angered at the place that Ninger was visiting. There was no way someone like Ninger would be meeting at this place. Unless she was meeting someone she wasn't supposed to be seen with. Shameless. This girl is engaged to my older brother, and she dares meet with someone. Xinyu was angry. He clenched his fist as hard as he could to the point that it nearly drew beef. Wait until my brother hears of this. When Ninger headed upstairs to Issei's room, Yi Ziyun and Xinyu followed. Ninger knocked on the door of Issei's room, and he opened the door. One gasped for air when Yi Ziyun and Xinyu saw Issei, while the other got furious. This girl is really doing something so shameless. Xinyu thought. He was definitely going to inform his brother about this. I want to see you live once my brother has heard of his woman being taken from him. I don't think that man would survive. Oh my. I couldn't believe how handsome that guy was, Yi Ziyun thought. She was a normal growing young woman after all. No. Bad thoughts, go away. I need to figure out what that man is doing with Ninger. He seemed to be older. Who knows what he's making her do? While the duo outside was thinking of idiotic things. Inside the room, Ninger was eating food that since Ninger was destined to be with him, he would do what he could to help her. Letting her cultivate the Heaven's Path cultivation manual was nothing. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll bring you breakfast again. Issei waved goodbye to Ninger. Once she was out of the room, Issei stretched his body. Outside, Yi Ziyun and Xinyu were still around, waiting for Xiao Ninger to leave the room that she entered earlier. Once they saw her, Xinyu blew up in her face. Beach! How dare you enter another man's abode? Xinyu shouted. His anger rose as time passed while he waited for Ninger to leave the room. You should feel ashamed for daring to be with another man while being engaged with my elder brother. Ha! Are you insane? For one, I have no such relationship with Issei. Secondly, I do not accept your pig of a brother as my fiancé copyright. Ninger said. She would never accept Shen Fei, the pig, that would use a commoner as a plaything and find a scapegoat to pass on the responsibility. You can go and tell that elder brother of yours that I, Xiao Ninger, will never be part of the sacred family. You can come at me whenever you want. But know that the moment you try and mess with Issei, I'll eliminate you. Ninger was not having it. She will never accept being a woman of trash like Shen Fei. Xiao Ninger will not listen, even if her family forces her to be with that trash, Shen Fei. Thanks to Issei, she finally got the strength to grasp her future with her own hands. Stupid beach. Xinyu said. He was getting said. The winged dragon family may have been prosperous in the past, but now they are in decline. You're nothing more than a beach in a third-rate family. You should be glad that you're going to be my elder brother's woman because that's all you're worth. Interesting, Issei said. He came out of the room since he heard the commotion outside. If the only worth of Ninger is to be the woman of a pig, then you and your entire family are nothing but trash beneath her feet. Your sacred family, sooner or later, would be obliterated. Mark my words. Also, when Ninger said that you can come at her, I'll tell you now, if you do anything to harm even a single hair on her head, I'll make sure that the sacred family is removed from the list of aristocrats. Xinyu was said when Issei dared to mock the sacred family. He tried to attack Issei, but a single glare from Issei made Xinyu freeze. The glare that Issei gave Xinyu was laced with powerful killing intent, which caused Xinyu to hallucinate. Well, look at this. Already 13 years old and still scared, Issei said. Until now, he still hasn't released his killing intent directed at Xinyu. Aren't you ashamed of being scared in public? I guess this is just how the people of the sacred family are, right? A bunch of morons cowering for all to see. Unless you have some sort of disease that makes you act this way. If that's the case, then I apologize for my words. Ninger and Yi Ziyun were holding in their laughter. Issei was brutal towards Xinyu. But Issei didn't think so. This little bit of punishment was as light as a feather to him. Although Ninger is not in such a relationship with Issei, he still protects her. This made her blush. That's right. The reason why Issei put Xinyu's attention on him is so that the people of the sacred family would go after him instead of Ninger. Scram for me! Issei shouted. He was trying to match the way people spoke in this world. The arrogance and a domineering personality. Xinyu, in fact, scrammed away from Issei. If he was to stay any longer, he would die of a heart attack. Trash. Issei, why did you do that? Ninger said. She didn't know why, but Issei felt mortal and didn't have any cultivation, and that's weird since she received a powerful cultivation method from him. Now that you did that, the sacred family would be coming for you. Don't worry about such things. I did it on purpose, Issei said. He then patted her head. I didn't want them bothering. Plus, I have a lot of free time. I can use that time to play with this little family. Xuen was shocked at Issei's words. Little family? Isn't the sacred family one of the biggest and strongest families in Glory City? Why would an unknown man call the sacred family a little family? Plus, he felt like a mortal. Now, go back home and cultivate, Issei said. He smiled at Ninger and waved goodbye once more. If you need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. For example, if you need some pills to help you cultivate, I can make you some. Xuen was looking at Issei. Pills aren't cheap. Why is a person like Issei talking about giving it out like it was a common item? Xuen and Ninger made their way back home. While walking, Xuen wanted to ask Ninger how she came to know someone like Issei. The person wore weird clothes, he acted as if pills are something that can be easily given away, and the guy was able to make Xinyu scared with a single glance. Maybe, the man was not mortal and was only hiding his cultivation to make himself inconspicuous. Ninger, how did you meet someone like Senior? Xuen asked. It's been a long time since she's spoken to Ninger. I think he might be up to something. Ninger didn't like what Xuen was implying. She got angry. Don't you ever speak about my benefactor that way in front of me? Ninger shouted. She wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking of Issei that way. This has nothing to do with you anyway. Just go back to your family. Ninger increased her speed. She didn't want to be anywhere near Xuen. Unlike Ninger, Xuen could grasp her future with her own hands the moment she was born, but Ninger had to work so hard to try and grasp the same freedom. They are simply from different worlds. To Ninger, Issei was akin to a hero that showed her a way to accomplish her goal. That's why she wasn't planning to let Issei go. He was one of a kind. A man like no other. Ninger wants to get to know Issei more before she decides to accept the offer he gave her. A proposal to live her life freely in another world when the time comes. Xinyu was fearful for his life. Whatever he saw, he didn't know whether it was a premonition or an illusion, but it scared him. If Xinyu was to stay any longer, he would have died of fright. But no matter how scared he was, there was only one thing going on his mind. I'm going to make that man pay. Xinyu thought. He was angry, but he knew there was nothing he could do against Issei. So, his best chance is to inform his elder brother that someone has stolen his woman. Let's see how you get out of this mess. Once I tell my brother of this, he will kill that man without mercy. Then I'll have the last laugh. With Xiao Ninger, she was back home and started cultivating the Heaven's Path cultivation manual. After 30 minutes, she achieved the beginning stages of the Heaven's Path cultivation manual. Ninger felt the power coursing through her. Although she was only a 1-star bronze rank, Ninger had the strength of a 1-star black gold rank. This is too much, Ninger thought. The manual gave her the power of a black gold rank while being in the bronze rank. What kind of manual was that? It was then that she remembered what Issei told her about the manual. It is indeed a cultivation manual to go against the will of the heaven. To gain strength 3 ranks above is not something any normal cultivation manual can achieve. Truly heaven-defying. Although Ninger achieved such amazing strength, she didn't let it get to her head. Instead, she continued to cultivate. Earlier, Ninger felt some of Issei's power. If she wanted to stand by his side, she would have to work harder than she had ever worked before. I have no time to relax. I need to continue cultivating. If I accept Issei's proposal to head to another world, I don't want to be a burden, Ninger thought. Although she thought that, she was still hesitant to leave with Issei as she has family in Glory City. I have time. Issei said I have a month before I should make my decision, and it's all up to me whether I choose to accept or not. It would also be the time for the exam within that PRD. Ninger shook her head and continued to cultivate. As Issei said, the moment she reached 1-star bronze rank, It was harder to cultivate the Heaven's Path cultivation manual. But nevertheless, she was a determined person, and she would continue with her chosen path. Within Yang Xian's house, she was also cultivating. Although she preferred to study alchemy, Issei forbade her from studying when she wasn't being supervised. Yang Xian was a bit peeved by this, but it was her fault for neglecting her health. How could I be so stupid? Yang Xian thought. She sighed at how dumb she was to neglect her health. Now, she was regretting the consequences of her action. Never mind, it was my fault to begin with. Issei was just worried about me. Besides, I'm still learning a lot when studying with Issei. Yang Xian continued to cultivate. Never in her wildest dream did she think there would be a day that she would gain the strength of a 1-star black gold rank while being in 1-star bronze rank. It was pretty surreal. Yang Xian's current situation was similar to stories about ancient times but way more exaggerated. Yang Xian giggled to herself. The day she met Issei, Yang Xian was just curious about him as he wore clothes out of the ordinary. But now, she learned that he was a emissary at alchemy, to the point that President Gu Yan was nothing more than a toddler compared to Issei's knowledge. I wonder how extraordinary he really is. Whenever I'm with him, I feel my heart beat faster, and sometimes, I can even feel my heart skip a beat, Yang Xian thought. This was the first time she felt this way. None has ever made her feel anything close to what she was feeling. I need to stop thinking about this. Issei is my teacher. I need to concentrate on learning. Back with Xinyu. He was in his elder brother's room and was waiting for his elder brother to finish his current activities so that he could inform him of the happening with Ninger. Xinyu was smirking as he believed that once his brother sets out to kill Issei, there would only be one outcome for the turd that dared to steal his elder brother's woman, which was death. Xinyu, what do you want? Shen Fei was angered as he was busy being with a woman he forced into bed. He scoffed at his disappointment of a little brother. Can you see that I'm busy? Leave if you have nothing important to tell me. Elder brother, this is an urgent matter, Xinyu said. He knew that his elder brother would immediately hire someone to attack Issei when he found out about his meeting with Ninger. Earlier today after school, I saw Ninger enter a man's abode. When I confronted her about it, she protected the man. I think she is having an illicit affair with the man in question. Son of a beach. Who dares to take Shen Fei's betrothed? Shen Fei shouted in anger. Xinyu was smirking as his brother was easy to manipulate as long as you know his attitude. Tell me who this man is. I want to know everything. Xinyu smirked and gave Issei's description to Shen Fei. Issei was easily recognizable due to his apparel. Good. Tomorrow will be the last day of that man's life. Shen Fei said. Stealing his woman was punishable by death. And there is no one other than the city lord who can stop his sacred family from killing Issei. Leave. I need to prepare for the trash that dares to steal my woman. One might think that Xinyu was a smart man to manipulate his brother to kill Issei, but if he was smart, he would have taken what happened earlier in the day as a warning that Issei wasn't someone he could mess with. Yet, he was dumb enough to think that his brother was someone that could deal with a person whose killing intent was strong enough to cause hallucinations. While all this was happening, Issei was in his room relaxing with Reiner as they watched some movies that they had brought with them. Suit? Reiner said. She was laughing at the scene they were watching. It's the same as when we went to ancient Orchid City Ruin. You are courting death? Yeah. This is hilarious. The funniest one was, Ancestor, save me, that was hilarious, Issei said. Almost all cultivators were daddy's boys. They all rely on their fathers and ancestors to save their buttes. I wonder if we'll hear that line while we're here. If it does happen, I don't think I'll be able to hold my laughter. One thing I've never seen is the so-called silky black-haired beauty. I've never seen one here. They all have different hair colors, Reiner said. Seems like I'm the silky black-haired beauty, I sort of fit the profile. You even have the smooth as jade skin, Issei said. He then ran his hand across Reiner's body. You know, ever since we did it, I've never forgotten the feel of your body out of my mind. I want to do it too, but not here. Let's enjoy a night together when we get back to our world, Reiner said. She was not comfortable doing it in the inn they were staying at. No matter how much she desired it, she would not do it in this sort of place. Oh yeah. I've been wanting to ask. Why did you accept young Xien as a student? And for Ninger, why did you also let her cultivate the Heaven's Path Cultivation Manual? To tell you the truth, I have an item called Wedding Rings. It's special. It can duplicate itself to match the number of my destined partners, Issei said. He then showed the rings to Rainer. There were 12 blank rings and 1 golden ring. When we arrived in this world, 2 more rings appeared. Are you telling me that Yang Xien and Xiao Ninger are your 2 destined partners in this world? Rainer asked. Issei nodded his head. She could accept Yang Xien. But Xiao Ninger is another thing. The girl was too young. You aren't planning to do anything to Xiao Ninger, are you? If you are, I'll be disappointed in you. I'm not doing anything right now. Ninger is too young. Maybe in the future when she's older. But definitely not now, Issei said. He was not into little kids. Even Kaneko was his bottom line as she was only 1.5 years younger than he was. However, Xiao Ninger was only 13, 4 years younger than him. If we are destined to be with each other, then waiting a few years won't matter. I realized when you showed me the rings that you have 10 destined partners in our world, Rainer said. She was curious as to who those women were. Do you have any clue who they may be? I believe it's you, Sarap, Irina, Asia, and Aquino, Issei said. Those were the ones he was sure of. As for the others, Issei wasn't sure if he had made contact with them yet. I don't know about the others. Issei was waiting for Yang Xien and Ninger in the following morning. However, Rainer decided to do her own thing for the first time they arrived in this world. She wanted to explore the world on her own. Rainer didn't know where she would be going, but that's why it's fun. Exploring a new world is exciting, but meeting people on the way is even more exciting. Truth be told, Rainer was only doing this so that she could record the iconic lines of wuxia/xianxia C-drama, novel, and manhwa. Issei knew this. So, why didn't he stop her? That's because Issei knew that she could protect herself. After waiting an hour, Yang Xien and Xiao Ninger arrived at the inn. They looked at each other and knew that they were going to the same place. Sparks flew between them, but it didn't last long as they giggled at each other's actions. As they thought when they headed upstairs, they were both going to the same place, which was Issei's abode. They knocked on the door, and Issei answered. Hey, you two are finally here, Issei said. He then asked them to come in. Looking at them, Issei can tell the stage of their cultivation. Ninger was in the 3-star bronze rank, while Yang Xien was in the 4-star bronze rank. Not bad. Your cultivation is going well. Once you reach silver rank, you'll be able to learn some of the Heaven's Path arts, like the golden body, sword art, spear arts, etc. Issei then looked at Yang Xien, and then he spoke. Now, before we begin our alchemy lesson, I want to test out yours and Ninger's current strength, Issei said. He then activated the training room Euro Legendary. This was the safest place for him to test their strength. Now, show me what you both got at the same time. Yang Xien and Ninger nodded at Issei, and they charged at him. That's what Issei thought when both women charged at him, but he was way faster than they were. Issei dodged the attacks elegantly and with grace. Ninger and Yang Xien were amazed at how easily Issei could avoid both their attacks. But this motivated them to try harder. Yang Xien tried to punch Issei, but he could catch her fist with ease. Next, Ninger kicked Issei in the back of the knee, but she wasn't strong enough to make it bend. Lastly, Issei wanted to test out their endurance. So, he made his aura explode, suppressing both women. This is to see how much they could endure before caving in. This was the best way of testing their endurance without hurting them physically. Issei was smiling. For the past hour, Yang Xien and Ninger have been enduring his aura. The aura surpassed what Issei directed at Xinyu the other night. This shows how powerful the duo's endurance and willpower are. Yang Xien and Ninger wouldn't cave in for another 2 hours. The entire time, the longer the endurance test went on, the stronger the aura that Issei was directing. Once Yang Xien and Ninger collapsed, Issei brought them out of the training room. Unfortunately, the training room wouldn't heal anyone that hasn't died. So, the 2 women that passed out needed to be cared for by Issei. After 2 hours, Yang Xien and Ninger finally woke up. Looking at herself, Yang Xen saw that she was wearing different clothes. She blushed as the only possible way was if Issei changed her apparel for her. Looking around, Yang Xen also saw that Ninger was wearing different clothing. When Issei saw her face, he explained. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything," Issei said. He then showed her how he changed her clothes without looking. 1 second, Yang Xen was wearing one set of clothes, and then the next second she was wearing another. "See, that's how I changed your clothes. I didn't look, I promise. I didn't want to leave you and Ninger in the sweaty clothes you were wearing after the training." "I don't mind," Yang Xen said. Why did she say that? She didn't know. This made her blush. So, she faked clearing her throat and changed the subject. "Ahem. I was thinking, when are we going to begin our alchemy lesson?" "Now, if you're feeling like it," Issei said. He knew that Yang Xen was trying to change the subject, which he was grateful for. "We're already done with the 3rd volume of the alchemy books, right? If that's the case, then we can do some practical pill making before he made the furnace when he received the Mthar alchemy from the gacha. The material he used to create the furnace was URU. But that's not all. He also used the heavenly flames of transmogrification to refine the URU, causing it to gain its own true fire, which is great for alchemy pill creation. For the pill that Issei was planning to make, it was the Jinchi Gathering pill. A pill that is used to help a cultivator absorb the heaven and earth energy of the world. This would help speed up the cultivation of those that consume the pill. Issei threw the required herbs into the furnace and started to refine them by liquefying the herbs and picking only the required properties. Once that was done, Issei mixed the liquefied properties. And lastly, he coagulated the liquid into a spherical shape and hardened it. This was a basic pill creation technique, but it was akin to a high-level alchemy technique in Issei's hand. Once the pill was done, Yang Xen saw that the pill created was transparent with a golden luster. This indicated that it was a divine grade with peak purity. "Here, this is a Jinchi Gathering pill. It should help you both increase your cultivation speed," Issei said. In one session, Issei was able to make 100 pills, which was abnormal as one session should only be able to produce, at most, 5 to 7 pills. And if one is lucky, 10 pills. Issei divided the pills in half. 50 for Yang Xen and 50 for Ninger. "What did you think of my practical demonstration?" "That was spectacular," Yang Xen said. Not only was the speed at which Issei formed the pills, but the amount he got in one session was abundant. No one can say that they were able to make 100 pills in one session. Will I be able to do something like that in the future? Of course. I'll be personally instructing you on how to refine pills the way I do, Issei said. The technique he used was the simplest one that he had. Issei knew a more powerful refining technique, but it was not needed for a simple pill like the Jinchi Gathering pills. "Now, do you want to try making a pill?" Yang Xen nodded her head. When she tried to use the pill furnace of Issei, she thought it would be easy, but that was further from the truth. The true fire of the pill furnace was difficult to control. If she lost concentration even for a nanosecond, the fire would go out of control and burn the herbs inside the furnace. 25 times. That's the number of times Yang Xen had to try before she finally successfully made her pills. Looking at the pills, Yang Xen smiled. But because it had the same pill color but a different luster as Issei's. It was transparent with a blue luster. This shows that it was the divine grade with high purity. However, unlike Issei, Yang Xen could only produce one pill, and the purity was a step below his. Congratulations! You successfully made a divine grade pill with high purity. With more practice, you might be able to make one with peak purity, Issei said. It was getting late outside. This would be the time Ning and Yang Xen headed home. It's getting pretty late. Are you guys planning to stay here? Or are you both heading home? I need to head home. The elders would be worried if I don't return, Ninger said. She took her share of the Jinchi Gathering pills and put them inside her storage rings. Ninger then said goodbye to Issei. Goodbye, Issei. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, take care, Issei said as he waved Ninger goodbye. When Ninger left, Issei looked at Yang Xen and spoke. Do you want to continue, or do you want to head home and rest? I'll head home and rest, Yang Xen said. She was exhausted. Young Xuen did attempt making the Junshi pills 25 times. Plus, she knew that Issei was testing her. Resting will do me some good. Are we going to continue our practical pill creation tomorrow? We are, but we'll make different types of pills, Issei said. Junshi gathering pills were one of the easiest pills to make. So, tomorrow they will be doing something more challenging like soul-nurturing pills and body-refining pills. Be sure to rest as much as possible because tomorrow I will be making you work twice as hard as today. Young Xuen nodded. Today, she was exhausted from making a single pill. What would it be like for tomorrow when Issei said they would be making different pills? No matter, she was determined to work hard under Issei. Young Xuen even smiled and couldn't wait for what was to come. A few hours ago, Reiner arrived in a settlement on top of a mountain. She asked where she was, and the people replied with Heavenly Fate Plateau. Reiner looked around, and the place seemed reasonably safe from the demon beasts that she had encountered earlier. One of the demonic beasts was a monkey, and the other was a horse-like demonic beast. Reiner wondered if it would be tameable if sent to Issei's dimensional farm. While Reiner was thinking, a lot of the people of Heavenly Fate Plateau were staring at her. Which family do you think that young MDM is from? One of the people asked another person. Her clothes are quite exquisite, another person said. Do you think she is someone from the clan? A man asked. I don't think so. I've never seen her around the clan before, a woman near the man who asked said. With the way she's dressed, at least we know she isn't from the lowlands, the man beside the woman said. This place doesn't seem half bad, Reiner thought. After all, there seemed to only be a single way up the settlement. That is, if you are incapable of flying. Looking around, Reiner realized that the people seemed relatively thin. Are they not getting enough food? That would make sense since they have only one way down the mountain, and it's filled with demon beasts. Finding a place to sit down, Reiner saw a kanji shop. She took a seat on one of the empty seats. Old man, give me 4 of the best kanjis, Reiner said. The old man perked up after hearing Reiner's order. Scratch that, make it 5. I'm quite famished after traveling a few hours to get here. One of the workers gasped after hearing Reiner say that she traveled a few hours to get to Heavenly Fate Plateau. That would make Reiner a traveler or a demon beast fighter, which is impressive. Are you someone from the outside world? The woman asked. Reiner nodded at her. That's wonderful. I heard that the outside world is dangerous and filled with demon beasts. True, there are a lot of demon beasts outside, but they are mostly at the foot of the mountain. If you get past that, there are a lot less, Reiner said. That was true, a lot of demon beasts are congested at the foot of the mountain but get past them, and you'd be seeing far less demon beasts. By the way, what kind of currency do you use here? We use copper coins, the woman said. She then took out a few to show Reiner. Other than that, we do trades. The coins that the woman showed Reiner were similar to the coins that she took from the dead bodies of the people she killed on her way to Heavenly Fate Plateau. Reiner didn't kill those people for fun. It was purely self-defense as they tried to attack and RPE her. Too bad they didn't know how strong Reiner was. Here, can you check if these are the same coins? Reiner asked. The woman then nodded at her, confirming the coins were the same as the currency. Thankfully, I could find some on my way here. Present time. Issei was resting in the inn when he heard people breaking in. Of course, they couldn't. However, Issei let them in. He wanted to see who dared to send an assassin to kill him. Issei pretended to sleep. One of the assassins sent to kill him didn't hesitate to attack and stab Issei in the heart. However, the dagger snapped and ricocheted towards the assassin's head, killing him. What the hell is this kid's body made of? One of the assassins shouted. He was then silenced by one of the other assassins. He then whispered, "Sorry? I was just shocked." "Whatever. We need to kill this kid," another one of the assassins said. "Do any of you have a higher rank weapon?" "I do." "This one is a gold rank dagger," a black-haired assassin said. They weren't even bothering to cover their face. "I don't believe that this kid would be able to withstand the power of a gold rank dagger." The black-haired assassin stabbed Issei as the other killer did earlier, but the outcome was the same. The black-haired assassin was killed by his own blade after it snapped. All this time, Issei was trying to hold in his laughter. That's because not even a legend rank weapon would be able to pierce his skin. It. How is this possible? The previous assassin who asked for a stronger weapon said. Seriously, what is his body made of? Hey, don't copy what I said earlier, one of the assassins said. He was peeved that he was scolded when he said those exact words. What are we going to do now? We don't have any stronger weapons. Black gold rank and legend rank weapons are not easy to come by. Plus, we don't have the strength to use both those types of weapons. If we can't stab him, we drown him, the assassin said. I don't believe that he can breathe underwater. The assassins tried to pick up Issei, but they couldn't. He was simply too heavy. That's not true at all. Issei was just using magic to make it impossible for him to be moved. This spell is usually used on safes to ensure that it couldn't be stolen, but Issei thought this would be a good use for it. Oh my god. Why is he so heavy? The assassin said. He tried lifting Issei with all his might, but he wouldn't budge. It. I'll kill that Shenfei brat myself after we complete this mission. He said that the target was only an ordinary person. After the assassin said that, they all suddenly couldn't move. Issei then stood up from the bed. He stared at the assassin and smirked. Tell me, is this Shenfei related to Xinyu? Issei asked the assassin. None of them answered. So, Issei blew up one of them in a very gruesome way. Now, are you going to answer, or do I have to force you? Yes. Shenfei is related to Xinyu. He is the elder brother. The assassin caved in. No way. He wasn't paid enough to die. The kid didn't even move, and one of them died. Please let us go. We are only doing what our young emissary has ordered us to do. It doesn't matter, Issei said. These people are lying. The fiery eyes' golden pupils saw right through it. They weren't forced to assassinate Issei. In fact, they agreed to do the job as they enjoyed killing people. I know when you lie, and I know when you're telling the truth. You being forced to do this was a lie. No. I don't want to die. Let me go. Murder. The assassin shouted, not knowing that the room was soundproof due to one of Issei's spells. I want to see how you explain this to people. Are you dumb? 1. This is my room. You're the one trespassing, Issei said. He raised an eyebrow at the assassin's stupidity. 2. This room is soundproofed. No matter how loud you shout, no one will hear you besides the people inside the room. Issei then gave a goodbye gesture toward the assassins. One by one, they popped like a balloon. When a single one remained, Issei once again asked his question. Where does this Shenfei live? Issei asked. The assassin knew that he was going to die. So, he decided to keep his mouth shut. Bad choice. Issei was an MSTR potion maker. He can make potions that cause the pain receptors in the body to be heightened by 10,000 times. He force-fed the potion to the assassin. Now I'll ask again. Where does this Shenfei live? The assassin was wreathing in pain. Whatever he was made to drink was causing him immense pain. The assassin couldn't stand the pain after a minute. Make it stop. Make it stop. The assassin shouted. He's never felt this much pain before. Death would be a blessing in this situation. I'll speak. Just kill me already. Good. No, speak. Issei said. The assassin spilled the beans on Shenfei's whereabouts. Issei was no longer his problem. After all, Shenfei was the one that hired them. After getting the location of Shenfei, Issei snapped the neck of the assassin. For giving him information, Issei left his body intact. You want to assassinate me? Let's see how great of a person you are, Shenfei. Issei flew to the area of the sacred family after he cleaned the residue of the assassins that he killed. Once he arrived at the sacred family manor, the place was filled with a bloody aura. Not a single person was innocent in this family. But since only a single person tried to kill Issei, he only planned to kill that person. Oh, how the other people of the sacred family wished they were killed instead. Issei looked for the room of Shenfei, and when he found him, he created a soundproofing spell to make sure that his screams wouldn't be heard. Issei then grabbed the a-hole's head and squeezed tightly. Shenfei shouted. Issei's strength was enough to completely crush his head, but Issei was preventing that. Death is such an easy punishment for this turd. Issei took out the same potion he fed the assassin and forced Shenfei to drink it. Now, drink it all. Don't leave a single drop. Although this was the same potion given to the assassin, the quality was much different. The assassin was given a low-rank potion. The one Shenfei drank was a legendary grade potion. Rather than 10,000 times, the pain, Shenfei's pain receptor, was heightened by 1,000,000 times. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm the eldest young MSTR of the sacred family. I'm someone that should not be offended. Shenfei shouted. However, when the potion took effect, he could no longer speak. All Shenfei could do was scream for his life. I don't give a damn who you are or what family you're from. You tried to get me assassinated. If I was any other person, I would have been dead. Issei said. People like Shenfei shouldn't exist in the world. They don't see any value in human life. Besides, did you think I didn't know who you are? Beach, please. I walked into your family's manor. Did you really think I didn't know who I would kill? Shenfei was dumb. He was sleeping on his own bed. Yet, Shenfei didn't know that the man in front of him dared to harm him anyway. Issei smirked at Shenfei. Killing him would be too easy of a punishment. So, Issei destroyed his cultivation. Now, I want to ask you a question. I know you can't speak, but you can still nod your head no matter how painful it is, Issei said. To Shenfei, breathing alone was painful. If he was to nod his head, it would be excruciating. Did you try and get me assassinated after Xinyu told you about me? Shenfei nodded. There was no point in lying now. Doing so would only hasten his death. Good, I have another one to deal with, Issei said. Before letting Shenfei go, he cut off the man's D and ball. The amount of pain Shenfei felt made him wail. I won't kill you since death is too easy of a punishment for trash like you. After dealing with Shenfei, Issei went to Xinyu's room. The treatment that his elder brother got he got twofold. Xinyu, after all, was the one that instigated Shenfei to come after Issei. After all this, Issei was still not done. Although the people of the sacred family have done nothing to him, they are just too disgusting to let be. So, Issei burst his killing intent and aura throughout the manor. This goes for Xinyu and Shenfei. The killing intent of Issei shocked everyone in the manor, including the patriarch, who was on closed-door cultivation. The old man puked BLD, and his cultivation was destroyed due to a misstep when he felt the killing intent. But that's not all. Issei's aura then pressured everyone in the sacred family manor. It was so strong that people's bones and veins popped. Their cultivation was destroyed. Issei showed no mercy. In the winged dragon family, Ninger was cultivating in peace. She felt as if the pressure on her was lifted. She smiled and continued cultivating. Ninger even gave a light chuckle. She didn't know why, but she was suddenly in a good mood. The following morning within the fighter class, Xiao Ninger and her fellow students waited for Shinshio to arrive, but she never did. Instead, another teacher came to inform them that the class was cancelled until further notice. Everyone was gossiping. After all, loud wailing could be heard in the sacred family house earlier in the morning. Rumor has it that some were bold enough to attack the sacred family. The wailing could only be heard in the morning because that's when Issei dropped the soundproofing spell. I wonder what happened. Ninger thought. Although she hated the sacred family, she was still a person with high curiosity. Whatever. They aren't my problem. I was never going to accept Shenfei as my fiancé copyright, to begin with. He is nothing more than a pig. In contrast, Issei is so manly and handsome. He's helped me a lot. Yi Ziyun saw that Ninger was again in a daze with a blush on her face. Yi Ziyun knew that Ninger was thinking about Issei as she saw how Ninger looked at him the other night. What's so good about that guy? Yi Ziyun said. She didn't see anything noteworthy about Issei. In fact, Issei felt like an ordinary person without strength. So, why was Xiao Ninger infatuated with him? I think I need to ask my father to check up on that person. He might be taking advantage of Ninger. Who knows what he's making her do? Yi Ziyun was being unreasonable with her deduction. First of all, she thought Issei was nothing but an ordinary person. If that was the case, how would Issei be able to make someone like Xiao Ninger, who is a fighter, do something she didn't like? Yi Ziyun is simply being unreasonable. Father might be able to do something if Issei is a danger to Ninger, Yi Ziyun said. She then looked at Ninger. She had a look of determination on her face. No matter whether you consider me a friend or not, I'll do what I can to protect you. Ninger felt something, and she looked in Yi Ziyun's direction. But Yi Ziyun already looked away. Within the city lord's mansion, an old man and a man with purple hair resembling Yi Ziyun's were having a discussion. The topic was about the sudden commotion of the sacred family. Did you find out anything about the incident in the morning? Yi Zong asked. The commotion earlier in the morning was enormous. Apparently, someone attacked the sacred family. Every little information is useful. I know how secretive the sacred family are. There is no covering up this incident, Yi Xiu said. This was the old man in the room. The scene he saw was gruesome. Every single member of the sacred family lost their cultivation. Shen Fei and Xin Yu both had their cultivation and manhood cut off. Even Shen Hong wasn't spared. His cultivation was destroyed due to his own mistake. Ha! Finally, those pests got what they deserved. Yi Zong said. For decades, the sacred family has been trying to usurp the Snow Wind family. Finally, after another few hours, on her 100th try, Yang Xuen was able to make a divine grade with high purity. She was so happy to be able to make another one. Congratulations, you finally made another divine grade with high purity pill. Do you want to continue and try for peak purity? Issei asked. Yang Xuen shook her head. She was exhausted. Doing 100 sessions of pill making is her limit. If that's the case, then rest. Tomorrow, we'll continue our lesson in the 4th volume of the alchemy book. Yang Xuen was too exhausted that Issei told her not to go back home and rest in the room as she would fall any second now. Issei conjured a bed for Yang Xuen to sleep in and placed her there. The following morning, inside the city lord's mansion, Yi Zong was once again speaking with Yi Xiu. So, what did you find? Yi Zong asked. But looking at Yi Xiu's face, he already knew that there was no good news. So, nothing. Nothing. The only ones physically attacked were Shen Fei and Xin Yu, but they were in no condition to speak. I merely touched their shoulder, and they wailed so loudly as if they were being killed, Yi Xiu said. Many doctors have checked Shen Fei and Xin Yu, but nothing seems wrong with them. The doctors said that there is nothing wrong with them physically, except for their cut-off manhood, but that shouldn't elicit such reactions from them. Whoever this person is, he is not someone simple, Yi Zong said. He was thinking about how dangerous that kind of person was. The power to destroy an entire major family is not something even a single legend rank is capable of, especially if they were going against the sacred family. Go, continue looking for clues. For example, how did Shen Hong's cultivation go wrong? How is it that we heard nothing about this incident until the next morning when people of the sacred family said it happened in the middle of the night? I'll do what I can, Yi Xiu said. He then bowed to Yi Zong before walking out. I'll take my leave now. While Yi Xiu was heading out of the room, Yi Ziyun entered her father's office. Ziyun, what are you doing here? Yi Zong said. He told his daughter that he was not to be disturbed when he was in his office. I know, but I need father's help, Yi Ziyun said. This was the first time that Yi Ziyun had asked Yi Zong for help. He was happy. Lately, Xiao Ninger was going around to an unknown male in the Red Leaf Inn. I find him suspicious. Also, I think that he might be the one that caused the incident with the sacred family since he had an altercation with Shen Yu not too long ago. Are you saying that person has the strength of a legend rank? Yi Zong asked. If that was true, there could only be two outcomes. If he was found a threat, he must be eliminated, but if not, they need to find a way to keep him in Glory City to assist with demon beasts. Is that what you're telling me? And no, I just think that he is suspicious, Yi Ziyun said. She couldn't tell her father that Issei only felt like an average person. I'm not sure if he is strong or not. When I saw him, he felt like any ordinary person, but he was able to make Xin Yu PSS himself with just a glare. No matter how ordinary a person is, that's not possible. That person might be hiding his strength, Yi Zong said. There are ways to hide one's cultivation. Tell me, where is that person right now? Like I said, he is in the Red Leaf Inn, Yi Ziyun said. She didn't know that what she had just done was to get her father beaten up. It isn't that far from Holy Orchid Institute. Alright, I'll go and take a look myself, Yizong said. He was the strongest in the city, excluding his father, who was the only legend rank. I'll also see if Yishio is available. I'll need all the backup I can get if the target is a legend rank. Yizong left his office to find Yishio and some other people. According to his daughter, the man stayed near the Holy Orchid Institute. Lately, there have been a bunch of missing children. This incident and the man might be connected. While Issei was sleeping, Yizong arrived at the Red Leaf Inn. As a city lord, the inn owner gave Issei's information readily as the city lord wouldn't ask for it unless necessary. Plus, the owner couldn't disobey the city lord. Yizong and Yishio headed upstairs to Issei's room while the reinforcements stayed downstairs, ready for combat. Once at Issei's door, Yizong knocked loudly to make the occupants aware of the dire situation and make their presence known. Mr. Hayadu Issei, this is the city lord. Open the door. Yizong shouted. He continued banging on the door, but there was no answer. This is because Issei didn't want to be disturbed when he was asleep. Any person allowed to enter can freely enter. Those are Rainier, Ninger, and Yang Xuen, and no one else. Open the DM door. Is this person deaf or what? Yishio asked. There was no way anyone wouldn't be able to hear the commotion that they were making. After all, the other in-residents woke up due to the banging on the door. City Lord, allow me to break down the door. We are making enough scene here. Yizong nodded at Yishio, who proceeded to break down the door, but to no avail. The door was so strong that Yishio's hands broke. That's because the door has defensive spells on it. The only way to break it down is to overpower the spell. My hand! Yishio screamed. His arm was busted. He then fused with demonic beast. I don't think I can't break down a simple door. Yishio once again hit the door with all his might, but it created a small scratch, nothing more. What is going on? Is this door this durable? Or did the party inside do something to strengthen the door's properties? Yizong said. There was no way that Yishio would fail to open the door with all his strength if the door was an ordinary object. If one person can't do it, how about two? Yizong fused with his demonic beast. Together with Yishio, they hit the door at the same time. This was enough to break the spell on the door. However, this also awakened Issei, and he wasn't happy having his sleep disturbed. See, I knew this thing wouldn't be able to withstand both of our strength. Yizong said. He was smiling that he was able to break down a door. Now, let's see this Issei per dash. Yizong couldn't finish his sentence as he was punched. Yishio looked who it was, and he saw a young man in his teens. Even if it was by surprise, the person still sent the city. Lord Flying. A man that was in black gold rank. A mere surprise attack wouldn't work unless you have strength only slightly below black gold rank. Boy, who are you? Yishio asked. He was sure that the kid wasn't an ordinary person. That punch he gave Yihong was stronger than his own strength. What is your objective here in Glory City? You're asking me a bunch of questions. I should be the one asking. UBSTRDS destroyed my defensive spells, Issei said. He didn't like being disturbed when he was asleep. And the two old men at the door woke him up by destroying his defensive spell. At this time, Yihong woke up. Now, I suggest you both leave now so I can have my rest, or we can do this the hard way. Don't get cocky, boy, Yihong said. The man was knocked out in a single hit. Yet, he was still acting strong in front of Issei. The man charged at Issei, this time ready to fight. Yet, he was knocked out again without even knowing how. A few moments later, he woke up. What just happened? You got knocked down. He hit you so fast that even I, a spectator, couldn't follow his movement, Yishio said. The man was not only strong but incredibly fast. Yishio made sure to keep his eyes on Issei, but he saw nothing. Except for Yihong being knocked out for the second time. Why don't we try attacking together in a coordinated manner? That might help. Alright, let's go. I don't believe that he can take the both of us at the same time, Yihong said. Yishio and Yihong attacked simultaneously, but they were both knocked out without Issei moving. What is going on? Why can't I come close to him? Are you both done? Issei asked. He was now very irritated. These two fools are annoying, like a fly buzzing in one's ears. If you are, I suggest you leave now before I get even more irritated. I hate my sleep being disturbed. Issei then fixed the door and planned to close it, but he was stopped by the younger two men at his door. Issei was now very irritated. If Issei felt even an ounce of killing intent or bloody aura from the two in front of him, he might have killed them, but alas, that was not the case. What do you two want? Issei said. He wanted to go back to sleep. He waited for the two to speak, but they weren't saying anything. I don't want to waste any more time with you lot. Speak. And tell me what you want from me before I knock you both out permanently. Tell me, are you the one responsible for the disappearance of children around Glory City? Yizong asked. Issei looked at him as if he was stupid. Even if Issei was the one that did it, would he say it was him? Of course not. Ahem. At least answer this question. Are you a legend rank? No, I'm not. Legend rank or whatnot. I'm not any of those, for I'm not a cultivator, Issei said. Yizong and Yishio looked at Issei as if he was delusional. The young man knocked out 2 black gold ranks that were at their peak. Who is this kid kidding? However, I have strength surpassing your so-called legend rank. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Yizong said. The idiot forgot that he was easily suppressed by Issei a few moments ago. You're nothing more than a BR dash. Yizong couldn't finish what he was saying as he was crushed to the ground by the sudden pressure directed toward him. The funny thing is, Yizong's demonic beast has dragon BLD, and Issei's dragon aura was dominating it. Hence, Yizong was being hit twice more than others should be when he fused with his demonic beast. What the hell is this? Yizong said. He was being suppressed so easily. Yizong tried to fight back, but nothing he did worked. Issei's aura is genuinely domineering. After all, the catalyst that made Issei gain a dragon form was Drake. Stop. Believe. Good, Issei said. He then used his telekinesis to toss out Yizong and Yishio. Everyone disturbed by the banging of the door saw the entire situation. They couldn't believe that their city lord couldn't even control a single kid. Now leave. If you want to speak to me, come back in the morning. Issei fixed the door and reinstalled all the spells on the door to make sure that unwanted visitors stayed out. But this time he made it more robust. Legend rank. No way will they be able to break in now. City Lord, are you okay? Yishio asked. The old man was worried about his family member. Yishio saw how Yizong tried to fight back the pressure he was feeling, but nothing he did was effective. Even his demonic beast only made it worse. I'll bring you back home. From the looks of it, that guy would have killed us if he wanted to. Let's return in the morning when he is less annoyed with our presence. Yeah, let's do that, Yizong said. Yizong saw a powerful dragon silhouette behind Issei when he fused with his demonic beast. That silhouette made him scared as if he was going to be devoured by it if he made any sudden movement. That brat isn't simple at all. Maybe his claim of being stronger than a legend rank is true. I don't know, but Lord Yemo might know something, Yishio said. The old man Yemo is the only legend rank in Glory City. For now, let's not antagonize the kid. Like I said, if he wanted us dead, he would have killed us. Yizong is a stubborn man, but he knew that if he irritated the kid any more than he already was, the chances of them dying were 100%. 2 black gold ranks weren't even able to do anything against Issei. What are they going to do when they are already injured as is? Offer themselves as a sacrifice to be killed because they were being idiotic. It was best to leave the kid alone for now. The following morning, Issei met and spoke with the city lord that he beat up last night. Even knowing this, Issei was still indifferent. But because this world is based on strength, the city lord was being unreasonable by disturbing Issei without proof for accusation. If Issei was any other person, then that person would have died with the way that the city lord was being unreasonable. So, what the hell do you guys want? Issei said. He wasn't even taking them seriously. Issei didn't have time for this as young Xuen was waiting for him to start their lesson, and Ninger would be coming by to have breakfast. Last night, you disturbed my sleep. Something about me being a kidnapper or something. Do you have proof that you would forcefully enter my abode? Yizong said. It was his fault for making a wrong deduction of the situation and jumping the gun. Let's set aside the kidnapping accusation. I want to speak to you about your altercation with Xinyu. If you're thinking that I was the one responsible for the attack on the sacred family, then you'd be right, Issei said. Yizong and Yishio were shocked that Issei would admit to his crime. You see, that would happen to people who try and harm me. I won't show them any mercy. If you're worried that I might attack the other families, you have nothing to worry about. Unless you do something to harm the people I care about or me. Do you understand? Yizong and Yishio looked Issei in the eye and knew that he wasn't lying. The man in front of them had the power to destroy the sacred family without being noticed. If he really wanted to harm the other families, he would have done so already. But yet, here he is not doing anything. If that's true, answer this question, Yizong said. There must be a reason for someone as powerful as the young man in front of them to come to Glory City. He wouldn't have come only for sightseeing, right? What's your purpose for coming to Glory City? I came here only to purchase herbs for alchemy, Issei said. That was true. Issei came to Glory City only to buy the herbs he could use for alchemy. But he never thought that he would meet two lovely ladies. Although one of them was too young. As long as you leave me be, I'll be gone in a few weeks. So, you're an alchemy practitioner? Yishio said. He was wondering what level Issei was. May I ask what level you're at? According to this city's ranking, I should be above Grand MSTR, Issei said. He then showed Yizong and Yishio the pills he had made a few days ago. This is the level of my alchemy skills. Yizong and Yishio were wide-eyed at the pill that they saw. It was above anything they've seen before. Not even Gu Yen, the Alchemy Association president, is capable of making. What type of pill is this? Yizong asked. It was different from anything he's seen before. The smell is nothing like any of the pills that I've come in contact with. If you're thinking of using this pill, you're going to die. The one in your hands is a Jinchi gathering pill. It is used for gathering Jinchi, something demon spiritualists do not have, Issei said. If a demon spiritualist were to absorb the Jinchi gathering pill, they would destroy their cultivation as the energies are different from one another. If you want a pill to speed up your cultivation, you'd need soul-enhancing pills such as soul-assembling pills, soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentration pills, and soul-tempering pills. Something I can make. Those are all lost formulas, Yishio said. He might not be an alchemist, but he knows about all the pills that Issei noted. Can you really make those pills? Yizong looked at Yishio. When Yishio saw this, he whispered to Yizong what the pills were that Issei mentioned. How about we make a deal, kid? Yizong said. If Issei can really make the pills, it would help boost the power of Glory City and better protect it from the demon beasts, even with the destruction of the sacred family. If you're willing to sell us a few hundreds of those pills, we'll forget about you destroying the sacred family. They were a menace to begin with. Just a few hundred. Do you think that would be enough to help the people of Glory City? Issei said. A few hundred pills were easy for him to make. He can make 100 pills in one session, and it only takes him a few minutes to complete. If you like, I can even make a few tens of thousands of pills. This can also be my apology for destroying one of the major families responsible for protecting the city from demon beasts, even if that family was trash that has killed innocent people. Great. How much for each pill? Yizong said. He didn't care how expensive it was. The pills would be able to help him be promoted to legend rank. I'm willing to pay any amount for each pill. I don't need any payment, Issei said. Yizong and Yishio were shocked. Why would Issei not need payment? I just want you to leave me be. Do that, and I can give you tens of thousands of pills. I can even get it delivered to you by today. What? Yishio shouted. Tens of thousands of pills can be delivered today. Is the young man serious? How is that possible? I've never heard of any alchemy grand MSTR capable of doing that. Like I said, I'm above the so-called alchemy grand MSTR of this city, Issei said. He can also use images of icon to duplicate himself and the pill furnace, making the job easier. Too bad Issei cannot use images of icon to duplicate the pills. He didn't know why, and he had already tested it a few dozen times. As long as you promise me to leave me alone, I will get the pills delivered by today, or you can come to pick them up. I'll be living here in the Red Leaf Inn until my departure. As long as we can get those pills, we'll leave you be and forget about the matter with the sacred family, Yizong said. He then gestured to Yishio. They both stood up and started to leave. We'll be back by nightfall to receive the pills. Could you really get it done? No problem, Issei said. He even made a hand gesture for it. Such things are simple for me. Yizong and Yishio then left the Red Leaf Inn and headed back to the City Lord Mansion. Since young Xuen was still asleep, Issei decided to cook breakfast for young Xuen and Ninger. As Issei finished cooking, Ninger knocked on Issei's door, and she was in a lovely mood. Hey Ninger, what's got you in a good mood? Issei said. He then wanted to tease her. Could it be that you smelt the food I cooked and rushed over here? Ninger said. That was not entirely true. When Ninger was getting close to the Red Leaf Inn, she smelt a delicious fragrance and knew that it was hence. He can use it without borrowing power from extra-dimensional beings such as the Vishanti. While young Xuen was staring at Issei, she also felt the presence of Ninger. Don't you have classes in the Holy Orchid Institute? Young Xuen asked Ninger. With the little girl's age, she should still be a student. Aren't you heading to school? It should have started a few hours ago. Classes are cancelled until further notice, Ninger said. That's why she was in the room of Issei cultivating. Soon she would reach silver rank. And I don't want to head home and deal with the elders. They're annoying. In the black spring below the ravine of the Heavenly Fate Plateau, Rainier was exploring the place and killing any demonic beast that dared to attack her. At the end of the swamp, Rainier saw a mountain wall, but it looked suspicious. Inspecting the wall, Rainier realized that it was a door. However, no matter how Rainier looked, she couldn't find a way to open it. So, she gave up and headed back to the top of the mountain. After a few minutes of resting and eating kanji, Rainier decided to head back to Glory City and cuddle with Issei. She also wanted Issei to look at the mountain wall, which is actually a door, and see if he can open it. It was frustrating for Rainier not to be able to open the mountain wall door, but even with super strength of the white tiger, it still wouldn't budge. Hence, she required Issei's help. Rainier was quite sad about this as she wanted to bring back a gift if she found something interesting, but it couldn't be helped. The only thing she found interesting in her exploration was the mountain door that she couldn't open. But why did it have to be this way? Rainier said. She was returning to Glory City without bringing Issei a gift. Diamenet. I wanted to give him a gift, but nothing was interesting around. Issei's given me so much, and I haven't done much for him. TSK. Now, I have to go back with nothing. Rainier felt dejected. She flew back to Glory City. As for Issei, he was watching young Xuen and Ninger cultivating. After 60 tries, young Xuen had exhausted herself by making a few pills. As for Ninger, Issei could tell that she was now showing affection toward him, but he couldn't reciprocate it yet. Wait, I knew of the martial arts practice card. Isn't that the one they have to stay in a special space that would help them train? Issei thought. He saw it in the shop long ago, but he never needed it. To think that he could have used it this way to help Ninger grow older is brilliant. That's good, but wouldn't Ninger be burdened of staying in a space alone? Not to worry, the martial arts practice card has an enlightenment effect. The years that she stays inside would only feel like a few days. Isn't that great? You wouldn't have to wait a few years for Ninger. That's good and all, but wouldn't Ninger still have the mind of 13 years old? Issei said. Although Ninger might be older, her thought process is as important as her physical age. I don't want to date an adult that is still technically a child. User, are you not reading my messages correctly? The martial arts practice card has an enlightenment effect. That isn't limited to martial arts. Enlightenment is a state of mind. That would mean her thoughts are going to grow along with her physical body. That makes more sense, Issei said. He sighed a breath of relief. Okay, system. Open the shop for me and refresh the list as many times as possible until a martial arts practice card is available. The Gacha System refreshed the list over 1,000 times before the martial arts practice card appeared. It cost Issei 1 million credits for him to find the card he wanted. System, purchase the martial arts practice, blue like morning sky flame, and 9-5 legendary brick. I don't know what that brick is, but it's quite intriguing to see it ranked at legendary, Issei said. The martial arts practice was for Ninger, the blue like morning sky flame was for young Xuen as it can aid her in alchemy, and the 9-5 legendary brick was for Issei due to his curiosity. How much credit do I have remaining after all the goods are bought? Purchasing martial arts practice Euro, 5 years Euro, epic, blue like morning sky flame Euro, mythical and 9-5 legendary brick Euro, legendary. Remaining credit, 571,471,800. I'm supposed to be saving credits for Mirror World, but I can't help but buy all this useful stuff, well, mostly useful stuff. I still don't know what the 9-5 legendary brick is, Issei said. He then took out the card for the brick and activated it. It was indeed a brick. However, reading the description was insane. Holy DMN. As long as I hit the opponent in the head with this brick, it's a guaranteed knockout. Issei was laughing like a maniac. This was a perfect weapon for his parents. If there are devils or other supernatural people that want to hurt them, all they have to do is hit them on the head once, and the fight is over. The brick is good, but Issei wanted to change its look. So, he used heaven flames of transmogrification to change the brick into a bat. This is a weapon that Issei's father is familiar with. Later at night, Reiner arrived back in Glory City. When she went to the Red Leaf Inn, Issei spoke with 2 people. They were Yi Xiao and Yi Zong. Issei was handing them storage rings that contained the pills that he concocted. When the 2 men left, Reiner entered the room. I missed you. Reiner shouted as she hugged Issei. It's only a few days, but she missed Issei quite a lot. That's why she was dejected, not being able to get Issei a gift. It's so nice to be able to hug you again. You were only gone for 2 days and 1 night, Issei said. He was caressing Reiner's cheeks as she looked at Issei with a smile. Did you really miss me that much? I did. I even wanted to bring you a gift, but nothing was interesting. So, I didn't get to bring you anything, Reiner said. This made her mood dampen a bit. But Issei kissed her, and Reiner's mood became cheery again. Although, I found an interesting place. Reiner told Issei about finding a settlement on top of a mountain, but that's not the interesting part. At the foot of the mountain within a ravine, there was a swamp, and at the end of it, a mountain wall door was waiting. That's quite interesting, Issei said. There was no reason for something like that to be for no reason. This piqued Issei's curiosity. Let's head there in a few days with Ninger and Yang Xen, but I need them to reach silver rank first to train in the Heaven's Path Golden Body and the other arts they chose. Reiner nodded at Issei. She was truly curious about the mountain door. Reiner thought Issei might have to prepare for a few days before heading there. But Issei's curiosity made him decide to head there as soon as possible. By the way, who were the 2 men that were just here? Reiner asked. The 2 men looked like dignified people, which would mean a noble in this world. I don't think I've seen them before around here. They are the city lord and his attendant. I think the old man was an attendant, Issei said. He was unsure about their relationship, but they looked pretty close, like family. Anyway, they were just here to take the pills I made for them. What kind of pills? Is it the Junshi Gathering pills? Reiner asked. Are those even useful for them? I thought the Junshi Gathering pills are meant for the Heaven's Path Cultivation Manual. It's not Junshi Gathering pills. I wouldn't give such high-ranking pills to anyone but people I have a close relationship with, Issei said. The different soul-enhancing pills that Issei made for the city lord are low-ranking pills, worthless to someone like Yang Xen and Ninger. Otherwise, Issei wouldn't give such an item for free. The ones I gave are soul-assembling pills, soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentration pills, and soul-tempering pills. Among the hierarchy of pills, they are nothing but garbage. Those pills are only helpful for people to reach the so-called legend rank. I don't understand, Reiner said. Why would Issei even give them something in the first place? Why even give them anything in the first place? I know that's not your style. That's because I destroyed one of the major families of Glory City. Due to that, the city is now weaker, Issei said. Reiner was still confused. I know what you're thinking. But the answer to your question is simple. In a few months, This city will be invaded by demonic beast. That's right. The real reason why Issei gave the pills to the city lord is that he didn't want to be the cause of the city's downfall. Killing one of the major families responsible for the protection of the city weakened the defenses. Issei didn't want to be the reason for the city's destruction because of his action. True, Issei can just destroy the demonic beast horde that was forming due to the ascension of demonic beast to the legend rank and gaining divine wisdom. But why would he do that? He gains nothing from it. This was something this city had been dealing with for a long time. Geez. Was it because they messed with you? Reiner asked. She remembered Issei saying when they first arrived in the world that if someone messed with him, he would show no mercy. So, seeing Issei nod at her question, all she could do was sigh. Well, that's their problem. They brought their downfall on themselves. By the way, Reiner, I need you to test something for me, Issei said. He then gave a baseball bat to Reiner. This was the 9-5 legendary brick that he changed. I want you to tap my head with this bat. Why would I do that? Reiner said. She was confused. The bat looked ordinary. What would a light tap do to Issei? You're weird. Oh my god. Could it be you're into that kind of stuff? I'm not a MCST, Issei said. He already knew what Reiner was thinking. I just wanted to test out the effectiveness of the bat. According to the information I have, a light tap from the bat should knock me out for a minute. Reiner nodded at Issei and lightly bonked him with the bat. Immediately, Issei lost consciousness, but within a few seconds, he awoke before falling to the ground. The 9-5 legendary brick was an insane item. It was able to knock someone like him out for a few seconds. It would really knock them out for 1 minute if it was someone else. What the hell is this thing? Reiner said. She saw it. It made Issei lose consciousness with a light tap on the head for a moment. I've seen how strong you are. Yet, this bat was able to knock you out for a moment. This is really a treasure worthy of giving to my parents, Issei said. With the 9-5 legendary bat, they can easily knock out their opponent. Of course, Issei would also let them cultivate the Heaven's Path cultivation manual, but they would probably only try the initial stage since they don't like fighting. Getting this was worth it? I wonder. If I had this, would I have been able to knock out the biblical god with a single bonk in the head? Reiner asked. Sure, she knows that Issei was strong, but not to what extent. However, she has an inkling as Issei was able to pressure Surzek's Lucifer. If someone as strong as Issei was knocked out for a moment, then it would be possible. Too bad that he's already dead. It would have been fun to prank the old man. Imagine bonking him in the head, stripping him, and tossing him in front of a crowded church for all to see. Ha! Issei raised an eyebrow as he watched Reiner make fun of the dead god. He sighed and let her be. Suddenly Issei felt 2 people break through. Only 2 people can cause such a surge of divine jinchi. Ninger and Xuen both broke through to silver rank. With that, they would be able to learn Heaven's Path Golden Body and some of the Heaven's Path arts. Ninger and Xuen arrived at the Red Leaf in the following morning. As expected, they achieved silver rank. This made Issei smile. Because now that they are silver rank, Issei can let them cultivate the Heaven's Path arts such as sword art, fist art, spear art, golden body, etc. Congratulations. You both achieved silver rank in less than a week. That's very impressive, Issei said with a smile. Even Reiner was smiling. Not because Ninger and Xuen became silver rank, but because she can tell that the 2 women have affection for Issei. Although Reiner was a bit peeved since Ninger was relatively young. Now that you both are silver rank, you get to cultivate some of the Heaven's Path arts. Now choose wisely. Ninger and Xuen looked through the manuals, and they made their decision. Ninger chose Heaven's Path spear art, and Xuen chose Heaven's Path sword art. And lastly, Issei also gave them copies of Heaven's Path Golden Body and Heaven's Path Movement art. However, Issei made sure to warn the 2 women they are not to use the Heaven's Path Movement art until they at least cultivate the Heaven's Path Golden Body, or else they would risk harming their bodies due to the strain of the movement technique that is akin to teleportation. Isn't this too much? Xuen said. All the techniques that Issei gave them were top-notch. Nothing in Glory City can match it. Yang Xen even hypothesized that nothing in the world can compare them. Are you really giving us these techniques? Of course. Yang Xen, you're my student, and Ninger, you're my friend, Issei said. He was still smiling at them. These things are nothing much for me. Plus, since you're both at silver rank, your cultivation has slowed down tremendously due to a lack of heaven and earth energy. I'll bring you somewhere that can assist you with cultivation later. Looking at Issei, Yang Xian's heart skipped a beat. The young man before her was unlike anyone she's met before. Even if she was his student, the things given to her aren't something a MSTR would willingly give. For the first time in her life, someone has captured her heart. Alas, the young man already had a woman. By the way, Ninger, since you took the Heaven's Path Spear Arts, that means you want to train in the way of the spear, right? And Yang Xen, you want to train in the way of the sword, right? Issei said. Ninger and Yang Xian nodded. Then give me a moment. I'll give you spear and sword techniques. Wait a moment, Ninger called. She was confused. Wasn't the Heaven's Path sword and spear art techniques? Don't we already have the spear and sword art of the Heaven's Path manual? Why do you need to give us another? You're wrong. Heaven's Path spear and sword arts aren't techniques. They are a cultivation manual to gain sword and spear intent etc., Issei said. That's right. Heaven's Path sword and spear art aren't techniques but methods to achieve intent with their chosen weapon. That's why you'd need to train actual sword and spear techniques. Now, what type of fighter are you girls? Speed type, strength type, agility type, etc. Tell me so that I can find a proper technique for your fighting style. Do you have something that is technique-oriented? Ninger said. She wasn't one that is speed or strength type. She likes to depend on her wits. Hence, she wants something that is skill-oriented. I know that skill-oriented is more challenging to MSTR, but it's what I prefer. As for me, I would like something speed-based, Yang Xian said. She liked to finish a fight in one fell swoop rather than prolonging the fight. I like to finish a fight as soon as I can. If that's the case, then all types of techniques would go well for you. With Heaven's Path movement art, you can move as if you're teleporting. You can then combine that with whatever sword art you like, Issei said. Yang Xian understood. Thanks to the movement technique, any sword style would become a speed type. If that's the case, you can train in other styles like strength, agility, or technique-based like Ninger. If that's true, can you pick one for me? I trust in your judgment, Yang Xian said. For a while now, Yang Xian has put her trust in Issei. Ever since they met, she always felt like they had a connection. If it's a technique you choose for me, I know it would be the right one. Issei was thinking. What would the perfect sword technique be for Yang Xen? She was an alchemist and was quite used to being near a fire. Plus, he plans to give her the blue like morning sky flame. So, again a fire-based technique would suit her. Looking through the divine sword knowledge God, Issei looked for a fire-based technique. After a few moments, Issei found it. Sure, it didn't really create the effect that the technique depicted, but with blue like morning sky flame, that wouldn't matter. Issei decided to transfer the knowledge of sun breathing to Yang Xen. I found the perfect technique for you, Issei said. He then touched Yang Xen on her forehead and transferred the knowledge. Yang Xen was surprised by the technique, but the sword used for the style was one she wasn't familiar with. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I have the weapon that the technique requires. Even if I didn't, I'd be able to forge one for you. Now that Yang Xen was done, Issei needed to think of something for Ninger. Unlike the sword techniques, Issei didn't have a library in his head for spear techniques. So, there are only two things he can do. Roll the gacha and hope for the best, or go through the shop and refresh the list as many times until he finds what he needs. System, I want you to roll the gacha for me, Issei said. For the past few days, he's been in Divine Continent. He hasn't gotten anything useful except for the Heaven's Path cultivation. Manual. I hope I get something useful this time. I've been getting nothing but common and uncommon items. Gacha is now rolling Congratulations. Issei received well bag a legendary. The user may access the reward within the inventory. Shoot. I guess I didn't get what I needed. But this item is nice. It gives me an unlimited amount of water, Issei said. He was banking on the day's roll, but he still had another option. I guess I can only ask the system to search in the gacha shop. Issei asked the shop to refresh the list as much as possible until a suitable technique for Ninger was found. Along the way, Issei checked if there was any item he could save for later. Although he didn't want to, he did it anyway in case he found something helpful or unique. Unfortunately, Issei didn't save anything even after 100 refreshes, as none of them caught his eye. After 100 more refreshes, Issei finally found the perfect technique for Ninger, Hanryang-style pumba. It was not only for spears but could also be used for swords, staff, etc. The Hanryang-style pumba focuses on seemingly bending one's weapon at impossible angles. Ultimate Gacha Shop Function Euro Credits 569,471,800 Refresh List Credit €1 1,000 Martial Arts Practice €5 years €, Epic €1 million Hanryang Pumba Style Manual Legendary €10 million Dominator Mythical €100 million Power Stone Demigod €1 million. However, telling them was pointless as young Xuen wouldn't feel the effect thanks to her cultivation. As for Ninger, she would be aging as usual. When Issei finished giving them everything they would need, Ninger and young Xuen entered the martial arts practice space. Issei waited for them to return, but he didn't have to wait long. In a single moment after Ninger and young Xuen left, they returned. Young Xuen looked no different, except for her aura. However, Ninger looked more mature, and her body became more stuck and alluring to look at. Upon seeing that Issei was gawking at her body, Ninger held her chest high. Finally, Issei was looking at her like a woman rather than a child for the first time. Ninger squeezed her fist and told herself that she would start making her move. However, it wasn't only her. Thanks to the enlightenment field of the martial arts practice space, young Xuen realized that she had feelings for Issei. So, like Ninger, she planned to make her move on him, but not first consulting Issei's girlfriend, Reiner. The sounds of fighting can be heard. It's been a few days since Issei, Reiner, young Xuen, and Ninger embarked on their adventure. The group could have arrived at their destination in a few hours, but Issei wanted to increase the fighting experience of Ninger and young Xuen. Looking at the sword technique of young Xuen, I can tell that she was able to MSTR it in the 5 years inside the martial arts practice room. The same goes for Ninger and the Hanryang-style pumba, Issei said to Reiner. She nodded. Young Xuen was able to use her blue-like morning sky flame along with her sun breathing. Watching it was pretty breathtaking for Issei. I'm glad I chose that sword style for her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see such a sight. While young Xuen looked elegant in her movement, Ninger was quite the opposite. Hanryang-style pumba is a style that is quite confusing to look at. One moment the spear tip was aimed at the hand. The next moment it would bend at an impossible angle and hit another target in the head. Nonetheless, Issei found it quite a fascinating technique. While Issei and Reiner watched young Xuen and Ninger, young Xuen was surrounded by 4 demonic beasts on all sides. However, young Xuen was calm. As the demonic beasts charged her on all sides, young Xuen waited for the right moment. As the demonic beasts came in range, young Xuen spun her body horizontally and delivered a 360-degree slash and engulfed the demonic beasts with her flame. This was clear blue sky of the sun breathing and the blue-like morning sky flame. After getting rid of all the demonic beasts surrounding her, young Xuen felt danger coming from behind her. A demonic beast shot a projectile, but this was pointless. Young Xuen slashed 2 consecutive horizontal slashes to block the projectile. She then inhaled a large amount of oxygen to increase blood pumping through her entire body, focusing it on her legs. She dashed forward and released it all in a vertical slash to attack the demonic beast that fired a projectile at her. This was Dancing Flash. It was a combination of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash with sun breathing, dance. Thunder breathing was not available to young Xuen on normal occasions. However, its first form was combined with sun breathing's first form, making it part of the sun breathing. That's an amazing technique. Especially when young Xuen combined it with her blue-like morning sky flame, Reiner said. She saw what the sun breathing was like without the blue-like morning sky flame. The difference was like night and day with it. Reiner then looked at Ninger. Even Ninger's techniques are amazing. Ninger was fighting with demonic beasts, as was Yang Xuen. However, unlike Yang Xuen, Ninger fought a flying demonic beast and some landbound demonic beasts. Luckily, they were nothing to Ninger. As the flying demonic beast swooped down to attack Ninger, she squeezed all the muscles in her body and swung Gi Dirge downwards as the demonic beast was in range. It stood no chance as it was bisected in two. This was Ryak Gun. Seeing as the flying demonic beast couldn't harm Ninger, the other demonic beasts attacked. Ninger didn't want to waste any more time. So, she spun Gi Dirge and then halted it with her hand. The power of the spin Issei in the surrounding air, and then she unleashed it as a whirlwind that destroyed anything in her path. The demonic beasts were ripped apart as they were caught in the whirlwind. This was Dog Seller. Well done both of you, Issei said. Yang Xuen and Ninger then approached Issei and each of his arms. Now that Ninger saw Issei's interest in her, she was no longer holding back. As for Yang Xuen, since she figured out her feelings for Issei, she too was no longer holding back. Seeing the two women have Issei's arm on their BRST, Reiner didn't want to be left out. So, she hugged Issei and made him feel her BRST on his back. Ahem. We need to get going. We have a long way to go. Issei wasn't as dense as he was back then. He knew that Yang Xuen and Ninger were interested in him, even if the system never mentioned that they were his destined partners. Their mere action of putting his arms between their cleavage was a sign that they were interested in him, as a woman wouldn't do it otherwise. 2 days later, Issei and his group arrived at the ravine at the foot of Heavenly Fate Plateau. Along the way, Ninger and Yang Xuen continued fighting demonic beasts. Especially when they arrived at the foot of Heavenly Fate Plateau, which consisted of demonic beasts of black gold rank. As they arrived at their destination, Reiner showed Issei the mountain wall that she believed to be a door. Issei inspected it, and Reiner was right. It was indeed a door. This is quite intriguing, Issei said. He found an inscription on the ground but had no understanding of it. Meaning they wouldn't be able to open the door. I won't be able to open the door. Reiner, Yang Xuen, and Ninger were surprised at Issei's inability to open the door. At least in the way it's supposed to be opened, Issei said. Then put his hand on the mountain wall and detected how thick the door was. Upon completion, Issei used his Eldritch portal to create an opening. There, come on. Let's see what's inside. Yang Xuen and Ninger were looking at the portal that Issei created. Issei could make it with ease, something that not even a legend rank could do. I knew you'd have a way of getting in, Reiner said. She once again jumped on Issei's back and hugged him. You're the best. Going into the portal, Issei and the others saw that it was a serene and deep cave. The cave was damp. Droplets of water would fall to the ground, converge together, and become a stream of water. Droplets of water were falling from the top of the cave, giving off a clear and crisp sound that echoed far into the deep cave as they hit the ground. Every step that Issei took was cautious, not for himself but for Yang Xuen and Ninger. As for Reiner, she had the armor of Fafnir. Most attacks aimed at her would do no harm unless the power was above A rank of the Fate system. The surrounding walls were filled with inscription patterns. If Issei ignited any of them, the others might be harmed. At the corner of the cave, something was emitting a dazzling light. Everyone took a few steps in the direction of the light. The cave was filled with some sort of purple stone. It was emitting light. Looking around the cave a bit more, Issei saw a lot of storage rings, but the ones he found were of higher quality and had more space inside. Issei took the rings and kept them in his inventory, but because he wanted to give them as a gift to the others back home. Storage rings didn't exist back on Earth. In the middle of this cave was a huge pond. Black-colored spring water was coming out from the top, but the pond wasn't overflowing. Looking at this pond, Issei used his fiery eyes' golden pupil and saw energy in the form of a human. This is fascinating, Issei said. He then told Reiner and the others what he saw within the huge pond. What do you guys think? Should I head down there and investigate further? Wait, wouldn't it be too dangerous to jump in the mysterious black pool? Ninger said. She knew that Issei was strong, but there was still a chance that the mysterious black pool could harm him. Why don't we test it out somehow before letting you jump in? Issei smiled at Ninger. It was quite lovely seeing someone worried about him. So, Issei patted Ninger and reassured her that he would be okay. But the moment he tried to jump into the pool, a woman suddenly appeared. It's an appealing woman with an unparalleled appearance. She looked to be roughly around 25 or 26 years old. She had long, slender brows and clear eyes that showed an indescribable sacred and pure look. However, this was nothing more than a hint of a spiritual body that was incapable of doing them harm. I've waited for several tens of thousands of years. The woman's voice was very faint and was irregularly changing. I never thought that there would finally be people arriving here. Young man, what's your name? The name's Hayato Issei, Issei said. He then pointed at Reiner and the others. These lovely ladies with me are Reiner, Yang Xuen, and Xiao Ning. We came here because I found this place quite interesting. Can I ask who you are? I am the fire spiritual goddess, Yu Yen said. She was looking at Issei and Reiner and found them intriguing as they felt different from the people of the divine continent. Yu Yan's eyes then landed on Yang Xuen and Ninger. Again, she was intrigued as they felt different. The energies in their bodies were different. Fascinating. By the way, can I ask? Issei said. He was curious why this woman's soul was not on her body. Why is your soul separated from your body? I can sense your body below the black pool. We, the spiritual gods of this world, are in control of all kinds of laws in the heavens and earth. I am in control of fire. My physical body has dissipated. My divine spark has been destroyed, becoming tiny dust clusters scattered to every corner of this world, Yu Yen said. She looked at Issei, who was listening to her explanation intently. However, we, spiritual gods, are indestructible. After tens of thousands of years, my divine spark will gradually regather together and reform my physical body. That's what you're seeing in the black pool. If that's the case, I can help you with that, Issei said. The laws of heaven and earth interest Issei. But it wasn't for him as he already had the laws of time and space. No, he was interested for Reiner and the others. If you tell me more about these laws of heaven and earth and the spiritual gods, I might help you accelerate the reconstruction of your body. Alright, I'll tell you more about the laws of heaven and earth, but I already know there is nothing that can be done to accelerate the reconstruction of my body, Yu Yen said. She then started explaining the spiritual gods and the laws. Spiritual gods are the gods of this world. Every main world can only have 36 spiritual gods. One subsidiary realm can only have one spiritual god. They wield one law from the heavens and earth. All spiritual gods represent the world's laws. Yu Yen continued explaining the 36 types of laws of the world. But she didn't stop there. Yu Yen also told Issei and the others how to cultivate the law. This was a very satisfactory explanation for Issei. Since you held the end of your bargain, I'll uphold mine, Issei said. He then dove into the black pool. Yang Xuen and Ninger were worried about Issei. So, they looked at Reiner, who was not in the least bit worried. She even smiled at them. As Issei neared the body in the black pool, he spoke to the system. System, is it just me, or is her body filled with inscriptions? The user is right. Yu Yan's body is filled with inscription patterns. I believe that makes up her divine spark and her spiritual body. However, if you look closely, the inscription is damaged. This inscription pattern looks like runes, Issei said. Ever since he saw the inscription pattern outside, Issei had been comparing it with runes. Do you think I can complete the inscription with runes? It is possible, but the user has no understanding of the inscription, and neither does the system. Well then, I can just do it with my healing magic, Issei said. That's right, one of his healing magics was extremely powerful and was capable of healing the impossible. Divine healing. Slowly but surely, the inscription in the body was being repaired. But because the broken inscription pattern could be said to be injured. Hence, divine healing was healing. Unfortunately, this only worked because it was in a living body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Incredible. He is actually able to help me, Yu Yen said. But she wasn't too happy about it. My divine sparks can only be in the black spring as it slowly waits for the rest of my divine sparks to gather. That's how it was supposed to be, And I'm fine with that because once I leave, the group of pinnacle-level legend-rank demon beasts guarding the Black Spring will do all they can to stop me and destroy my physical body. I thought maybe the day my divine spark returned, they would already be dead. I didn't think someone was capable of helping me reconstruct my body. If that's what you're worried about, it's a pointless worry, Reiner said. Pinnacle legend rank. That's nothing in the eyes of Issei. If Xuen wanted to leave this place, no one would be able to stop her as long as she was with Issei. Pinnacle legend rank is nothing in Issei's eyes. You don't have anything to worry about. Not long later, the body of Xuen was completed. Thank you for helping me out, but you need to leave this place, Xuen said. Although Reiner had confidence that Issei would be able to deal with pinnacle legend rank, Xuen didn't know if that was true. I don't want you to be caught up in my problems. I heard you speaking with Reiner. As she said, there is nothing to be worried about as long as I am here, Issei said. He smiled at the tiny Xuen. That's right, Xuen was currently a tiny person. Issei used his finger to rub her head. Now, I want to use this place to help the girls learn to control the laws. Issei then looked at Reiner, Xuen, and Ninger. I'll help you guys get control of the law, but I don't want you becoming a spiritual goddess. There seems to be too much restriction, and you'd be tied down for no reason, Issei said. Being a spiritual god was not that great in his eyes. Too many restrictions weren't his way. Now, all of you sit down, and I'll help you sense, absorb, and control the laws. Xuen looked at Issei. Sense, absorb, and control the law. Xuen was weirded out. Issei didn't even know about the laws earlier, but now, suddenly, he would be helping the others with the law. Impossible. Xuen was about to tell Issei that the girls would first need a strong body before they could learn to absorb the law, but it was already too late. Reiner, Xuen, and Ninger started absorbing the laws that they wanted. Reiner chose light and darkness, which represent her being a fallen angel. Xuen decided to absorb the law of water, but because some alchemy pills would require one to have the essence of water to create. As for Ninger, she decided to choose the law of wind. This is because of her Hanriang style pumba. A lot of the techniques use air pressure. But how is this possible? Xuen said. It took her a long time to be able to absorb the laws of heaven and earth. Yet she just saw 3 people doing so with ease. I can't believe this. Watching this scene makes me think I wasted my life. The reason why Xuen and Ninger could absorb their respective chosen law was due to the Heaven's Path Cultivation Manual. After all, the Heaven's Path Cultivation has a fragment of the heavens. Hence, they were able to absorb the law with ease. For Reiner, she was created by a god connected with the laws of light. Hence the reason why she can absorb the law of light. As for the law of darkness, that's because she has been marked as a tainted being after she became a fallen angel. Meaning that Reiner has already had a form of darkness in her. Therefore, allowing her to absorb the law of darkness with ease. Although the girls learned to sense the laws they've chosen, they still hadn't absorbed enough. So, as the girls absorbed the law, Issei and Xuen were protecting them. 20 days, that's how long Issei and Xuen had been protecting Reiner, Xuen, and Ninger. On this day, a loud bang was heard in the direction of the entrance to the cave. Not good, Xuen said. The pinnacle legend rank demonic beast was here. You need to leave now. They're coming. Relax, Issei said. He grabbed the tiny Xuen and set her down on his shoulder. Issei then made it to the entrance with the loud bang that occurred. Let me deal with the pests. Issei then saw 2 demon beasts that were humanoid. One was huge with a muscular red body, and the other was skinny with icy blue skin. Tisk, 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 I didn't expect your divine body to only be gathered at such a tiny degree, the skinny one said sinisterly. Scenes of him catching Xuen's tiny body in his hand as he played with it appeared in his mind. However, that's also good. With such a small body, there'll definitely be a different taste when playing with it. Xuen's facial expression went frosty cold. Although it's hard for her mental state to be affected anymore, this skinny but still succeeded in enraging her. Wow. Not only do you look creepy, but you also even act creepily, Issei said. He was smiling as he said those words. From here on out, I shall call you Victor Lishavsky. Ha. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll be that little girl on your shoulder. The skinny one said. He dashed towards Issei with no sense of caution as Issei felt no different from a normal person. Boy, I'll rip you apart. Then I'll play with that little GI. The skinny man couldn't finish his sentence as he exploded when Issei punched him. The muscular man saw this and became enraged. You little sheet. How dare you kill my brother? The muscular man shouted. Like an idiot he charged at Issei. But unlike his brother, he activated his scarlet shark form. I'll kill you. Nevertheless, the outcome was the same. Even with the runes that made damaging him hard, the giant muscular man became paste in the walls of the cave. Xuen looked at Issei with awe. 2 ancient demon beasts were dead, and they died from a single punch. Xuen was worried for nothing. Issei wasn't someone she could have been able to contend with in her prime. What would 2 pinnacle legend ranks be able to do to the young man? Xuen sighed and decided to think of something else. A few hours after Issei killed the 2 ancient demonic beasts, Reiner, Xuen, and Ninger were done absorbing enough of their respective laws. Seeing this, Issei smiled and felt the tremendous power coming from them. However, just because they got stronger doesn't mean that they get to neglect physical training. Issei planned to make them spar with him when they got back to Earth. Xuen, I meant to ask you this, but what are your plans? Issei asked. Xuen was currently in no state to protect herself as she was very weak. If you don't have any plans, why don't you come to our world? That way, you'll be able to gather enough strength by the time you return to this world. I wonder what would happen. Would there be a weird phenomenon while he absorbs the law? Or something else? Issei rolled his eye at Reiner. Did she think that he was some kind of weird freak that causes odd things to happen? Issei was going to be absorbing the laws of life and death. It would be no different from them. Nevertheless, just in case, Issei set up a barrier around the cave that would allow the law to enter but not leave. He then made a second barrier around the 4 girls that would not allow the law to enter. Slowly, Issei sensed the laws of life and death. Gradually he absorbed the laws. Everything was going smoothly. Nothing out of the ordinary was going on. I guess nothing extraordinary is going on, Reiner said. She was a bit peeved that nothing was happening. Issei was a man of great surprise, but this time, not so much. Too bad. I even took out my phone for nothing. I thought I might be able to Reiner couldn't finish her sentence as she and the others felt immense pressure. 2 opposing laws were gathering around Issei and were being absorbed rapidly. What is this? Xuen said. The amount of law rushing into Issei was so much that it was filling up the entire cave. The laws are rushing into him. That's never happened before. Normally, people that absorb law would absorb those around them. But Issei doesn't have to do that. The laws are happily becoming a part of him. I've never seen anything like it. Somewhere in the 9-layered Deathlands, the death god that sealed himself after being defeated by the Lord of the Nether felt that his control over the laws of death was disappearing. Oh, this can't be happening. Come back. The death god said. The laws of death that he had absorbed were leaving him and heading towards Issei. But because they are more attracted to Issei than they are to the death god. Oh, why is this happening? Slowly, the death god was dying as the law of death left him. After a few minutes, the law of death was gone from him, and he withered away. Back in the Black Spring, Issei was absorbing the laws of life and death. In just a few minutes, he gathered more of the laws than Reiner, Xuen, and Ninger combined. This is amazing, Xuen said. Only a few minutes, and Issei was already filled with the laws of his choice. He's a monster. Ha! I knew it. Reiner said. After a few minutes of getting used to the pressure, she was finally able to move and record the phenomenon that Issei had created. This would shock Issei when he finds out what he did. While Reiner was celebrating, something happened. The laws of death became so thick in the cave. Although the law of death wasn't entering the area around them due to the barrier that Issei made, it was so thick that merely looking at it caused them to hallucinate. That's what Reiner, Xuen, and Ninger felt. They felt fear looking at Issei. Reiner saw within the hallucination that Issei had left her. This was one of her fears, abandonment. Rainier wanted to be more than just a messenger to the people as an angel. She wanted to have an active role in helping them. But God didn't think so. Rainier rejected God's given role for her, and she was abandoned and turned into a fallen angel. Suddenly, the hallucination intensified, and she saw Issei ripping her wings off and calling her a disgrace to the pure angels. For Xuen, she hallucinated Issei being the same as her former peers in the Alchemy Association. Xuen was hallucinating Issei, telling her that she was nothing but aware that would use her body to gain recognition, that she wasn't good for anything else but that. The hallucination even showed Issei choking and killing her. Lastly, Ninger was hallucinating Issei doing the same thing as her family, using her as nothing more than a pawn to elevate his status and influence. A while back, a few days after the destruction of the sacred family, Ninger thought that she was finally going to be free to make her own choices, but she was wrong. As it turns out, when the sacred family was destroyed, Ninger's so-called family had already found another family to latch on to and sell her once again to gain benefits. Hence, she was hallucinating Issei doing the same because that's what she fears. But that's not the end. As soon as she was no longer of any use to Issei, she was killed by him. However, no matter how strong the hallucination they felt, they all chose the same thing. They decided to believe in Issei. Their feelings for him are not shallow, that they would falter just because they were shown some unpleasant things. To believe in that hallucination is to acknowledge their feelings for him are nothing but shallow and superficial. Issei has done so much for them. Rainier was helped by Issei when she was about to die, and Xuen was helped by Issei when she felt that the association was no longer a place she could go back to. And lastly, Issei helped Ninger when her family saw her as nothing more than a pawn for them to use to increase their connection and influence. Something as stupid as a hallucination won't make them falter. They chose to believe in Issei. It was then it happened. A gold ring appeared on Issei's ring finger. And in front of the three girls, 3 black rings appeared. Rainier, Xuen, and Ninger received the rings, which started to transform. Rainier's ring was white and black bands intertwining with a green gem in between. Xuen's ring was a blue and red band intertwining with each other with a dark orange gem. And for Ninger, it was a red and yellow band intertwining with each other and had a barb design with a blue gem in between. Where did these rings come from? Rainier asked. The rings that changed forms suddenly went into their ring fingers. Rainier tried to take hers off, but it wouldn't budge. Why won't this thing come off? Xuen and Ninger tried to remove theirs as well, but to no avail. Xuen then pointed at Issei and told the girls that a gold ring seemed to have appeared on Issei's ring finger, similar to the girls. Why would Xuen and Ninger receive the wedding rings when Issei's only known them for about a month now? The answer was simple. The hallucination was happening not only to Rainier, Xuen, and Ninger but also to Issei. Within the hallucination, Issei saw that Rainier abandoned him, Ninger using him as a tool to become more influential, and Xuen using him as nothing more than a pastime to get what she wanted, which was weird since he didn't have these types of fear. That's right, Issei knew that the law of death was using fear to create the hallucination. After thinking about it, Issei realized that the fear he was seeing wasn't his but the people around him. Due to this, he thought of his interaction with Rainier, Xuen, and Ninger. Issei found the smile of Xuen mesmerizing every time she was with him and studying alchemy. Ninger was the same. Interacting with her was quite pleasant, but he couldn't have feelings for her as she was only 13. As for Rainier, she was quite fun being with. Issei couldn't imagine not being with her. However, that was not all the ones that he thought about. There were also Akino, Kaneko, Asia, Sarap, Sona, Rias, Irina, and weirdly enough, Zenobia and her strong personality, and lastly Aika and her perverted but carefree and mocking personality. Unfortunately, only Rainier, Xuen, and Ninger were able to receive the rings as they were the ones that had solidified their feelings for Issei thanks to the law of death's hallucination. Issei didn't know this would happen. A couple of hours later, Issei was done absorbing enough laws of life and death. Issei thought. When he looked at Rainier, Xuen, and Ninger, they were wearing wedding rings. A single look is all Issei needed to know what the rings were. Issei looked at his inventory, And sure enough, 4 of the rings were missing. How did you get those rings? They appeared out of nowhere when we were hallucinating. It happened after we decided that the hallucination would not make our feelings for you falter. That's when it appeared, Reiner said. She looked at her ring and smiled. I don't know where it came from, but I'm keeping it. Yang Xuen and Ninger said at the same time. Those rings were with me, Issei said. He then realized. The inventory showed that 4 were taken out. Issei looked at his ring finger, and sure enough, he was wearing the gold ring. This made Issei smile. I guess your feelings for me cannot be any truer if those rings decided that you are worthy of wearing it. Issei then had to explain the origin of the wedding rings they were wearing and their abilities. Of course, Issei didn't tell them that he got it in the gacha. Meaning, they thought Issei entered the temple of the god and took the wedding rings. Now, although you 3 can't technically die permanently, it doesn't mean that you can just be reckless, Issei said. He then looked at the 3. He knew that someday if they thought something terrible would happen to him, they would throw themselves in harm's way to protect him. So, Issei thought of something so that they wouldn't do that. Now, if there is a chance you get killed, I will punish you. And this isn't a joke. I don't want to see you 3 get hurt. Do you understand? When speaking about punishment, only Reiner was afraid as she heard from Drake that Issei's punishments are cruel as they are tailored to the people he is punishing. Reiner whispered this in the ears of Yang Xuen and Ninger. This made the duo shiver in fear. When Issei once more asked them if they understood, the 3 women nodded their heads frantically. Before returning to Glory City, Issei looked around the cave and saw that it seemed vastly different from before. Because the law of life has caused plants to grow within the cave. But that's not all. In the center of the Black Pond, a tree has grown and is emitting a tremendous amount of life energy. That's one hell of an amazing tree, Issei said. He didn't want to leave this tree here. So, he decided to uproot it and send it to the dimensional farm. Yu Yen, Yang Xuen, and Ninger, who didn't know about the farm, became shocked as Issei had his own dimension. There, we can all go now. We can't yet, Yu Yen said. If she was to leave the cave, then the person chasing her would be able to sense her. I can't leave this place as Zhu Long would be able to feel my existence. There is a simple solution for that, Issei said. The person would feel Yu Yen if she was to leave the cave. But what if she disappeared to another dimension without leaving the cave? Say, the dimensional farm. If you enter my dimensional farm while inside this cave, your aura wouldn't be detected as it never left this place, right? That makes sense, Yu Yen said. Zhu Long wouldn't be able to sense her aura as it would have never left the Black Spring. This was brilliant. So, how do I enter your dimensional farm? Issei then created a portal for Yu Yen to enter the dimensional farm. Yu Yen was awestruck at what she saw and felt inside the dimensional farm. The field that she entered had countless herbs for alchemy. The air is filled with energy, and the animals are powerful beyond belief. And lastly, nature spirits were gathering the harvested CRPs. The nature spirits were the beings that were created by the divine tree. At first, Issei planned to let them do as they pleased, but they didn't want to be idle and pleaded with Issei to assign them work. So, he assigned them to harvest the CRPs and store them in the storage area. Some are told to care for the animals that have become mythical creatures, such as the unicorn, bicorn, manticore, etc. Incredible. Yu Yen had no other words for the dimensional farm. This place is so rich in energy. Nothing like the outside world. Back with Issei and the others. Instead of walking or flying back to Glory City, Issei decided to create a portal directly in the room they're staying at the Red Leaf Inn. After everything that's happened, Yang Xuen decided to head back home and rest for the night. Reiner did the same, and she slept in her and Issei's bed. As for Ninger, Issei told her to stay as he wanted to speak to her about them leaving soon. Issei sat Ninger in the chair in the room and spoke. Ninger, can you tell me, are you sure you want to come with us to Earth? I know that you have family here, unlike Yang Xuen, Issei said. Although he asked the question, he already knew the answer. But it was best to make sure. Leaving everything behind isn't something easy. I have no family here in Glory City. I would have thought that I did a long time ago. But now, I know they're not family, Ninger said. She was tearing up. Ninger remembered the day she was in a good mood due to the destruction of the sacred family, but it was short-lived as her family has decided to sell her to another family for benefits. To the winged dragon family, all I am was a pawn, a tool to be sold. I see, Issei said. He then approached Ninger and hugged her. What is there to be reserved now? Ninger was already wearing one of his rings, which is proof of her feelings and devotion to him. You're wrong, Ning. You have family here in Glory City, not the Divine Wind family, but Rainier and I are your family as you and I are now married. So, you're willing to accept me as your wife? Ninger asked. She knew that the wedding ring was special, but she didn't think Issei would readily accept her. Issei nodded at her question. Ninger looked at Issei, grabbed his cheeks, and kissed him. She then rested her head on his chest. Then, you're my husband from this day on, and I am your wife. Before you say anything, young Xuen and I already know about your other women. Sarap, Akino, Kaneko, Irina, Sona, and Asia were the women Rainier told us who are in love with you when young Xuen and I spoke to her about our feelings for you. I already knew about that, Issei said. The day before they embarked on their journey to the Black Spring, Issei knew that young Xuen and Ninger spoke to Rainier about how they felt about him. Rainier was all too happy about it. Anyways, are you heading back to the winged dragon family's home, or have you been living elsewhere? I've been living in the dorm of the fighter in Holy Orchid Institute, Ninger said. She didn't have anywhere to go, which was her only option. That's where I'll be heading now. Thank God. I thought you might have lived in the streets, Issei said. He would have hated himself if that was the case. Knowing the truth made him breathe a sigh of relief. All right, the evaluation exam is happening in a few days. Once that's over, we'll leave and head to Earth. I understand, Ninger said. Issei already gave her and young Xuen information about Earth. What Ninger heard from Issei made her excited. I can't wait to see your world. Ninger then proceeded to walk to the door. But before she left, she ran towards Issei and gave him another kiss before bolting out of the room. While running, Ninger had her fingers on her lips and giggled. A few days later, it was time for the evaluation exam of the fighter class. Ninger was pumped to see the difference between her and her peers. The one she truly wants to compete with is Yi Ziyun. Although, the competition was meaningless in Issei's eyes as Ninger was already silver rank with the strength of a legend rank. Wow, there's a lot of people here, Issei said. Although he was not allowed in, he decided to allow himself entry either way. Issei wasn't going to miss this chance. Issei felt a few strong people but nowhere near Xiao Ninger. Ninger, which is the person you're trying to one-up? Yi Ziyun, she's the one over there, Ninger said. She then pointed at a girl that is supposed to be the same age as her, but not anymore. She's the daughter of the city lord. Yi Zong's daughter? Issei asked. Ninger nodded. Issei didn't think that man would have a daughter. That's surprising. Nieli, a man whose soul traversed time and space, quaked in his boots. Unlike others, he was able to feel the amount of power coming from Issei thanks to his previous life experience. To others, Issei was like a mortal without cultivation, but to Nieli, this couldn't be any more wrong. I don't remember someone like him existing in Glory City. Could it be that I just didn't notice because I was too weak in my previous life? Nieli thought. He then shook his head. That can't be. There are too many differences that have been happening. I think the course of history has changed. First, the purple haze grass usage has been widespread, then the destruction of the sacred family by unknown forces, and now this man. This couldn't be a coincidence. But there is nothing I can do. I'm far too weaker. Fighting the Sage Emperor is one thing, but this man seems beyond that. Nieli then saw that the man seemed to be involved with Ninger. Just this was enough for him to deduce that Issei was the one that destroyed the sacred family. But because being close to Ninger means that Shen Fei would have offended the person. And Shen Fei isn't the smartest as he wouldn't bother investigating someone before attacking as he believes he is above everyone for being in the sacred family. Nieli, you're here, Yi Ziyun said. She waved at Nieli. Ziyun, Nieli said. He looked at the girl in front of him and smiled. Are you ready for the evaluation exam? I am. With everything you've helped me with, I should be able to enter the genius class, Yi Ziyun said. But her concentration wasn't directed 100% towards Nieli as she was looking for Ninger. Have you seen Ninger? She seemed to be with someone, Nieli said. He then pointed in Ninger's direction. Ziyun looked in Nieli's direction and saw Ninger with Issei. By the way, Ziyun, do you know who that man is? I've never seen him before. I'm not really sure who he is, but my father told me it was best not to anger him. Father and Uncle Yishio were beaten by him with ease, Ziyun said. She remembered the time her father got home bruised and weakened that night. But that's not all. According to my father, he is also an alchemy grand emissary with a higher understanding of alchemy than the Alchemy Association president. Ziyun then took out a pill that she's been using to cultivate. With a single glance, Nieli could deduce what the pills were, but the quality was beyond even what he was capable of creating. The purity and grade of the pills were too high. Fighter apprentice class students? A teacher shouted. This person was the replacement for Shinshio. He was gathering all the students to get tested. The year examination for our class is starting soon. Everyone follow me. All the fighter apprentice class students followed the teacher to the testing area. The place had a machine that looked like a punching machine, and close by was a giant crystal. Issei was pitying the maker of the machine once Ninger had her turn. The first test is the strength test, the man by the machine said. Everyone was looking at the machine he created with a weird look. This is a new invention for strength. Just how powerful was her soul force to create such a devastating explosion, the vice principal said. You're all neglecting something. That man was able to detect the danger before any one of us. Nay, we couldn't even realize the danger we were in. An elder said. That's right. If it wasn't for him, then we would all be dead. The force of the explosion was similar to the full power of a legend rank. The vice principal said. He still remembered back in the days of Mo fighting to protect the city. How is that possible? Even I haven't reached that level of strength. How was Ninger able to achieve it in such a short time? Nieli thought. He then looked at Issei, who was standing beside Ninger. Is it because of that man? It's possible. The strength that he exhibited was beyond a legend rank. Besides that, I can feel the amount of power coming from him. Ninger. Incredible. Could it be that she also received help from Nieli? No, that can't be. Ninger doesn't interact with Nieli, which means it must have been that man. Ziyun thought. She looked at Ninger and smiled. Ha! Ninger, you'll be part of the genius class. The vice principal announced. I refuse. Ninger said. She then bowed her head before speaking once more. There is no point in me being part of the genius class as I don't plan to stay in Glory City. I'll be leaving today and going on a journey with my husband. Ziyun did a spit take. Did she hear it right? Ninger has a husband. Ziyun wasn't the only person shocked. Many others were too. May I know who this husband of yours you speak of? The vice principal asked. He wasn't willing to let Ninger go. I'd like to see what kind of man is worthy of someone like you. Ninger pointed at Issei. The vice principal was going to say a snarky remark, but he remembered a week or two ago he was warned by the city lord not to mess with a man named Issei. They were even provided with a picture of him. I see. The vice principal was not going to mess with a person that even the city lord wasn't willing to mess with. If that's the case, I'll have to inform your family about it. Do what you will, but the winged dragon family is no longer my family and never was. Ninger said. She will never acknowledge the winged dragon family as family. Now and forever. If that's all, I'll be taking my leave. Seeing Ziyun's face when the girl saw her power was not as satisfying as she thought. However, when she told everyone that Issei was her husband, the face that Ziyun made was immensely gratifying to look at. The announcement of Ninger no longer being part of the winged dragon family is one of the reasons she wanted to do the evaluation exam. Because there would be a lot of witnesses to her declaration and spread it far and wide throughout Glory City. Issei then created a portal to the room in the Red Leaf Inn. Many people were shocked that Issei could create a portal with ease. That was not something anyone could just do. But the most shocked was Nieli. The man from another timeline was also incapable of doing such a thing. Once Issei and Ninger arrived at the Red Leaf Inn, Rainier and Yang Xen were waiting for their arrival. Everything was already packed, and they were ready to leave. This is so exciting, young Xuen said. She was excited to go to another world and learn its culture. Issei already told them what the world is like, but he also told them that each country has its own culture and heritage. As much as I love learning about alchemy, learning about a new culture is exciting. I can show you great places in the world, Reiner said. As someone who has traveled all over Earth, Reiner would have a lot of knowledge in that regard. I can even show you the best spot to buy clothes you can use to stuck Issei. Issei nearly did a spit take. Reiner is genuinely one of a kind. Young Xuen and Ninger were laughing at Reiner's suggestion of places to go. Anyways, it's time we leave this world. In the future, I'll return to help you Yen gather all her divine spark, Issei said. He then spoke to the system. System, take us back to mine and Reiner's home world. Dimensional travel Euro activated. Transporting back to Draconic Dais in 3, 2, 1. Draconic Dais is the name given to the Earth of the DX-verse. Finally, Issei and Reiner have returned home with a few new companions, Yang Xuen, Xiao Ninger, and Yu Yen. When the dimensional travel was successful, Issei and the others arrived in front of the Hayadu household. Looking at the people that had arrived, Yang Xuen and Ninger were nervous. But that's because they would be meeting Issei's parents. To be fair, they were nervous because they got married to Issei without their permission. Are you girls nervous about meeting my parents? Issei asked. Xener and Ninger nodded their heads. Issei then patted their shoulder to calm them down. There's nothing to worry about. My parents aren't that strict, and they'll love you. Are you sure that your parents won't mind me? Yang Xen asked. She accepted that she was in love with Issei and is now married to him. But her age is more than that of Issei. Yang Xien is afraid that Issei's parents might think she was a cradle robber. I mean, I'm older than you by a significant gap. Ha! Reiner laughed. This was hilarious since she was so much older than Yang Xen. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, do you know how old I am? I've lived in the Hayadu household for a while now, and they know my age. Let me tell you, I'm more than a few thousands of years old. Yang Xien and Ninger were surprised at this revelation. However, Yu Yen wasn't, as she knew their people that looked young despite living for such a long time. After all, Yu Yen herself is thousands of years old. I knew that if one was to reach a certain level of cultivation, they would regain their youth, but all this time, I thought Reiner was the same age as Issei, Xener said. She then looked at Issei. Could it be, Issei, you're into older women? I won't deny that older women have their charms. Whether it's their maturity, developed curves and whatnot, Issei said. But to him, all that was secondary. A woman can be the most appealing person in the world, but if she had a toxic personality, Issei would never find interest in her, no matter how appealing she was. However, all that is secondary. I want a woman that has the drive to better herself, has a goal in life, and has an appealing and unique personality. For example, there is Akino. One would think that she was a proper lady. One could say she's a Yamato not a Shiko. But in reality, she is a SDST that likes to play with her enemies. However, in all her SDST nature, she has a hidden masochistic tendency. Yet she is as caring as she is appealing with all that. Another is Sarap. She is playful and fun to be with. However, when a situation calls for it, she would be serious at the drop of a hat. If there is anyone that she cares about gets hurt, she will do whatever it takes to make the people that hurt them pay 100 folds. Then there is Kaneko. She is aloof and timid-looking. However, beneath her petite frame is a strength beyond one would imagine. If it's for the people she cares about, she wouldn't mind putting herself in harm's way to protect them. One thing I love about Kaneko is when she purrs whenever I rub her head. This is something she would never let anyone else do. All the women interested in you seem to be quite amazing people, Ninger said. But no matter how amazing they are, she isn't any worse than them. This was Ninger's competitive nature showing itself. I would love to meet them in person. As much as you love to meet them, I think you'll be meeting my parents first, Issei said. He smirked at Ninger and Xen. The two women shivered at the reminder. Calm down. They aren't bad people. Issei then opened the door to the house, and they all entered. I'm home. Issei shouted. Immediately, multiple people went to meet him. You guys are all in the same area. That's rare. What were you doing? And why does Zenobia look defeated? Don't mind Zenobia, we were playing board games. Zenobia lost badly since she thought she could brute force everything in the game, Mickey said. She was smiling since she finally got to see her son after a day. But then she saw 3 new additions beside him. Who are the guests? Right, these are young Xuen, Ninger, and Yen, Issei said. The trio bowed at Mickey, 2 of which called Mickey Mother. They'll be living with us. Mother, I would like to formally introduce myself, young Xuen said. She did so with a respectful bow while capping her hand. I am young Xuen. You may call me Xuen. I am one of Issei's wives. I would also like to formally introduce myself as young Xuen did, Ninger said. She was doing the same bow and capping of hands as young Xuen. I am Ninger, one of Issei's wives. Mickey, Goru, and the rest of the sane people in the house were shocked. Not because of young Xuen, but because of Ninger. What the heck? Mickey shouted. She was upset. This couldn't be happening. Her Issei is married to a girl who looks so young. What the hell is going on, Issei? You better explain yourself. What's wrong? Issei asked. He didn't understand what was going on. Issei hasn't done anything wrong. Did I do something wrong? Did you do something wrong? You can't be serious. You don't even know if you did something wrong. Mickey said. She then pointed at Ninger. The little girl didn't lie when she said that she was married to Issei, as she saw a ring on her finger and a ring on Issei. How could you marry someone who looks so young, Issei? It was then that Issei realized. He forgot to remove the illusion he set on Ninger. At the moment, Ninger looked no more than 13. A girl that just entered her pre-PBSENT age. To Issei, Ninger looked like her adult form due to illusions not working on him, as he needs to actively allow illusions to affect him if he wants to see the illusion. Quite the opposite of what others have to do. Hold on a minute, Issei said. He understood why his mother was so angry at him. Mickey thought that he was a lolicon. I swear to God she isn't 13. And I haven't done anything to her. Issei then removed the illusion on Ninger, revealing her actual body. Seeing what Ninger looked like made Mickey sigh a breath of relief. Her son wasn't a lolicon. Boy, you nearly gave your mother a heart attack. Goru said. Although, even he was about to get a heart attack when Ninger announced herself as Issei's wife. But he was never going to reveal that. Thankfully, her childlike look was only an illusion. Irina stared at Issei. She was lagging behind. Irina couldn't believe that Issei was now married to 3 women. That's right, she saw Reiner also wearing a ring. Ahem, now that misunderstanding has been cleared. I would like to do the same introduction as Ninger and Xuen. I would like to formally introduce myself, Reiner said. She bowed her head and gave a wonderful smile. I, Reiner, am also one of Issei's wives now. The 3 girls showed off their rings. Each ring they wore was unique. Oh my, Mickey said. A day ago, Reiner was only Issei's girlfriend. But now, she was married to her baby boy. Well, I welcome you 3 to the family with open arms. Mickey was smiling. If Issei has this many wives, he will surely have many children in the future. Meaning that she would have many grandchildren to spoil. But that wasn't all. Mickey knew that there were many more women interested in Issei. That's right, Reiner talks to Mickey about people interested in her son. Mickey couldn't stop but imagine a house filled with her grandchildren playing with her and having fun. Goru was similar to Mickey. However, in his imagination he was the cool grandpa. Mickey and Goru grabbed either side of Issei's shoulder and spoke in sync. Well done, Issei. Make us as many grandchildren as you can in the future. We expect more than 10 with all the women interested in you. Mickey and Goru said at the same time. Issei chuckled at his parents. He knew how much they would love to have grandchildren. Truth, Mickey and Goru wanted to have more children, but they were afraid. Before Issei was born, Mickey had 2 miscarriages. When Issei was born, they felt that he was a miracle to their family. Goru even prayed in the shrine for Issei's safe delivery during Issei's CNCPTN. However, that also came with a downside. Miki and Garu were afraid and no longer willing to try for another baby. The 2 previous miscarriages were hard enough to deal with. They didn't want to go through another one as Miki was nearly wrecked at the guilt of being unable to give Biardich. The best they could hope for was Issei to find a wonderful wife and give them many grandchildren. Lastly, it was Yu Yan's turn to introduce herself. "I am Yu Yan," Yu Yan said. She then bowed her head. "I am indebted to your son. If it wasn't for him, I would still be stuck inside a cave gathering my divine spark." "Divine spark?" Miki asked. She looked at Issei for an explanation. "What's that?" "Divine spark is the essence of a spiritual god who has cultivated the power of law," Issei said. He then continued to explain. "Divine spark is quite a fantastic thing as even when your body is destroyed, you can regather your divine spark and reconstruct your flesh and BLD, so. She's a god." Miki said. Issei nodded at her. "I guess we have another god in our midst." Yu Yan looked at Miki with widened eyes. Another god in their midst. Which one of the people in front of her was the god? Issei saw Yu Yan's curious expression and knew she was looking for the god amongst them. He simply slightly pointed at Ophis, the little girl hugging his waist. "Mom, Dad, I have a few gifts to give you guys. But first, I need to create new rooms for Ninger and the others," Issei said. Although he knew that Ninger and Yang Xuen would probably sleep in his bed in the future, Issei wanted to give them their own private rooms for them to use. This would be quite tiring, but it would be worth it. With Issei's control over the law of space, he was able to expand the space of the house with ease. His control was to the extent he didn't even feel that he's done anything. Before, when he expanded the space of the house for Rainier, Irina, and Zenobia, Issei had to actively push the space to expand it, but now all he did was think of expanding it, and it happened. "This is amazing," Issei said. He was astonished at the power of controlling a law. Issei now had a taste of the law of space. He is excited for the time when he uses the laws of time, life, and death. "Hold on, I think I can use the law of time right now." Issei then headed to the bathroom and renovated it. It was a huge bathhouse-type bathroom. When he was satisfied with his renovation, Issei then used the law of time in the bathroom. He sped up time inside. It was a success. An hour inside the bathroom is equivalent to 10 minutes outside. Issei could have pushed the time difference further, but he needed to further train his control of the law of time. Otherwise, he could end up destroying the space around him. Unlike the law of space, this was the first time Issei was manipulating time. With this, the girls can no longer complain about needing a long time to prepare. They would have to spend 6 hours inside the bathroom to take an hour outside, Issei laughed. He would finally be able to take long baths as he did before. "It would be nice to soak for a while in the bath like I used to." When Rainier and the other girls arrived at the Hayadu household, Issei didn't have much time to soak in the bath as they needed to do the same. Couldn't Issei make another bathroom? It's not as easy as making a room because he would need to attach the new toilet to the house's plumbing. It's simply a pain in the butt. So, Issei decided not to bother with it after making one additional bathroom. But of course, one additional bathroom was not enough when Irina, Zenobia, and Sarap started living in the Hayadu household. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should upgrade the house plumbing and the electric grid of the house. I can use water stone and lightning stone to make water and electricity and would recharge itself using ambient mana in the air. Then I can make our own personal sewage which could be cleaned automatically by magic, Issei said. He was thinking of having the household of the Hayadu family be utterly independent of the country. But doing that would be quite suspicious. Who cares? I can deal with it when it comes. I'll make the upgrades in a month. I still have other things to do in the coming days. After all, I'll be heading to the underworld to join the peace treaty of the 3 factions and other mythologies. After Issei was done creating the new rooms, he informed the others before he decided to head to bed. Issei was exhausted from his adventures in the Divine Continent. Not physically, but mentally. The following morning, while Issei and everyone were having breakfast, there was a doorbell ring. Issei answered and was surprised at who he saw. It was Irina's father, Shidu Tuji. "Mr. Shidu. It's been a long time," Issei said. He knew what he was doing here. I assume you're here for Irina? I am, Tuji said. Before he came to Issei's house, he was told to be careful and not anger Issei. Do you mind if I come in? No problem, Issei said. He opened the door wide enough to allow Irina's father to enter. You can wait in the living room. I'll go and call Irina. Sorry for the trouble, Tuji said. He sighed and waited for Issei's return with Irina. Tuji was looking at the house and saw that it was vastly different from the way it used to be when he visited due to Irina coming over to play. How times have changed. I can't believe that Issei would be such a big player in the supernatural world. To top it all off, he is only 17 years old. What could have happened to force him to become such a powerful person? A few minutes later, Issei arrived in the living room with Irina. What are you doing here? Irina asked. Issei didn't tell her that her father was looking for her. If it's about returning to the church, I already decided not to come back. I decided to follow a different path. I'm not here for that. I just wanted to make sure that you're doing well, Tuji said. He smiled and gave his daughter a hug. Tuji missed Irina dearly. I also spoke to Michael and asked for a favor. If you're planning to continue staying in Japan with Issei, then the least you could do is continue your studies. With the favor I asked of Michael, you and Zenobia can enroll at Kuoh Academy. Really? Irina said. She did want to continue her studies, but she didn't want to go to a school that was different from Issei's. I won't be returning to the underworld until later with you and Sona. I was with Sona teaching her transformation magic, Sarap said. She was happy that Issei could make Sona love magical girl outfits. By the way, you seem to have additional women in the house. Are they your girlfriend? They're not, Rainier said. She then had a big smirk on her face. Rainier showed her finger with her wedding ring. Along with me, young Xuen and Ninger, we are Issei's wives. No fair, Sarap said. She was a little jealous that she didn't get a ring from Issei, but 2 new women did. So, Sarap pouted. I've known Issei for longer. How come I don't get to have a wedding ring? Issei thought about it, and he decided to give her a ring. If Sarap was able to wear the wedding ring, her feelings for him were true. Of course, Issei was a little worried as Sarap was a Satan in the underworld. Issei being married to her could become an issue for some of the higher-ups in the underworld. Then again, he could just deal with the people that would dare cause trouble for him and Sarap. In the backyard of the Hayadu household, Sarap was jumping with joy. But because she finally got a wedding ring from Issei. As with the other 3, Sarap also had to go through the same trial as they did. The wedding rings used the law of death from Issei and surrounded it on Sarap, making her hallucinate her greatest fear. Earlier, within the hallucination, Sarap saw Issei and Sona live a life without her. While the 2 enjoyed their lives, Sarap was forgotten. What made this worse is when the hallucination showed Sona and Issei having children, not once did the couple ever mention Sarap's name, as she was forgotten. To no longer be loved and cared for by the people she loves the most. That's Sarap's greatest fear. She overcame her fear, as she believed not only in Issei but also in her sister. Sarap's ring was white and gold bands intertwining with a pink gem in between. I finally have a wedding ring from Issei. Sarap was admiring her ring as she jumped around. She had wanted to be with Issei in a more NTMT capacity, but to think that she would be intertwined with him. That was even better. This is like the ultimate marriage. I love it. Issei was laughing at Sarap's enthusiasm. Oh, by the way, Issei, I was told to remind you that the peace treaty for the other mythology will be happening in the underworld. I don't know why they asked me to remind you, but I decided anyway, Sarap said. She then remembered that she needed to meet with Sona as she was teaching her how to perfect transformation magic. Shoot. I need to get going. Sona is expecting me today. Before Sarap left, Issei gave her 2 legend rank storage rings. One for her and one for Sona. After that, Sarap said her goodbye and hightailed it to Sona's house. As for Issei, he sighed at Sarap, but in the end he smiled. The way Sarap acts is one of the reasons Issei loves her. Since it was the weekend, Issei didn't have anything to do and was too lazy to train. From time to time, Even Issei wants to have a day where all he does is rest. Hey, system, Issei called. He hadn't rolled his gacha for the day. Issei was hoping to get something interesting. Can you spin the gacha for me? Gacha is now rolling. Congratulations. Issei received challenge €, legendary. The user may access the reward within the inventory. That's new, Issei said. This was the first time he received an item that just said challenge. System, can you explain the item I just received? Challenge cards are special category cards that give a challenging quest. Once completed, the user will be able to spin the gacha and gain a guaranteed rarity depending on the challenge card's rarity. Since the rarity you got is legendary, upon completion of the challenge, you can spin the gacha and get a legendary. How would that work? Issei asked. How would it guarantee the rarity when thousands of items are in a single spin? Can you explain how the item would guarantee the rarity? That's simple. All items in the gacha wheel will be changed into legendary items. All 10,000 items in the gacha would be legendary. That's quite amazing, Issei said. That would be quite a sight to see. Anyways, can you give me the details of the challenge card? Challenge card €, Danmachi. Within a world known as Danmachi, a dungeon exists. Reach the 100th floor to receive the rewards. Restrictions will apply while inside the dungeon. Breach of a restriction would result in a failed challenge. Restrictions. Loop of binding cannot be unsealed inside the dungeon. Robe of the Sage cannot be used inside the dungeon. Laws cannot be used inside the dungeon. Divine healing cannot be used inside the dungeon. Detect origin cannot be used inside the dungeon. Sever origin connection cannot be used inside the dungeon. Divine regeneration of the vermilion bird cannot be used inside the dungeon. Descent of the lightning dragon cannot be used inside the dungeon. Great barrier of the black turtle cannot be used inside the dungeon. Super strength of the white tiger cannot be used inside the dungeon. Retaekwondo cannot be used inside the dungeon. Half-dragon form cannot be used inside the dungeon. Excalibur cannot be used inside the dungeon. Bamung cannot be used inside the dungeon. Enkidu cannot be used inside the dungeon. Dimension Farm cannot be used inside the dungeon. Any strengthening magic cannot be used inside the dungeon. There are no restrictions when outside the dungeon. All skills and abilities are available for use and won't breach the restriction of the challenge. Rewards: Legendary Rarity Guarantee X2, Chance Upgrade Card X5. All rewards are given upon completion of the challenge. That's not as difficult as I thought, Issei said. Quite a few of his favorite magic were unavailable, but he had others. For example, Divine Regeneration of the Vermilion Bird. He could just use Avalon to heal if he was hurt, which was unlikely due to the armor of Fafnir. Rather than the Legendary Rarity Guarantee, I'm more interested in the Chance Upgrade card. System. What does it do? I mean, I have an inkling of what it does, but to what extent, I don't know. It's as the name suggested. The Chance Upgrade can be used in any of the items received from the gacha. However, the higher the rarity the user wishes to upgrade, the lesser its effectiveness. Rare €, an 80% success rate. Epic €, 60% success rate. Legendary €, 40% success rate. Mythical €, 20% success rate. Demigod €, 1% success rate. As for the god rarity, they can no longer be upgraded as they've already achieved the peaks. Now, I'm excited to do the challenge, Issei said. He was smiling. If he could get the Chance Upgrade card, then some of his inventory items could be upgraded to a higher rarity. If I can get the Chance Upgrade card, I can finally raise the rank of Training Room €, Legendary and increase its ability to break the limit of those that train inside. But most of all, I can't wait to get more challenge cards in the future to push myself. If the restriction of a Legendary Rarity challenge card is this high, I wonder about the higher rarity version. Issei was smirking. Using his credits to search for challenge cards inside the gacha shop would be worth it. Now that I think about it, I didn't see the challenge card once when I was refreshing the store many times, Issei said. How rare was the card? He didn't know, but the system did. Hey, system. How rare are the challenge cards? Challenge cards are the god rarity of each rarity. They are the rarest of the rarest in their own rarity. As for the reason, You can imagine how much of a cheat it is to be guaranteed a rarity. True that. Imagine getting a God Rarity Challenge card and completing it. That would be a guaranteed God Rarity spin, Issei said. He then had thought of something. System, the higher the rarity of the challenge card, the more difficult, isn't it? Correct. God Rarity Challenge cards are beyond challenging. Most of the time, the restriction in God Rarity would make sure that you are not allowed to use most of your skills, and there would be a time limit to complete the challenge in the afternoon. Issei wanted to speak to his parents. It was finally time for them to consume the alchemy pills he created for them. He also wanted them to cultivate the Heaven's Path cultivation manual. At least in the beginning stages, but if they wanted to continue, he'd help them to the end. Issei, what is this all about? Miki asked. She could see that Issei was quite serious. It's been a while since I've seen you this serious. The last time was when you told us about you being part of the supernatural world. I was telling you about how I have something you can train and gain the strength of a middle-class devil this morning, right? Issei said. Miki and Goru nodded at him. Take this? Miki and Goru took the copy of Heaven's Path Cultivation Manual. Heaven's Path Cultivation Manual. Is this the same cultivation as the things on TV and some of the drama I watch? Miki said. She looked at the manual. You didn't get scammed when you bought this thing, did you? If you did, I would be quite disappointed in you. Trust me, it's not fake. Young Xuen and Ninger cultivate it, Issei said. He then gestured to his parents to read the book. Go on, read its content and follow the guide. Once you complete it, you'll know whether it's real or fake. Miki and Goru started reading the contents of Heaven's Path Cultivation Manual. However, since Issei's parents weren't well versed in cultivating, it took them 2 hours to achieve the beginning stages of Heaven's Path. As with young Xuen and Ninger, the moment Miki and Goru achieved the beginning stages, their power rose exponentially and reached the strength of a middle-class devil. Oh my, Miki said. The strength she could feel emanating from her body was nothing like being a normal person. It felt like the moment she touched something, it would break. This is amazing. I didn't know that cultivation is real. I believed they were only for drama and whatnot. You'd be partly correct, Issei said. Miki and Goru looked for him for an explanation. So he did. Our world does not have cultivators, and they don't have real cultivation techniques here. But that doesn't mean it's not real in other worlds. Other worlds? Miki asked. She saw Issei smirking. Her son once again told her something amazing. Is that where you and Reiner went? To another world? That's right. We went to the world of young Xuen and Ninger, Issei said. Recounting the world of the divine continent, Issei was glad that his family was from Earth. The world they came from was quite brutal. Every day, they faced demonic beast attacks or other cultivators who are arrogant and pick a fight. It sounds like one of the novels that Reiner reads, Miki said. Sometimes, Reiner would leave some of the novels that she reads in the living room, and Miki would read them. She took a liking to some of them. Maybe someday I might get to visit such a world, but not the dangerous ones. Well, in the future, if you both longing to go for an adventure, I can send you to other worlds, Issei said. If it's for his parents, he would gladly let them, but he would send someone to protect them. By the way, here, take this. Issei gave the 9.5 brick euro bat version to Goru. If there is a chance that someone may be capable of infiltrating the house, you can use this and bonk them in the head. One hit in the head is all that's required as they would immediately pass out, Issei said. Goru stared at the bat and started swinging it around to test it out. He then smiled. I see that you like it? Yup, it's quite light and balanced, Goru said. He was admiring the bat. I've never held a bat of this quality before. Back in high school, the bats were old and rickety. You can put the bat down, Dad, Issei said. Although Miki and Goru had already achieved the beginning stages of Heaven's Path, he still had a few gifts to give. Now that you've cultivated the Heaven's Path Cultivation Manual, I still have a few things to give you. Issei handed a few different pills to Goru and Miki. They were anti-aging pills, soul-nurturing pills, body-refining pills, and beautifying pills. Hearing the names of a few of the pills, Miki and Goru didn't hesitate to swallow them. Doing so knocked them out. Issei laughed at his parents' antics. He carried them to their rooms, but he made sure to first cover their beds in a protective film as the pills would push out some of the impurities from their bodies, thanks to the body-refining pills and beautifying pills. Inside the dimensional farm, Issei was looking at Xuen cultivating. She was getting stronger by the minute, but Issei could tell that no matter how hard she cultivated, she had a limit to the strength she would reach. But that's because of her damaged divine spark. However, Issei believed that there was a way for her to get stronger than she was before. Even with the issue of the divine spark, he just needed to find it. While Issei was thinking as he stared at Xuen, the subject of his stare stared back at him. "Why are you staring so intently at me?" Xuen asked. The stare of Issei didn't carry any malicious or luscious intent. Xuen found this weird as no man has ever done such a thing. "Could you please stop staring at me? I feel quite uncomfortable." "Sorry. I was just thinking of something regarding you," Issei said. While he said that, Issei was still thinking about a way to help Xuen get stronger with her shattered divine spark. "I think there might be a way to help you get stronger even with your shattered divine spark. I believe that Heaven's Path Soul Art can help you in that regard." "System, is it possible?" Issei asked. "Sure, Xuen is a spiritual goddess, but underneath, she was human. After all, even as a spiritual goddess, her root is that of a human. It is possible. Xuen can't cultivate the main Heaven's Path cultivation as her body is no longer a human and is now that of a divine. However, her soul still remains human. Hence, making it possible. Cheer, Xuen. Take this and cultivate it. It should help you strengthen your soul," Issei said as he handed the Heaven's Path Soul Arts to Xuen. "I don't know how powerful it can make you, but it can help you develop further your cultivation." Xuen accepted the Heaven's Path Soul Art and read it. She was surprised at how powerful it was. In the Divine Continent, they cultivate their soul realm and increase the power of the soul realm. However, Heaven's Path Soul Arts don't just develop the soul realm, but the very soul itself. "Where do you keep getting these things?" Xuen said. She saw the Heaven's Path cultivation manual a while back when they returned to Glory City. She didn't leave the dimensional farm, but Xuen and Ninger entered it. There, she saw the power of the Heaven's Path cultivation manual. All of the manuals you've given Xuen and Ninger are leagues above the rest. Not by a small margin. It's like the difference between heaven and earth, mortal and immortal. "Does it matter where I got it?" Issei said. "What was the point of asking the origin of the manual? It's not like you'll head there and steal it, right? Learning its origin is pointless. All you need to know is that it isn't stolen, and no one is restricting its usage." "I thank you," Xuen said. She bowed her head in gratitude for Issei's help. He was right. There is no point in knowing its origin, as long as no one was restricting its usage. "If you'll excuse me, I'll go and continue cultivating." Xuen went back to the spot she was standing on earlier, sat down, and cultivated the Heaven's Path Soul Arts. Even without the divine spark, her soul and body were getting stronger, more so her soul. Issei saw the gradual increase in her soul strength, but it would take time to be of any significance. But it's good that it isn't a sudden increase as it could cause issues due to her shattered divine spark. After watching Xuen for a while, Issei decided to head out as it's getting late. Not inside the dimensional farm but in the real world. Issei was tired, not physically but mentally. Thinking for prolonged PRDS would do that. So he wanted to have a long, nice bath to relax his mind and body. While Issei was getting ready to take a long bath, Reiner thought it would be great to take a bath and invite the other girls. When Issei got his change of clothes, he headed into the new bathroom that he had created. But in front of the door were Reiner and the other girls. Seems like Kaneko was here as well. "Oh, if you're planning to take a bath here, I can take the other one," Issei said. But Reiner grabbed his hand and wasn't letting him go. "What are you doing? Why bother going to the other one? Let's all take a bath together. Most people here don't care anyway since they're interested in you," Reiner said. She then looked at the other girls. "Am I right, girls?" "Oh, I'm okay with this," Zenovia said. She looked at Issei and smiled. "I'll show you how fantastic my thighs are." Issei facepalmed. Was this because of Reiner? Did she tell Zenovia that he likes thighs? I'm also fine with Issei joining us," Asia said. The ever-innocent Asia wants to see the body of Issei like the one time she accidentally saw him. I can consider it payback for seeing his body before. But Issei can tell that Asia was not telling the complete truth. Yes, she wants to consider this payback for her seeing him naked. But Issei didn't even need to use fiery eyes' golden pupils to know she had other thoughts. Asia has been staring at his body and has this slightly lascivious look on her face. As Issei's wife, seeing my naked body is no big deal. For my body and soul belong to him and only him, Xuen said. Although, she was pretty embarrassed. If it's for Issei, she didn't mind. I'll be in your care, Issei. Same with Xuen as your wife, this is no big issue, Ninger said. However, she was as embarrassed as Xuen. The only wife with Issei at the moment with no shame was Reiner. But because Issei has already seen all of her. He even kissed her all over her body. I'll be in your care as well. Issei looked at Reiner as she gave him a wink. You guys? I guess I'm outnumbered, Irina said. She sighed and decided to forget about trying to convince them otherwise. Looking at Issei, she was curious about his body without clothes. I'll just wear a towel around my body to cover myself. Well, that is case, but it's good enough, Reiner said. Too bad that Irina was too shy, but it's okay. Maybe next time. If not, then the time after or time after that. Come on, let's all head in. Kaneko didn't have anything to say since she didn't mind. Although, she was curious about Issei's body since she had felt that Issei heard a loud scream in his parents' room the following morning. The duo was asking each other why they were on their partner's bed. But because they looked vastly different from the way they did the previous night. When Issei's parents came down to have breakfast, they saw Issei smirking at them. Issei, I didn't think that the pills you gave us would be this effective, Miki said. She saw the way she looked in her mirror earlier. I thought that it would gradually make me look more appealing, but to think it would do so in a single night. I'm glad you loved my gift, Issei said. He then took out 2 rings for his parents. These rings were legend rank storage rings. This is the last gift that I got for you and Dad. They're called storage rings. You can store many things inside them. Miki and Gore wore the rings on their index fingers. They tried to use them, but they didn't know how. So, Issei instructed them on how to use the rings for a few minutes. This is a very convenient item, Miki said. She was thinking of using it when she goes shopping. Miki then looked inside the ring and saw a few things inside. By the way, Issei, why does it have so many pills inside? They're healing pills meant to be used when you get injured. I kept some inside yours and Dad's ring just in case you need it, Issei said. He liked to take precautions when it comes to his parents. Anyways, I'll be heading to Kuoh Academy today to meet with Akino and the others. I came back from my trip, and I have some souvenirs for them. An hour later, Issei and Kaneko left for Kuoh Academy. No one else came because they were either too lazy or simply had no reason to go to Kuoh Academy. Once in Kuoh Academy, Issei headed to the ORC since that's his destination, but Rias and the others weren't there. Looking around for a little bit, Issei and Kaneko met them in the back of the old school building inhabited by the ORC. It seems like you guys are training Gasper's time control, Issei said. He saw Rias trying to train Gasper, but to no avail since she couldn't break past the time stop of Gasper. You seem to be struggling. Need some help? Unless you can do something about me being stuck in time, I don't think you'll be able to help, Rias said. But then she realized who it was that she was talking to. Maybe, just maybe, he has a way to help her. Then again, you're Hayudu Issei. The man has shown me incredible things from the moment we met. Ah, you sound confident in me, Issei said with a smile. He then waved his hand and covered Rias with the power of law. To be exact, the law of time. The law would protect her from Gasper's forbidden bailer as it's weaker than time law. That should help you. Rias didn't know what was happening, but when Gasper lost control of his sacred gear and accidentally activated it, Rias was unaffected. What do you think? Issei asked. He looked at Rias, who showed a face of astonishment. Too bad it would only last for a few hours. So, I suggest you use this chance to try and help him figure out how to properly wield his sacred gear. Since Rias was busy, he decided to meet with her a few hours later, after the training of Gasper had ended. For now, he headed to the stucco room as he forgot to explain to Sarap how to use the storage rings. It didn't take long for Issei to arrive in the stucco room. When he knocked on the door, he heard Sona's voice asking him to come in within seconds. Inside the stucco room were all of Sona's peerage members. "Hey, Sona," Issei said as he waved at her. He then smiled. Looking at Sona, he saw one of the rings he gave Sarap. Sona kept hers on her neck with a chain. "I see that Sarah gave you the ring." "Yes, she did. But she never explained what it was for." "She got distracted bragging about her wedding ring," Sona said. "If one wasn't observant enough, they wouldn't realize that she was pouting." "So is it? Can I ask what this ring is for?" Nei-chan never explained. Sarah wouldn't be able to explain even if she wanted. "I forgot to tell her what it's supposed to be," Issei said. He then took out a ring with a similar design as Sona's. Issei then demonstrated what the ring was supposed to be before explaining. The ring is called a storage ring. There is a storage dimension inside the ring that could be used to store anything non-living or inanimate. Issei then explained to Sona how to use it. When Sona succeeded in using the ring, she saw that the ring contained many pills. "What are these pills for?" Sona asked. She inspected it, but she got nothing. Sona had never seen anything like it before. "It looks like a marble, but I feel some energy from it." Each container has its own label. "You should be able to see what each pill can do," Issei said. Different pills were in different containers with labels to ensure that they weren't mistaken for another. "I've kept mana replenishing pills, healing pills, boost pills, etc. Each container contains at least 1,000 of each pill. If and when you need more, don't hesitate to ask more from me. I'll gladly make some for you." Sona looked at Issei and clenched her fist. She then sighed with her eyes closed, and she then looked at Issei once more. From under her desk, she decided to take out a chessboard. "Tell me, Issei, have you ever played chess before?" Sona said. She saw Issei nod at her. "Would you like to play a game with me?" Sona's peerage saw this and they were surprised. From the looks Sona gave earlier, they knew that Sona wasn't playing simply because she knew she could beat Issei in chess. No, there was something they saw in Sona's eyes. "It can't be," Tsubaki thought. She saw how Sona had been acting different lately. To think that she has fallen in love with Issei and is even challenging him to a chess game. This is new. I've never seen Sona this way before. "No way. Why him?" Suji thought. He's been interested in Sona, but not once has Sona taken notice of his feelings. No, to be exact, Sona was ignoring it. "I understand now. Sona and I were not meant to be. But why did it have to be him?" Saji accepted that Sona and he can't ever be together, but why did she have to pick Issei? That's what was going on in his head. What does he have that I don't? Saji thought. He then looked at Issei and his handsome mug. Is it because he's handsome? No, that's not it. Sona isn't that kind of person. Sure, I don't mind, Issei said. He then sat down in the chair Sona asked him to sit on. It's been a while since I played a chess game with an actual board. For the game of chess, Sona was serious. Usually, she would take black pieces to give herself more challenge, but this time, she took the initiative to pick the white pieces. Although it was pointless. From the moment she made her first move, she already felt pressure from Issei. Sona stared at Issei and saw him with a carefree smile, but she could tell that he was calculating every possible move that she could make. Sona sweated a bit at that notion. This is the first time I've felt this way playing chess, Sona thought. She avoided looking Issei in the eyes as she would feel more pressure when she did so. However, the feeling of being challenged made her smile. This is more exciting than any of the games I've played before. An hour later, the chess game was over with Sona's defeat. The game lasted long, not because of Issei, but because Sona had to take her time thinking of her next move. However, no matter what move Sona made, it would be countered in the next few moves. This is my loss, Sona said. She sighed but also smiled. Sona then looked at Issei with a serious face. Issei, I have to tell you. The moment you defeated me in the chess game, you've become my fiancé copyright candidate. Are you okay with that? Issei asked. Issei already knew that Sona was interested in him, but he wasn't 100% sure, but thanks to Rainier and Sarap, he could confirm her feelings for him. After all, didn't she kiss him when she thought it was a dream? I don't mind being a fiancé copyright candidate, but are you okay with this? I am, and I've also spoken to Rainier and Nachon about this. Although I didn't tell them I was going for the chess game today, Sona said. She fixed her glasses as a cover to hide her blush. Although you're my fiancé copyright candidate now, and I'm willing to accept you as my official fiancé copyright, I want us to go on a date to get to know each other on a more NTMT level. Are you okay with that? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? Issei said. Then he sighed as he remembered that he had promised Kaneko, Akino, and Asia a date. Unfortunately, you'll have to wait a bit as I promised Kaneko, Asia, and Akino a date first. Sona giggled at Issei. She already knew about that since Sarap told her about it. Don't worry about it. It's my fault for falling in love with the popular playboy of Kuoh Academy, Sona said, giggling. This was not a sight that Stuko sees often. Besides, we have a lot of time to go on a date after the summer vacation. Issei smiled at Sona and said goodbye as he wanted to see if Rias was done training Gasper. While on his way to the ORC room, Issei decided to roll the gacha for the day. Gacha is now rolling Congratulations. Issei received Manga High School DXD Euro Common. The user may access the reward within the inventory. On his way to the ORC room, Issei suddenly stopped as he read the manga he received from the gacha. Anger and irritation could be seen in his eyes, and the more he read the manga, the more he got sad. The good mood of having been Sona's fiancé copyright candidate was ruined. What in fresh hell is this? Issei shouted. He couldn't believe that there was a version of him that would commit such vile acts. System, is this a joke? It's sad to say that it's not. The book you're reading is another version of your world. This is pissing me off. Issei shouted. His eye was twitching out of anger. Issei looked at the book in hand and spoke to the system again. System, tell me, can I head to the world of this manga? It is possible. After I give Rias and the others my gifts, I'm heading there, Issei said. He was planning to teach that world's Issei a lesson or two. Right now, Issei's face looked like that of a demon lord. One could feel the anger and irritation in his eyes. Let's see how long he'll survive once he meets me. I can't wait. As said as Issei was, he had to calm himself while meeting with friends. Once more, Issei started heading to the ORC room. When he arrived in the ORC room, Issei saw that Rias and the others were there, including Azazel, who happened to become the club supervisor after the peace summit. Thank you so much, Rias said. Thanks to the power of law, Issei was able to make Rias move in Gasper's stop time. I truly appreciate your help. No problem, Issei said. He smiled at Rias. Seeing Rias, Issei felt pity for her counterpart from the manga he read. By the way, I came here to give you guys some gifts from my latest adventure. Issei took out multiple legend rank storage rings. He gave one to Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba. For some reason, Issei felt a shiver when he gave a ring to Kiba, but he didn't know why. Those rings are called storage rings. They can store just about any inanimate object and non-living organism, Issei said. He then proceeded to explain how to use the rings. I also left some useful pills inside the ring that you could use in an emergency, except for Kaneko. I added a boatload of snacks in hers as extra. Kaneko smiled at Issei and started to take some of the snacks out and eat them. Rias and the others looked inside the ring, and they saw many different containers that contained pills. Each was labeled so that they wouldn't make any mistakes about what pill they took. Those are quite an item, Azazel said. He was interested in the ring, and Issei could see that, but Azazel wasn't getting one. Do you mind if I can get one and research it? How about? No, Issei said. Azazel wasn't a bad person, but why would Issei give him anything when he didn't know him personally? Anyways, I need to get going. I have something important to do. Issei didn't wait for the others to say goodbye before he opened a portal to the front of his house and entered it. Once Issei was home, he entered his room and read the rest of the manga. It honestly infuriated him. Pay this, pay that. Is there anything else in the brain of the Issei from the manga? After the rating game with Riser, Issei in the comics didn't even take the initiative to train harder to ensure that such a loss would not happen again. Instead, he returned to being a pervert who would sexually harass any women he encountered. While Issei was reading the manga, he had a visitor in his room. I heard from Sona about you being her fiancé copyright candidate. Congratulations. Sarap shouted with enthusiasm. However, when she saw Issei's eyes, she knew something was wrong. What was wrong? Issei showed the manga to Sarap, and she laughed. Why would she do that? To lighten the mood. Sarap didn't like seeing Issei in such a downcast mood. Her laughing worked as Issei vented his anger and frustration verbally. But in the end, he was able to calm down and no longer looked as dejected as earlier. Thanks, Sarah, Issei said. After venting, he was feeling better. Reading that manga set me off and ruined the good mood of being Sona's fiancé copyright candidate. Oh, it's okay. Why were you so angry anyway? Sarap asked. Looking at the book, it was nothing more than a simple book. Someone probably made it as a joke. It's not like it's real. That's the thing. It is real. It's a parallel world. Issei said. He then explained to Sarap that there are other worlds, such as parallel worlds of DxD or an entirely new universe. Sarap couldn't believe that she wasn't invited to go to another world. Come on, Sarah, don't pout. How about I bring you to another world next time? Just the two of us. That's a wonderful idea, Sarap said. She looked at Issei and felt that he would do something to the Issei from the manga. Then bring me to the DxD world of the manga. Before you say anything, I already know that you're planning to mess with that world's Issei. So, count me in. Plus, I want to mess with another world's Sona-chan. That would be hilarious, Issei said. His mood was finally back to normal. I'm planning to go now. Do you want to join me? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Sarap said. But then Sarap remembered Issei telling her that he had just returned from his adventure. But are you okay going to another world so soon? I mean, the peace party, or whatever they call it, is coming soon. Plus, can we bring Reiner with us? I don't mind going to another world now. The time of our world would be slowed down by one. One day here is 24 in the other world. So, there's nothing to worry about, Issei said. He looked at Sarap and did a thinking pose. As for bringing Reiner, I don't know if that's such a good idea. I want to beat the shit out of the Issei from the manga, but bringing Reiner would traumatize him further. He's quite unlucky to have such a bitchy Reiner in his world. It'll be fine, I think, Sarap said. She was thinking if it was actually going to be okay. Not long later, she made a decision. Definitely it'll be fine. What'll be fine? Reiner asked. Issei and Sarap looked behind them and saw her. When Reiner looked at what they were reading, she got curious. So, she took the book and read it. Reiner felt embarrassed at seeing a version of her act inappropriately. She even felt worried. What is this? This is nothing like me. I'll never hurt Issei like this. I have no reason to do so. You believe me, right, Issei? Calm down, Reiner, Issei said. Reiner was going crazy from embarrassment. Sure, Reiner wore Demon's clothing before, but to act the way Reiner acted in the manga was too much for Reiner. But what truly made Reiner act the way she did was seeing a Reiner that killed Issei. I know that you wouldn't do such a thing. The Reiner in the book isn't you. Is it because of this book that Sarap said something is fine? Reiner asked. Issei nodded at her. You're planning to head to this world, aren't you? I am. And Sarap suggested you come with, but that world's Issei was traumatized by you. So, I thought bringing you along wouldn't be the best thing, Issei said. He then looked at Sarap. However, Sarah thinks otherwise. I don't know if I want to come, Reiner said. Not because she would traumatize the other Issei, but because she didn't want to come near him. I don't think I'll ever want to come close to that version of you, Issei. By the way, Issei, was it also your dream to be a HRM king? Sarap asked. She was messing with Issei. He has a lot of people in love with him, but he doesn't even acknowledge their feelings. Asia, Rias, and the Aquino of that world during the Peace Summit are in love with him, but he refuses to accept their feelings. It's not surprising if you consider what Reiner of that world did. He's probably afraid to feel that way again, Reiner said. Rereading the manga, she understood. I think he's fooling himself that the girls interested in him are only joking. I understand other Issei thinking Akino's flirting as a joke since she's been doing that from the beginning, but not when it comes to Asia and Rias. Issei was thinking the same thing as Reiner. The Issei from the manga tried to protect his feelings from being broken again. Issei pitied the Issei from the manga, but it wouldn't save him from being beaten up. In fact, Issei was smirking and thinking of ways to bash his counterpart. Too bad that the manga ended during the Peace Summit in Kuoh Academy. Then again, isn't that the same timeline as his? Issei shrugged his shoulders and held on to Reiner and Sarap. Issei then remembered that Reiner said she didn't know if she wanted to come with him. However, it was already too late. Dimensional Travel Euro activated. Transporting to Draconic Deus Prime in 3, 2, 1. Draconic Deus Prime. It is said that it was the originator of the Draconic Deus world. Currently, in Kuoh Academy, the Peace Summit is happening. Unfortunately, Asia was not in contact with Issei, Azazel said. But that was not all. Looking around, he saw the Reiner and Issei doing just fine. Azazel didn't know where Reiner came from since he knew she was dead. But seeing as there was another Issei and Sarap, he figured it out quickly. I'm pretty curious. I get how the other Issei could block the power of the time stop as he is probably the Red Dragon Emperor of his world. As for Reiner, I know that you're not this world's Reiner, as is the other Issei and Sarap. But how strong are you to be able to block out the power of the time stop? I don't know how strong I am currently, Reiner said. She knew how strong she was against the cultivator from the Divine Continent, but unlike Issei, she didn't know the difference in ranking. But something like this won't affect me. Reiner was confident, something that Azazel was used to seeing in her. But the way she acted was vastly different from the Reiner that he knew. The stuck-up bootlicker was nowhere to be. This is quite interesting, Azazel said. The time stop issue is being forgotten by him. Different. You're very different from the Reiner I know. I can tell that you're not acting either. Please, don't ever compare me to that beach, Reiner said. She scowled at being compared to that Issei killing beach slot. She's nothing but an idiot that didn't know a good thing when she met him. This is hilarious. Azazel said. This was the first time he had met someone from another world, and the difference was enormous. Looking at the Sarap from the other world, she didn't have much difference. In fact, the only notable difference is the ring on her finger. Other than that, nothing noteworthy. However, the most significant difference was the Issei from the other world. As interesting as Reiner is, you are what truly intrigues me. Not once did you act in the way the Issei I know acts. Just like Reiner, do not compare me to that thing, Issei said. Azazel felt that Issei's words were venomous when he mentioned the Issei he knew. I'm not the type of guy that chases and harass women for their BRST all day long. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a pervert to teach a lesson. This is going to be fun to watch, Sarap said. She was jumping around. I wonder what this world's Issei will be able to do to protect himself. Reiner then did a facepalm. Issei really went to this world just to beat up his counterpart. But the answer to her question was nothing. I can't believe he jumped between worlds to beat up his counterpart, Reiner said. She sighed at her husband's antics. Well, there is nothing I can do about it. I'm not capable of stopping him anyway. So, I just enjoy the show. Issei then disappeared from his spot, and so did Issei as he was flung once more. This time, Issei was launched outside the conference room. Say, Rias shouted. She tried to head to where Issei was, but to no avail as she was stopped by a barrier surrounding the room. What is this? Let me out. I need to help Issei. That's not going to work. I think Issei created that barrier to withstand Surzek's full power. I doubt anyone here will be able to break the barrier, Sarap said. Those words shocked everyone. A barrier that was strong enough to stop Surzek's Lucifer. That's quite a feat anyway, let's just watch the show from the window. Outside the window, Issei was pummeling Issei. Still, everyone could see that no matter how hard Issei was punched or kicked or smashed into the ground, he wasn't retaining any injuries. Why is that? Because every hit that Issei was receiving was being healed. However, the pain he was feeling was not. The human magicians who were meant to attack the peace treaty were flabbergasted at what they saw. One of them became attentive enough to rally the other magicians to attack. However, the moment they tried to attack, they froze. Not because they were scared. No, they froze in time. Issei didn't want to be disturbed while teaching Issei his lesson for being a pervert. So, when he felt the magicians trying to attack, he used his law of time to freeze them. What just happened? Sarap asked as she saw the magician freeze in time. How did the magicians freeze in time as well? That's one of Issei's abilities. He's capable of controlling the law of time, Rainier said. She was smirking at the magicians. They used Gasper to freeze time, but they didn't think they would freeze in time. Looking at the magicians, it's quite ironic that they used Forbidden Baler View to freeze time, but they got frozen in time as well. Alright, if I remember correctly, this was when Kateria would infiltrate inside the conference room, Sarap said. She then saw a magic circle appearing. Sarap took out Raising Heart and activated it. In our world, Issei killed her with ease by surrounding her with a barrier. It's my turn to do the same thing. Azazel looked at the Raising Heart with interest. But his attention was then taken by the magic circle that appeared. Good day, current Devil King Surzex Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan, Kateria said. She then bowed her head. She took out a staff and she charged it. What are you doing here? Seraphal said. But then she remembered that the other Seraphal said that this was when she was arriving. Seraphal looked at Seraphal and spoke. You knew that she was coming. How? Of course I would know. It already happened in our world, Seraphal said. She then did a weird pose of hitting her head with her knuckles and tongue sticking out. Anyways, leave her to me. As the staff in Kateria's hand was finished charging and was about to blow up, Seraphal used Raising Heart. Raising Heart. Surround her in a powerful barrier. Seraphal shouted. Divine Barrier, Raising Heart said. Kateria was surrounded by the barrier that Raising Heart created. She panicked, but it was pointless. The staff exploded, and Kateria ended up killing herself. Where did you get that? Seraphal shouted. It was super cool. I want one. Where can I get one? This is a gift from my husband. Seraphal said. She was caressing Raising Heart with her cheeks. Issei is the best. But I think I didn't hear that right, Seraphal said. She looked at her counterpart, and she was shocked. Did you say your husband gave you that wand? I did. And my husband is Hyde Issei. Seraphal said. Rias and the others did a spit take. I even have the wedding ring he gave me. This is interesting. Azazel was having fun watching things unfold. One of the Satans that is said to have no interest in men is married. Guys, Seraphal said. There is no way that she would marry Issei. She was Sona SXL and nothing else. There is only one person I love, and that's Sona-chan. While chaos was happening inside the conference room, thanks to Seraphal revealing that she was married to Issei. Outside, Issei was done beating up Issei. All the anger Issei accumulated due to the shame and embarrassment that Issei had caused to the name Hayate Issei was gone. I'm finally feeling better after beating the shit out of you, Issei said. He then pulled Issei by the collar and did a punching pose. Now, tell me, are you still going to act perverted? Are you still going to peek and sexually harass women? I promise I'll stop. Just please, stop hitting me. You're healing my injuries, but I can still feel all the pain from each hit, Issei said. His entire body was in pain. From head to toe, he could feel nothing but pain. I'll also apologize to all the women I can who have been the victim of my degenerate acts. Good. Remember this, I'll be watching you. Issei said. He wouldn't be able to return to his world until a month later. Issei can use this chance to watch Issei to make sure that he has indeed changed. But if he didn't, his beating would start all over again. Let's head back to the conference room so I can deal with the mess that the stupid White Dragon Emperor has caused. What do you mean? Issei too said. He was rubbing his cheeks, which were swollen even after being healed. The reason is that Issei didn't use divine healing. What does this attack have to do with him? Oh, you guys probably didn't know. Vala was the one that allowed them to get in the barrier, Issei said. He then thought about why Vala did it in the first place, but he forgot what the reason was. Anyway, let's go. Dragged Issei back into the conference room and dropped him in front of Rias and the others. Wow. Your mood looks a lot better than earlier, Reiner said to Issei. She then looked at Issei too and approached him. I feel pity for you. Your first girlfriend killed you, and you've been lying to yourself about the girls around you not having feelings for you. What do you want from me? Issei asked Reiner as he squeezed his fist tightly. Looking at Reiner, his heart was beating rapidly. He felt lingering fear of her, even after killing the Reiner that caused him harm. You don't have to be afraid. I'm not going to harm you. I'm not like the Reiner that you know, Reiner said. She wasn't anything like the Reiner of this world, and she never will be. Although you're a perverted version of my husband, I still don't have the heart to harm you. Again, everyone was shocked. Reiner was married to Issei. That was easy to figure out as she said those words to Issei. Kiba, the stoic knight, had a single word in his mind, whoa. Hold up, Sarap too said. She then looked at her counterpart. I thought you were the one married to Issei. I am married to Issei. So is Reiner, Yang Xuen and Ninger. But I doubt you would know the last two names I mentioned, Sarap said. She and Reiner then showed their ring to the others. See this ring. This is proof that we're married. And it's the ultimate marriage as our life is now intertwined. Oh, and by the way, Issei is also dating Kaneko, Akino and Sona. Then there are more people interested in him like Rias, Irina and Zenobia. The higher-ups of the underworld isn't going to like the fact that one of the Satan is married to reincarnated devil, Sarap said. She then had a set-off look as a realization appeared in her head. Hold on. Did you say that Issei in your world is also dating Sona-chan? That's right. Issei is also officially Sona's fiancé, a copyright candidate, Sarap said. She puffed up her chest with pride. As for the old goats in the council, I doubt they would be able to do much against Issei. Plus, Issei isn't a reincarnate devil. He is half human and half dragon. Even I'm incapable of turning Issei into a devil. How powerful is he? Sarap too asked. She was able to turn Behemoth into a devil, but her counterpart couldn't turn Issei into a devil. How does that work? Unless he's so much stronger than you. That's right, Sarap said. She then did a twirl. A few days ago during the peace summit of our world, Issei used his aura to pressure Michael and Surzex to the point that they couldn't manifest their magic. Surzex was dumbfounded. He was considered the strongest devil. Yet, his counterpart couldn't manifest his magic after being pressured. Issei's counterpart was stronger than he was. By the way, are the parents of Issei in your world not born from Mickey and Gore? Rias asked. She was curious. If so, who are his parents? Wrong. Issei is born from Mickey and Gore. Sarap said. She loved looking at everyone's confused expression. Issei became a half-dragon through something unknown. He has never told me about it. But if you look at Reiner, you'd realize that she is a half-dragon as well. Oh, Azazel said. Due to the sudden arrival of the trio, he didn't realize that Reiner had the aura of a dragon. How did you do it? How did you become a half-dragon? Samuel is also a half-dragon, but he became an abomination as being a dragon was a curse. While Reiner and Sarap talked to the others, Issei decided to help Kaneko and Gasper. He opened a portal to the ORC room, but no one was there. So, he used his fiery eyes and golden pupil to look for the room with the most energy. He quickly found them. Issei then disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the magicians holding Kaneko and Gasper captive. Issei coated his hand in the law of death, and he touched the magicians. Said magicians disintegrated. Are you two all right? Issei asked. Kaneko looked at him, and she felt weird. Looking at Issei, she knew that this wasn't the same person she knew. Nevertheless, she nodded her head. Okay then, I'll bring you to the others. Issei then created a portal back to the conference room. For some reason, Sarafal and Sarafal 2 were once again arguing about Sona. Why are you both arguing about Sona again? Issei said. With Gasper no longer in the hands of the magicians, time returned to normal. Meaning that Sona was back to normal. Hence, Sarafal and Sarafal 2 were fighting for Sona once more. Can you both stop that? You're making Sona uncomfortable. Sorry, Sona-chan, both Sarafal said at the same time. Sona was still baffled at having two Sarafal hounding her. Just seeing two of the same face is making her dizzy. Seeing Sona of this world being confused at the situation, Issei thought of messing with her further. With a wave of his hand, runes appeared in Sona's clothing, and it transformed into a magical girl outfit. Kya! Sona-chan. So cute. Both Sarafal said. They both fell to the ground and started to spin around in excitement. As for Sona, she turned redder than Ria's hair. She was so embarrassed by the clothes that she was now wearing. How could this happen? Is the question running through Sona's mind. You look super cute in that outfit, Issei said. He even gave her a thumbs up. Magical girl outfits do look natural on you. Sona fainted due to embarrassment. Tsubaki had to catch her. However, the two Sarafal on the ground stood back up and started taking a picture of Sona in her outfit. Once the time stop was negated outside the conference room, the devils, angels, and fallen angels eliminated all the magicians that attacked the Peace Summit. Whether the magicians were frozen or not, they killed them. Both Sarafal from the Prime and Gacha DXD shared Sona photos with different magical girl outfit. However, Sarafal 2 was jealous of Sarafal as she had fewer pictures of Sona in magical girl outfit. The reason for this is because of Issei. Unlike the Prime world, Issei used his rune to cause Sona to transform her outfit into a different magical girl outfit whenever she changed her clothes. No fair, Sarafal 2 said. She was skulking as she didn't have an Issei that could make Sona wear a different magical girl outfit. How come the Issei in this world is very different? Do you know what is more amazing? Sarafal asked Sarafal 2. She smirked with triumph. Thanks to Issei, the Sona in our world loves to wear magical girl outfit. I don't even need to ask her. She would willingly wear them now. Sarafal then showed Sarafal 2 pictures of Sona smiling as she put on her magical girl outfit. Sarafal 2 was so jealous. Sona heard this and she blushed. Wearing magical girl clothes of her own volition. Impossible. However, the pictures that Sarafal showed say otherwise. Then, there was a picture that made her embarrassed even further. Nanguk. This was when Sona kissed Issei when she woke, Sarafal said. Sona gasped at the picture. It really was her counterpart kissing Issei. This happened before Issei even became a fiancé copyright candidate. That picture is something that will never happen in this world. Sarafal 2 said. She then hit her chest with her fist. If there is any man that wishes to be with my Sona-chan, they have to go through my groom training. They must beat me in a fight. They need to beat Surzex-chan in a fight. That sounds like a great idea, Sarafal said. She then looked at Issei. Sarafal smiled and then she spoke. I want you to go through the groom training. Since you had already defeated me 2 years ago, this time, I want you to beat Surzex-chan. You know that I'm part of the peace treaty, right? Issei said. Attacking Surzex would mean breaching the treaty, but would they even dare to fight him if their strongest was beaten easily? How about this? When we return to our world, I can propose a friendly match between Surzex and me. How's that sound? Perfect, Sarafal said. Everyone was looking at Sarafal and Issei as if they were insane. But you know, it wouldn't be as easy as when you pressured him in the peace treaty. This time, he would be ready and anticipating your strength. What is this? Are you afraid I'd lose? Issei said. Sarafal pouted at his teasing. She knew just how powerful Issei was without removing the loop of binding. Take the loop of binding away, and the strength Issei exhibits far exceeds anything she's seen before. Among everyone I know, you, Sarafal, are one of the 3 that knows how strong I really am. I know. Sarafal said she was poking her index finger together. Sarafal knows Issei's full power because she was there when he released it. Until this day, she couldn't fathom the boundless power of Issei. It's just, no matter how powerful you get, I will still worry from time to time. Issei pulled Sarafal close to him. I know, and all I can do is alleviate your worry with my words and actions, Issei said. He knew that no matter how strong he became, people that cared for him would always worry when he faced powerful people. Issei kissed Sarafal to calm her down in front of everyone. Stop worrying too much. That's not like you. I like the Sarafal that's childish and carefree with a smile on her face every second I look at her. Not far from Issei were Kaneko and the people of the ORC. Kaneko pulled Issei's shirt and spoke. Issei-senpai, that's the kind of man that could be the HRM king, Kaneko said. She was pointing at Issei. Look, he isn't even having perverted thoughts even when Leviathan-sama's BRSs are on him. That Issei also seems to be more confident in himself when dealing with women, Ria said. She looked at Issei and saw that he was vastly different from Issei. How he looked at Rainier, who was smiling at him. Even if he made a surprise attack, Valley wouldn't have been able to harm me. You of all people should know that. We have the same body. I know, but it doesn't mean that I would just allow him to attack you, Rainier said. Even if the armor of Fafnir would protect Issei from the attack, she didn't feel right allowing someone to attack him. I didn't like that he wanted to harm you for no reason. He attacked out of nowhere while we were having a good conversation with this world Sarafal. While Issei was conversing with Rainier, Valis stood back up. He was angry that he couldn't do anything. Valis' emotion went haywire, causing him to go berserk and access Juggernaut Drive. Vanishing Dragon. Juggernaut Drive. The room that everyone was in got destroyed as Valis' scale mail increased in size. Not good. Drake said from within Issei-2's boosted gear. We need to find a way to stop his Juggernaut Drive, or else this town will be destroyed. What are you being so loud for? Issei said. He looked at the boosted gear in Issei-2's hand. You see, this is why I got rid of my boosted gear. Although the emotion of the previous wielder doesn't affect me, it does destabilize the boosted gear. Hence, becoming unreliable in certain situations. Issei looked at Valley in his Juggernaut Drive. He pointed his finger and said 3 words. Heavenly Accumulating Strike. A golden beam was released from Issei's finger and blasted Valley. However, the moment it hit Valley was not the end of the path. The beam continued traveling further and further. It was so powerful that it reached space. Oh, the supernatural of this world would have to work hard to wipe the memory of the people that saw the beam. Knowing this, Issei smirked. Everyone was looking at Issei. The power of Heavenly Accumulating Strike was no joke. It was able to exit the atmosphere of the Earth and enter space. However, that's all everyone saw, but to Issei, he saw how insane the power was as it hit the moon and nearly made it move off course. Thankfully, Issei held back enough that it only dented the moon. Okay, it had a new large crater that people would question when they saw it. Holy CRP. Issei-2 said. The power of the person beating him was more insane than he thought. Oh shit. Does that mean if I don't do as he says, I'll end up like Valley? Issei was looking at Valley on the ground missing half his body. The sight of Valley made him shiver. Issei now knows how much Issei was holding back against him. Issei then approached Valley and started healing him, but not with divine healing. He didn't deserve it. Although Issei wasn't using divine healing, the magic he was using was strong enough to regenerate Vala's missing body, but the pain that Vala was feeling wasn't going away anytime soon. Drake, do you think you'd be able to tank that hit? Issei-2 asked. He looked at the glowing orb of the boosted gear. Did you hear me? I asked. Can you tank that hit? Why don't you go and tank it? Do you have a death wish? Drake shouted. He saw it clearly. The attack was meant to let Vala survive by making it veer off course at the last minute. Valley is only barely alive because that man has no intention of killing him. I saw the attack change course at the last second. Even in my prime, I doubt I would come out unscathed if I was hit by it. It's that powerful. And to think he made such an attack look casual for him, Issei said to Drake. What do you think, Drake? Do you think it is a simple ability for him, Or is it something that can only be done once? No, from the way he made it look to the way he acted casually, the attack he showcased doesn't seem to be hard for him to repeat, Drake said. Dangerous. The Issei from another world is not someone to be trifled with. Issei, you are unlucky to have gotten the ire of such a man. I don't know why, but your perverted nature irks him. Drake, what am I going to do? Issei too asked. He was afraid of getting his butt kicked again. Although each hit he reached was healed instantaneously every time, the pain was still lingering until now. He seems to not like me at all. But I haven't done anything to him. If you want to know why he seems to hate you a lot, why don't you just ask him? Drake said. That was the best idea he could come up with. I mean, he doesn't look that unreasonable after beating the shit out of you. I think his initial hatred for you has gone down. Are you crazy? Issei too shouted. He was staring at his boosted gear. What if I asked and he beat me up again? Am I going to have to go through the same treatment as before? You have no choice, Drake said. There was no other option of finding out. Drake looked at Rainier and Sarap, but he wasn't sure if they knew the reason for Issei's hatred. That's your only option of finding out. Unless you have some sort of mind-reading ability. I don't have such a thing, Issei too said. He looked at Issei and sighed. I guess I have no choice. Issei took a deep relaxing breath before he approached Issei. The closer he got to Issei, the more nervous Issei got. No. Question that I was hoping you could answer, Issei said to Issei. The moment he met with Issei, Issei felt his existence was no more significant than an ant. He gulped, but he was already facing Issei. There was no turning back. I want to know why you seem to hate me when you've only met me today. Aren't we the same person? The same person. I'm nothing like you, Issei said. He looked at Issei, and irritation seemed to be seen in his eyes. Let me ask you this. When you do your degenerate acts, do you ever think about your parents? What do you mean? Issei too asked. He had a confused look. Why would I think of my parents when I do something like that? Looking at you really irks me, Issei said. He looked at Issei with scorn. Don't you ever think of how hard and traumatizing it was for them to have a child? Twice they had a MSE, and on their third time, they finally succeeded, but the child they got would go around doing horrible acts such as peeking and sexually harassing women. How do you think they feel when your school tells them that their only son is a SXL deviant? Do you ever think of that? Another reason is your uselessness and inability to work hard yourself. When you failed to protect Rias during the raiding game, did you ever think of trying to push yourself to become stronger? No, you relied on Drake to give you power. I didn't mind that, as it was an emergency, but did you ever try to better yourself after that event? Did you ever try to train so hard that you nearly collapsed so that what happened with Rias would never happen again? The answer is no. You won't do anything for yourself but peek at girls. You wouldn't do anything to work hard unless you are told and forced to do so. You have no drive to better yourself. Before the event of your failure to help Rias in her raiding game, you were too weak to save Asia, but after that event, you never did anything to train until it was 10 days before Rias raiding game with Riser. Do you have to be told by someone else to do something before you decide to better yourself? Why can't you do it on your own? Do you understand now why you irk me so much? What can I do? I'm not as strong as you. I wasn't born with your kind of power. Issei too shouted. He looked at Issei and scowled. I don't have a cool ability to control time like you. I don't have immense strength like you do. I have to rely on the boosted gear to get stronger. Issei then punched Issei in the face. Stop with your DMN self-pity? Issei shouted. He was now angry. Did you think I was born strong? Of course not, UF. I had to work myself to the bone to reach where I am today. Unlike you, it only took me a moment to realize how weak and pathetic I was back then. In my world, when I failed to protect Shuri and Akino when they were being attacked, something inside of me snapped and made me realize that I needed to be stronger because this world will not tolerate the weak who are involved in the supernatural. One moment of realization was all it took for me to train harder and harder each day, so that I can gain the strength to protect the people that I care about. What about you? You have had the realization that you are weak and pathetic multiple times now. Yet you have never trained to better yourself. All you do in your free time is watch porn and do deviant acts to women. After saying his piece, Issei left with Reiner and Sarap. Issei too and the others that heard what Issei said contemplated the things they've done so far. None of them has tried to better themselves. They've all waited for something to happen before they try to improve rather than improve themselves so that nothing bad can happen. Issei, Reiner and Sarap were still in Draconic Deus Prime the following morning. They can't go back home until a month later. So, to waste time, Issei thought about messing with Kuoh Academy. He thought about going to Kuoh Academy and pretending to be Issei's cousin or something. It was possible since Issei and Issei too aren't a 1:1 lookalike. Issei was taller, more muscular and had a different hairstyle. Plus, the mannerism of Issei was comparably distinct from Issei too as he doesn't exude lecherous vibes. In Kuoh Academy, Issei was standing at the gate, and people were looking at him. They feel that they've met him but couldn't put their finger on it. Murayama and Keitase arrived at the gate of Kuoh Academy. They saw Issei and were going to avoid him, but he seemed different. The two ladies wanted to leave the pervert alone, but they were curious why he looked different from his usual self. Hey Murayama, don't you think that Issei looks different? As if he was a different person, Keitase said. She wanted to approach Issei and ask him directly, but he was too much of a pervert. I know what you mean, but what I'm curious about is that he seems taller than usual. Is it some sort of late growth spurt or something? Murayama said. The Issei that she was looking at wasn't Issei too. Thus, she thought that he was taller than usual. The closer Murayama and Keitase got to Issei, the more they thought that he was a different person. But because Issei seemed to have gotten taller and taller the closer they got. That's right, because Issei is 6 foot 2 inches tall while Issei was shorter at only 5 foot 7 inches. Issei looked at this world's Keitase and Murayama. They looked weaker than the ones in his world. He thought it was probably due to Issei not having trained them in kendo. After all, in DxD Gacha, Issei has taught Murayama and Keitase whenever he had the time. Murayama and Keitase were walking closer and closer to Issei. The moment they were a few feet away, they realized that it might not have been Issei as the person looked different. From the similarities, a relative, perhaps. When Murayama and Keitase arrived in front of Issei, the duo had the same thought. Oh my god. He's tall. Definitely not Issei. Murayama and Keitase thought. They looked at Issei and wanted to ask who he was, but they were mesmerized by his looks. To them, Issei looked like a Prince Charming. Ahem. You both have been staring at me for a while now, Issei pointed out. It's been a few minutes since Keitase and Murayama arrived in front of him. Issei thought they would ask him a question, but all they did was stare at him. Is there something I can do for you girls? Sorry for staring. It's just you look similar to one of the perverted trio, Murayama said. She then looked at Issei intently. Although, that's only true from afar. Up close, I can definitely tell that you're not him. Your height, muscular frame, mannerism and looks are vastly more alluring than that pervert. Issei was laughing on the inside. Technically, he is the very same person, just without the perverted nature. At least not to the extent of being a SXL deviant. Sure, there are times he does have perverted thoughts, and he does get aroused by the people he loves, but he would never do something as messed up as peeking at women undress without their knowledge. What's the point? Isn't it better to watch your girlfriend/wife striptease for you? At least that was Issei's opinion. I forgot to introduce myself, Murayama said. She looked at Issei and spoke. I am Murayama, the captain of the kendo club here at Kuoh Academy. And this lovely girl beside me is Keitase, my vice-captain. Keitase waved her hand at Issei, and he returned the wave with a smile. Murayama and Keitase had their heart throb rapidly. Can I ask what you're doing here? You don't seem to be a new student or a current student since you're not wearing our uniform, Keitase said. Although the person she talked to isn't one of the perverted trio, she was still wary of strangers being in the school. I'm here to meet my cousin, Hayuda Issei, Issei said. He was here to monitor Issei and to make sure that he was not doing anything stupid. When he read the manga, he saw that the idiot would get stronger with the prospect of BRSS. According to the manga, Issei too was threatened by Valley with the death of his parents, but he didn't have much of a strong reaction until Valley told him of the ability of half dimension. The prospect of making Rias and the others BRSTS smaller is what got him worked up, not the safety of his parents. I was asked to monitor him to make sure that he isn't doing anything degrading towards women. Oh, if that's the case, I can take you to him. That pervert would probably be with his stupid friends peeking somewhere, Murayama said. Whenever the kendo club is done with their morning training, the perverted trio would be peeking at the girls changing. This has been the routine since their first year. Murayama and Kates then brought Issei to the location of Isu, at least the expected place he would be. Sure enough, he was there. Even after Issei told him the other day, he has already forgotten the fear of being beaten up. So, Issei grabbed the head of Issei. Who the hell is? Issei was going to shout and scold the person that disturbed his peeking session, but when he saw Issei, he was horrified. This isn't what it looks like. Oh, it looks exactly what it looks like. It seems that a single beating wasn't enough for you, Issei said. He then started dragging Issei away, but not before saying his goodbye to Kates and Murayama and leaving the rest of the perverted trio to them. I'll see you girls later, I'll deal with this little sheet, and I'll leave the other two to you girls. Murayama and Kates nodded at Issei, and they took out their shurnai and started bashing Matsuda and Motohama. The duo ran for their lives. As for Issei, he was getting another beating from Issei. This time, the beating was a lot rougher than the previous day. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Whenever you do anything derogatory towards women, I'll make you feel pain, Issei said. He then took out a bottle of potion. The next time I catch you, I'll use this pain enhancer on you. And the more I catch you doing said act, I'll increase the potency of the potion I use on you. I used this potion to torture someone once, but if it's not enough, I'll cut off your manhood instead. Don't test my patience. Issei started to walk away from Issei too, but he was stopped by Issei 2's shout. W8. Issei 2 shouted. He was struggling to stand up due to the pain he was feeling. You said that I was weak. Then teach me to be stronger. I know that I'm weaker than the White Dragon Emperor, and with the way I am now, I'll be nothing more than a hindrance. If that's the case, then teach me to be stronger. If he wants to get stronger, why don't you bring him to the Damachi world? That way, you can complete the challenge card while training your counterpart. But I still have a month to stay here, Issei said. He can't leave until the restriction of the dimension travel is reset. Remember, every time I enter a new world with dimension travel, I need to wait a month before I can return to my world. That's true, but you're not using the dimension travel, you're going to be using the challenge card to head to Damachi. Good. This is going to be fun, Issei thought. He then grabbed Issei 2 and brought him to the hotel where he, Rainier and Sarap were staying. If I was to throw Issei 2 into the dungeon, would he be able to survive, or will he die? With the boosted gear, he should be able to survive. The real question you should be asking is what floor can he achieve on his own when you leave him inside? You can enchant his body so that he can't leave the dungeon and force him to fight his way down the dungeon. That's a great idea. I can give him something as a reward as an incentive, Issei said. It was getting more interesting thanks to the system. He didn't even think about enchanting magic on Issei 2 to prevent him from leaving the dungeon. You said I can activate the challenge card, and it would transport me to the world of Damachi, right? Would that even allow me to bring others? It would allow you to bring companions. However, only the person that activates the card can access the challenge. Essentially, the challenge is meant to be a long-term commitment, hence there is no restriction on bringing companions. Issei laughed, and he opened a portal to the hotel room. Once he was inside, he saw that Sarap and Rainier were watching a show. However, his presence made them ignore it and focus on him. You're back already? Rainier said. She was sure that Issei wanted to mess with the people of Kuoh Academy. But seeing that he was back would only mean that he has other plans now. What are you planning? And why do you have him? Rainier pointed at Issei, who was being dragged by Issei by the feet. Rainier feels sorry for Issei too, but not to the point that she would care too much. I plan to head to another world, Issei said. Sarap was excited the moment she heard his words. As much as this world was fascinating, it was no different from their world. Normally, we would have to wait for a month before we could return, but with something I got, it would send us to another world. I plan to bring Issei with us since he asked me to train him. Reiner gasped cold air through her teeth. Training with Issei was brutal. She remembers how hard it was for her. Looking at Issei, she prayed to the dead god to give Issei mercy, for he was about to experience actual hell. I feel so sorry for you, Reiner said. I can ask them to help us change jewels for Valis to enter the city. You have jewels with you? Issei too asked. That was a weird thing to have on his person. What is the purpose of having jewels with you all the time? Well, apparently I can use it to exchange for money, Issei said. He was looking at the line. It was pretty long. Issei estimated that it would take at least 30 minutes to be their turn. This is going to SCK. As estimated by Issei, it took the group 30 minutes for their turn to arrive. Issei spoke to the guard and exchanged a simple jewel with the guard, and he received a few thousand Valis. Issei was told by the guard that they didn't have the funds to buy the jewel from him, but Issei told them to give him as much as they could. So Issei was given a few thousand Valis. Once Issei paid for his group's entrance fee, they entered Orario and were excited to explore the city. Issei, Reiner, Sarap, and Issei separated into two groups. The girls headed who knows where, but Issei and Issei headed to the guild. Thanks to the system, Issei knew that he would have to register with the guild to be able to enter the dungeon. So as not to waste time, the two Issei headed to the guild. Issei was dragging Issei by his leg the entire way to the guild. Once Issei and his counterpart arrived at the guild, they had to queue in line once more as many people registered with the guild. Looking around, Issei whistled. There were many different species that he could see. This was the first time that Issei had seen such a sight. Most species like devils, angels, fallen angels, and yokai have their own territory back on Earth. For the other supernatural species to visit other territories, they need to get permission. Hence, there was not a lot of sight with them intermingling. However, that may no longer be true due to the peace treaty. While Issei was thinking about the different species of Earth, he heard a cough. The one that coughed to gain his attention was a red-haired wolf girl. Issei looked her up and down and nodded in appreciation of her beauty. However, on the other hand, Issei had a lecherous face that caused the receptionist to recoil. So, Issei decided to bash Issei in the head to knock him out. I apologize for his idiocy, Issei said. It was not his place to apologize for Issei's behavior, but he had to in case the receptionist got creeped out and asked him to look for another person to help. I'd like to register as an adventurer. Follow me, the red-haired wolf girl said. Looking at the receptionist, Issei thought that she was pretty cold. However, he knew the reason. In a place such as a dungeon, it isn't rare for people to die. So, the girl is probably acting the way she is so that she wouldn't have any feelings for the people she advises. I'll be your guild advisor. I'm Rose Fanet. I'm hired to Issei, Issei introduced himself. He then pointed at Issei. This man is called Issei. That's weird. Both your names are close to each other, Rose said. She looked at Issei and spoke. If anything, Issei sounds like a nickname rather than a name. Issei just smiled rather than saying anything. But, because it is true. Issei is nothing more than a nickname. However, it would be weird to introduce each other with the same name. Rose gave Issei a parchment to register his identity and affiliation. Issei asked if he needed to be associated with a familia to be able to enter the dungeon. It's not necessary. However, you would not be able to receive some of the benefits of being in a familia, Rose said. Those that do not join a familia would have a more challenging time in the dungeon. But, because they can't level up, I suggest you look for a familia. Being in one is far more beneficial than not being in one. If I was any other person, I would have gladly taken your suggestion to heart, Issei said. He looked Rose in the eyes. Although they are cold and unfeeling, that was only on the surface. Deep down, Issei can tell that Rose is giving it her all to help the new adventurers assigned to her, to provide them with the best chance of survival. However, I see no benefit of being a child of a god or goddess. Their fauna is useless for me. Rose sighed as she thought that Issei was one of those adventurers that overestimated themselves as they had never experienced the dungeon before. However, she still wanted to help him as much as possible without having any deep connection with him. Since I can't persuade you to look for a familia, the least I can do is offer you a lesson about the dungeon and the monsters on each floor, Rose said. As Issei thought, Rose isn't as unfeeling as she hoped to be. Now, follow me to another room so that I can start the lesson about the dungeon. 2 hours. That's how long the lesson lasted. During the entire time, Issei was knocked out. Rose looked at Issei to see when he would wake up, but he never did. Because when he was about to gain consciousness, Issei would hit him so fast that even Rose, who had her eyes on him, couldn't see his movement of knocking out Issei. Thanks to Rose, Issei had a nasty thought about a punishment for Issei. When the system gave Issei information about Danmachi, it didn't include the dungeon's contents. But thanks to Rose, he was about to learn what each floor contained and the monster's strength. At least until the 59th floor. Issei made their way into the dungeon. The first floor was simple and easy, with nothing to worry about even for Issei. However, the fun starts now. Issei found a location with enough open area to enact his plan on the first floor. What are we doing here? Aren't we going to continue descending? Issei too asked. Though he was asleep the whole time during Rose's explanation, he was knowledgeable about dungeon setting games. The monsters on this floor are no sweat for Draig and me. While Issei thought the dungeon was easy, Issei brought his hand in front of him and used his runes to block Draig and Issei-2's connection, making the boosted gear ineffective as Issei was unable to access it. However, that was not all. Issei then used Heavenly Accumulating Strike on the ground. The power that Issei used was enough to make a hole to the 25th floor. Thanks to Rose, Issei knew that this floor was full of water. To follow the theme of water, Issei used his rune to make the clothes of Issei-2 into a bikini. No matter how many times Issei-2 tried to change his clothes, they would always transform into a two-piece bikini that has his entire body exposed. "You son of a beach!" Issei-2 shouted. He was covering his entire body with his hands. Well, trying to hide his body, but to no avail. "What are you going to do? Why did you make a hole?" "This. Sparta." Issei shouted. He then kicked Issei-2 in the chest towards the hole that he made. Issei-2 screamed for his life. Issei then took out a sword and attached a note to it before tossing it into the hole he made. "I've always wanted to say those words." Issei laughed as he made his way outside the dungeon. The system told Issei the challenge had yet to begin as it wasn't fully activated. To activate the challenge, Issei had to crash the card within the dungeon when he was ready to begin. Since the challenge was yet to begin, he decided to look for the girls and spend some time with them sightseeing around Orario. Meanwhile, on the 25th floor of the dungeon, Issei-2 emerged from the water and swam to the nearby platform. As Issei relaxed and lay down on the platform, a sword fell between his legs. This scared Issei to death. He thought that his manhood was going to be cut off. Looking at the sword, Issei saw the note attached to it. When he read it, he screamed. The content of the note says as follows: "Descend the dungeon as much as you can. Try and reach the 100th floor. If I catch up to you, I'll punish you more than you've already been punished. I'm giving you 2 days head start. Take the sword attached to this note as your weapon because you won't be able to wield the boosted gear until 2 days from now. Good luck staying alive. The place I sent you is the 25th floor of the dungeon. Be careful of the lurking danger. I hope you survive. Happy hunting. Diamenet. Why is that guy doing this to me?" Issei-2 shouted. He then remembered that he was the one that asked Issei to help him train. Is this a sick joke? Can something like this even be considered training? I don't even know how to use a sword, and you gave me one as a weapon. You could have taught me how to use it first before kicking me down the hole. Due to Issei-2's shouting, he attracted the monsters on the floor. Sirens, carbuncle, blue crab, aqua serpent, etc. They all headed to his location. Seeing that he would be surrounded by monsters, Issei-2 took the sword he had been using for the past 2 days and started running for his life. It has been 2 days since Issei-2 was shoved into the 25th floor of the dungeon. The entire time, he has made no progress. The funny thing about Issei is he knew the monsters would kill him if he was to make a single mistake, but he hadn't learned his lesson. Whenever he saw a harpy, he would lure them to the point that he would stop moving and forget that he was inside a dungeon filled with monsters. Partner, what the hell are you doing? Drake shouted. In the past 2 days, he was incapable of contacting Issei too, but he saw everything happening. To say that Drake was disappointed was an understatement. Even in this high-tension situation, you still do the stupidest things. Those are monsters that'll kill you without hesitation. Yet, you still only have one thing on your head. Get your act together, or else you'll die. Drake, you're finally back. Issei shouted. If Drake could communicate with him, that would mean the boosted gear was ready for use. Boosted gear. Issei tried to access the boosted gear but to no avail. Drake, what's going on? Issei too shouted. The boosted gear was not responding. Why can't I bring out the boosted gear? When your counterpart stopped our connection, he also did something else, Drake said. The connection was only one of the things that Issei did to the boosted gear. Issei too didn't know what was done, but Drake did. He gave me control of the boosted gear. He told me to allow the usage only when you behave. He knew that there were harpies on this floor. So, he said if you have even a single ounce of lewd thoughts, I am to prevent you from using my abilities. Are you crazy? Why would you listen to him? Issei too shouted. However, Drake ignored him. Why would you side with him rather than me? But that's simple. I don't want to be the target of his anger. Drake shouted. He was given a mental message when he was cut off from Issei too. The message contained memories of what happened to the Drake from Issei's world. Hence, Drake wasn't willing to PSS off some of that caliber. Thinking of the punishment done to Drake from another world, Drake shivered. I suggest you stop pissing him off even further. He is more of a monster than you can imagine. My counterpart from his world suffered immensely due to things he's done. You don't want what happened to that Drake to happen to you. Believe me, it was horrendous. While Issei was conversing with Drake, a harpy lunged at him. Thankfully, Drake was able to warn him. However, another monster behind Issei was able to sneak attack him. The monster that attacked Issei was an aqua serpent. Luckily for him, the aqua serpent didn't bite him but bashed him with its head. Issei took the sword that he had been using for the past 2 days and slashed at the aqua serpent. It was useless. The sword that Issei gave Issei was strong, but you have to use enough force for it to harm the aqua serpent. This is because the sword in Issei 2's hand is meant to be used as a training tool. Unfortunately, without the boost of the boosted gear, he was weaker than a goblin from the first floor of the dungeon. Drake shouted. He was willing to help Issei 2 in a tight spot, but he knew that Issei was monitoring his activities. If he was to help Issei now when he was just looting the harpy, Issei would know, and he would be punished when Issei caught up with them. You aren't strong enough to fight them head-on. Your only chance is to kill them with a sneak attack. Find a place you can use to hide and lunge towards them when they're distracted. Issei ran as fast as he could, but the harpy, aqua serpent, and other monsters were faster than he was. He was hoping for Drake to activate the boosted gear. However, his hope was shattered when he heard Drake speak. You're wrong if you think I'd activate the boosted gear because of this situation, Drake said. He was not willing to accept the punishment on behalf of Issei 2. I suggest you use this chance to train properly. You have no proper hand-to-hand combat abilities. No magical skills other than your diamond dress break. This is an excellent chance to train. Don't waste it by thinking of useless things such as the epee of the harpy. Outside the dungeon, Issei was finally going to start the challenge. Every adventurer inside the entrance of the dungeon was looking at Issei. The reason is because of his clothing. There was not a single article of protective clothing on Issei. This caused other adventurers to laugh at him and expect him to die inside the dungeon. System, what would happen when I activate the card? Issei asked. As much as he loved to take on the challenge, he didn't want others to be caught up in it. Others are not going to be in danger because of me, are they? No, as soon as you activate the card, the dungeon will produce as many monsters as possible on each floor. These monsters would actively search and attack you. However, this is only true as long as you're in the dungeon. As you leave the dungeon, the extra monsters not meant to be there will dissipate until you return. The previous floor will return to normal as you descend to the next floor. Even if you ascend to the previous floor, there would be no monsters actively searching for you. After hearing what the system had to say, he crashed the card in his hand without hesitation. The dungeon started to shake as new monsters were born to actively search for and kill Issei. With a simple sword in hand, Issei descended the dungeon. The moment Issei stepped foot on the first floor, he was met with a goblin's blade. This was no issue for Issei at all. Looking in front of him, there were more than 30 goblins. This made Issei smile as the dungeon was indeed after him. Issei met the goblins without hesitation and killed them. Behind Issei was a field full of magic stones. Issei was too lazy to bother picking them up, so he ignored it. However, the system sent him a message. Does the user wish to activate auto-looting? Hold on. You have auto-looting, Issei said. He could have used the ability of the auto-looting to help him with harvesting the farm long ago. Why didn't you tell me about this before? You had no use for the auto-looting. You believed that it could be used on your farm, but that's not the case. Auto-looting is only used when you're looting a person you've killed or, in this case, the monster you've killed. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. When you're harvesting your farm, you're not looting it. Hence, auto-looting won't work. How about the sacred family? Why didn't the auto-looting not activate? Issei asked. It would have been useful back then. It would have been a great thing to take all their money, items, etc. It wouldn't have worked. You didn't kill them. You only crippled them to the point that no miracle pill will be able to allow them to cultivate again. It was true. That would mean Issei had to kill to allow the auto-looting to be activated. Until now, the beings he fought had barely any items on them. Picking it up by hand was enough. Hence, auto-looting's never been activated, but that wasn't the case now as he had killed more than 30 goblins, and each dropped a magic stone. Issei smiled. He thought. There was no need for him to actively pick up the magic stone. With it, he would be able to gain the Valis they need without selling any of his weapons or jewels. Activate the auto-looting and start looting, Issei said to the system. In an instant, Issei was already on the 5th floor of the dungeon. Along the way, he was met with monsters non-stop. Issei has gained over 1,000 magic stones from the 1st to the 4th floor. Unfortunately, he didn't get any dropped items. On the top of the dungeon, Bel Cranel, a new adventurer, was planning on dungeon diving today. However, he heard that there seemed to be a problem with the dungeon from the people. 2 hours ago, monsters were born at an alarming rate. It was confirmed that the dungeon floor from 1st to 20th was filled with monsters to the brim. Hearing this, Bel was forced to retreat back to his familia's territory, which was an abandoned church. Back on the 5th floor, Issei was fighting against countless monsters. There was no problem at all, but suddenly a minotaur, a monster from the lower floors, appeared. Unfortunately for the minotaur, it only took Issei a single swipe of his blade to kill it. While Issei was killing the monsters around him, he heard a group of adventurers fighting the monsters actively searching for him. For some reason, it attacked their group. System, I thought you said that the monsters would be actively attacking me, Issei asked. The monsters that were attacking the adventurer party were the monsters after him. Issei could tell as they have a different appearance to the regular monster usually made by the dungeon, as shown by Rose. Why is an adventurer party being hunted down? It seems like one of the party members did something to the monster. I don't know what they did, but they gained the monster's aggro. This should be ordinarily impossible. What the hell did they do to gain the monster's aggro if it is normally impossible for them to be attacked? Issei asked. He looked at the group of adventurers and sensed that they were strong. However, no matter how strong they were, being surrounded on all sides would not be easy to escape. After all, there were over 100 monsters on them. I should save them. I don't know what caused the monsters to be aggressive towards them, but it is my fault for increasing the number of monsters in the dungeon. The group of adventurers being surrounded consisted of a blonde human, a blonde Paolum, 2 Amazones, a high elf, an elf, a burly dwarf, and a white-haired werewolf. Bet. What did you do? One of the Amazonists said. You were warned the monsters look different from normal. Finn asked you to not mess around. How would I know that they would all suddenly attack us? Bet shouted. All he did was mock the monsters for being weak and kicking them. It's not like these monsters would be able to understand what we're saying. Other than that, all Bet might have been annoyed after being saved, but it doesn't mean he didn't acknowledge when someone was better than him. If anything, did you see how he used a crappy sword? Yet, when he killed each of the monsters, he did no more than a single slash. I doubt Ace could even do that with a crappy but sword like that man used. The more they thought about their encounter with Issei, the more they felt that he was weird. However, on the other hand, Ace was interested in Issei. The way he fought was beyond her. Strength, speed, technique, not a single thing was she above Issei. Seeing that Ace showed interest in Issei, Bet once more clicked his tongue. However, thinking about Issei, no matter how he tried to see it in his mind, his own imagination was incapable of making him win against Issei. But because his instincts were telling him not to mess with a person beyond anything in the world. At the end of the day, Issei reached the 13th floor. Unlike the previous floors, the floor that Issei was on had gotten more difficult. The lower he descended in the dungeon, the more dangerous it became. However, Issei hadn't shown everything he was capable of. The entire time, he hadn't even used any of his magic. This is getting harder, but it's fun, Issei said. Getting challenged isn't something that often happens for Issei, but when it does, he would take advantage of it and have as much fun as he could. Issei looked at his sword, and it was in bad shape. I guess even coating the sword in sword intent isn't enough to keep up with me. Then again, most swords wouldn't be able to withstand the techniques I use. But this sword is now falling apart. As long as I hold on to it, I could use my Knight of Honor to turn it into a noble phantasm of D rank. The moment Issei used Knight of Honor, the sword in his hand was covered in green energy and red like veins. The rank of the weapon rose to AD rank Noble Phantasm. Although it wasn't a very high-quality weapon, it was good enough to reach at least the 50th floor. Good enough, Issei said. He looked in front of him and monsters were charging at him. Issei didn't have the patience to wait for them to reach him. So, he dashed towards them with Shunde. Ha! Let's have some fun. With each slash of Issei, not 1, 2, or 3, but more than a dozen monsters would be decapitated. Each swing of Issei's sword was like a river flowing. The entire time, Issei had a smile on his face. Although he couldn't be called a battle maniac, Issei did like fighting when it didn't involve getting the people he cared about hurt. After killing all the monsters on the floor, Issei decided not to descend to the next floor. Instead, he created a barrier around him and entered his soul subspace. This soul subspace was something he received when he absorbed a page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book. This subspace had a few benefits. 1. Issei could use it as a living space for the people he loved. 2. It could be used to train people. Those who trained inside the subspace benefited from its ability to help its residents comprehend their techniques. 3. The subspace had a ratio of 1. 1 day inside the subspace was equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. Lastly, Issei had complete control of the subspace. He could change what it looked like to accommodate all those that lived within. Why would Issei enter the subspace when he was inside the dungeon? Issei wanted to access his divine sword knowledge Euro God to learn sun breathing. But isn't Issei strong enough as is? True, but Issei had the hunger to continue getting stronger no matter how strong he got. Learning a new sword style was just another way to get stronger. While Issei was in his subspace to train the sun breathing, Issei was struggling on the 25th floor. That's right, he hadn't made any progress at all. Then again, it was to be expected since Drake was not allowing him access to the boosted gear. Damn it. When are those monsters going to leave? Issei too complained. A few hours ago, the monsters in the dungeon suddenly increased. Thankfully, they weren't after him. This is insane. It's getting worse by the minute. I don't know how long I'll last in these conditions. You have no choice but to do your best, Drake said. He felt that the increase in monster spawn was done by the other Issei. He didn't know why, but that was the feeling he was getting. As great as your hiding spot is, eventually, you'll get caught. What do you want me to do? There is nothing I can do to fight these monsters since you aren't allowing me to use the boosted gear. Issei too whispered to Drake. He looked at the glowing area on the back of his left hand. And this DMN sword he gave me is useless. I couldn't even scratch that snake earlier. You're wrong, the sword in your hand is a powerful weapon, Drake said. He felt the power of the sword long ago. However, Issei didn't have the physique to bring out the true potential of the sword. Enough strength, that sword in your hand is capable of cutting just about anything it can physically cut. Right now, you're simply too weak to make use of the sword. Is it really that great? Issei too asked. He got confirmation from Drake that it was. Then how could I use this thing? As you said, I don't have the strength to bring out its true potential. The power of the boosted gear could bring out its true potential if you boost yourself enough, Drake said. He then sighed. If only you could stop being lecherous for a few minutes, I could allow you access to the boosted gear. Alas, your DMN pervertedness is disgustingly more important to you than your life. I already told you that if you want to use the boosted gear, you need to stop having perverted thoughts. I tried. Issei too shouted. How can he not have lewd thoughts when the bearthus of the harpies were there for all to see? The epee of the harpies go boing boing. Snap out of it. Drake shouted. He really thought that it would be better to let Issei die and let him get a new host before he got a weird nickname like the epee dragon. The more you continue to be this way, the faster you'll dig your grave. Reiner and Sarap were shopping in the Tower of Babel outside the dungeon. Seeing the cool-looking adventurer clothing that some of the adventurers were wearing, the duo thought about looking at some of the armor in the famous Hephestus store. While Sarap was not that knowledgeable about weapons as she didn't use any, she could tell that some of the weapons were high quality. However, the same cannot be said for Reiner. When she saw the weapons around, she felt disappointed. Not a single weapon even came close to one of the legend rank or epic weapons that Issei was capable of producing. What's with that look? Sarap asked. She saw the disappointed look on Reiner's face. Is there something wrong with these weapons? I think they seem great. No, none of the weapons here can rival Issei's weapons, Reiner said. She looked around and found a great sword that could be considered the best. However, it was leagues behind Issei's epic weapons. I don't get why this place is famous. Not a single weapon here is any good. If the weapons are no good, let's look at the armors, Sarap said. She dragged Reiner to another section of the store. Look, this place is the armor section. Let's look around. This time, it was Sarap's turn to be disappointed. Although she didn't know if Issei was the one that made the robe of the sage or not, the armor around the shop looked disappointing when compared to Issei's robe of the sage. Okay, this time, you're the one that looks disappointed, Reiner said. She saw Sarap look disappointed with all the armor around the shop. Is there anything wrong with the armors? I can't really say. I've seen Issei's robe of the sage when we entered a magical girl convention. That robe was phenomenal, Sarap said. She loved the robe of the sage that Issei wore that day. It didn't just make him look hot, but it emitted an aura of superiority. Compared to that robe, all these are like a piece of junk. The entire time that Reiner and Sarap were bad-mouthing the equipment from the Hephestus store, the store workers could no longer take it. They couldn't tolerate their products being insulted. Who are you two to say such words about the quality of our products? You're not even blacksmiths. You wouldn't know the blood, sweat, and tears that were shed when these weapons were created. One of the Hephestus Familia members shouted. Every item sold on the shop floor and showcased is equipment that has been acknowledged by Hephestus-sama herself. How dare you say that they are of low quality? To be fair, Reiner and Sarap never said that the quality of the equipment was low. They merely stated that it doesn't come close to anything Issei has or made. This is true. We said no such things, Sarap said. She looked at the person that shouted at her and Reiner. You are spouting nonsense. We merely said that the quality of this store doesn't come close to the equipment that our husband has or made. Please. I heard you call our products a piece of junk. The man said. He then pointed at everyone in the store. I have witnesses. They all heard what you said, Are you perhaps deaf? Rainier asked the man. The man recoiled at the sight of Rainier. We never said that the products here were junk. We said that compared to the robe of the sage that our husband owns, everything here is like a piece of junk. That doesn't mean we are implying that the things here are junk. Do you understand? Or do I need to spell everything out for you so that you'd understand what the words I'm saying mean? While Rainier and Sarap were arguing with the man, an appealing woman with short red hair arrived. She saw one of her familia members arguing with a customer and wanted to know what was happening. Cedric, what's going on here? Hephestus asked. She looked at the man for an explanation. Why exactly are you making a scene here? Hephestus-sama. It isn't my fault. Cedric shouted. He then pointed at Sarap and Rainier. These two women were slandering our blacksmith's hard work. They called our products a piece of junk. Hephestus listened to her child, but she didn't believe him. But that's because she saw the whole thing. Hephestus heard what Sarap and Rainier said about the items in the store. They never called the equipment junk. They merely said that compared to something, it could be considered junk. Why are you lying to me, Cedric? Hephestus asked. The man recoiled after he heard what Hephestus said. I saw the entire thing. They never outright said that our products are junk. They inferred that it could be considered junk compared to their husband's work. Tell me, Cedric. When did they call our items junk? The man named Cedric was cowering in the presence of his goddess. All he wanted to do was humiliate the duo, saying horrible things about the products produced by their familia's blacksmith. In the end, he was scolded by his goddess. Hephestus was looking at Sarap and Rainier. The words that they said weren't lies. That would mean that there is a person out there capable of forging weapons and armor better than her familia. Excited. That's what Hephestus was feeling. She didn't know why, but the prospect of meeting the husband of the duo made her excited. The husband of the duo. She stared at both women in shock. Someone was able to make two powerful women become their wives. Hephestus got even more intrigued by the kind of man their husband was. In the dungeon, Issei left his soul subspace as he was done training the sun breathing. With sword in hand, Issei decided to increase the rate he was descending the dungeon. Seeing monsters flocking him, Issei dashed forward and did a vertical slash along with his heavenly flames of transmogrification to create the visual effect of sun-breathing dance. Looking around his surroundings, Issei saw various monsters surrounding him. This was the perfect chance to use one of the sun-breathing forms. Issei spun his body horizontally 360 degrees and delivered a slash. This was clear blue sky. All the monsters that were touched by the heavenly flames of transmogrification were turned to dust instantly. Since there were countless monsters in front of him, Issei decided to unleash a continuous fast and powerful sword attack that seemingly took the form of a Japanese dragon made of solar flames. This technique was capable of decapitating multiple targets at once. This was sun-breathing, dragon sun halo head dance. Issei rushed forward with a flaming sword and performed a 5-move combo. A low-ended strike from the left, a low-ended strike from the right that lifts the user off the ground briefly, a spinning wave attack, a powerful forwards-upward slash, and an overhead downward slash. This attack was sun-breathing, scorching rush. It was usually an attack used on a single target. However, in Issei's hand, it was able to target multiple targets at once. Having killed all the monsters on the floor he was in, Issei decided to descend to the 14th floor. With the sun breathing, Issei could steamroll the dungeon until the 20th floor. Unfortunately, he told the girls that he would be back by nightfall. Therefore, he had to return to the surface. Issei was too lazy to walk all the way up to the surface. So, he used Eldritch Portal to get back to the surface. The location of the other end of the portal was the entrance to the dungeon. Hence, people freaked out when the portal was made. Even though Issei made a commotion, he didn't care. He left the place as if he did nothing to shock the people. Issei went to the inn that he, Sarap and Rainier were staying at, but the girls were not there. So, Issei ended up walking around Rio in search of the duo. That's when he felt his ring heat up. This was an indicator that he was being summoned by one of his wives. Issei touched the ring and accepted the summon. Immediately, Issei disappeared from his location and reappeared in an office room. On his left, Issei saw Reiner and Sarap sitting on a couch eating snacks inside the room. There was a table with a woman sitting on a chair at a desk in front of him. She had short red hair. Even with the eye patch, no one could deny that she looked appealing. On his right, Issei saw another couch. It had another woman with an eye patch. When Sarap saw Issei, she immediately dropped the snack in her hand and spoke. "You're here," Sarap said. She jumped from her seat and onto Issei. She hugged him. "Show these two women that you're the best blacksmith." They didn't want to believe that you were capable of creating magic swords that wouldn't break in a single usage. Magic sword. Single usage. What the hell kind of a magic sword breaks in a single usage? Can such a thing even be considered a sword? From the sound of it, it's more like a consumable, Issei said. The woman on the couch on Issei's right had her eyes twitch. Those who can only make a sword that can be considered a consumable are a failure as a blacksmith. Hephestus was looking at Issei. She was observing him. If she considered Sarap and Reiner strong, then the person she was looking at was a monster among monsters. There were no other words to describe Issei. Hephestus could feel the power coming from him even though he sealed most of it with the loop of binding. Where did this kind of person come from? I've never heard of a person as powerful as he is, Hephestus thought. She knew that Issei wasn't a god as he didn't have any divinity. Every god/goddess has a divinity that identifies them as a god amongst mortals. He's a monster. But why do I feel my heart beating faster when I look at him? I've never felt this way before. Stop beating so much. I want to see if he can really make powerful weapons, as Reiner and Sarap said. Hephestus took a deep breath before she spoke. "Oh. So, you're the man they said could make weapon and armor more powerful than the blacksmith that I have nurtured," Hephestus said. Issei looked at her and raised his eyebrows. "Your wives told me that you have armor that emits an aura of superiority, and they also told me that you can make weapons that can wield the elements without breaking. I'm curious, is anything they said true? Or are they lying?" Hephestus already knew that Sarap and Reiner weren't lying, but it could also be because they believed it to be true, even if it wasn't. Hence, she wanted to see it in person. Armor that emits an aura of superiority. Are you talking about my robe of the sage? I was not the one that created that robe. However, when it comes to the weapons that can wield the elements without breaking, that's true, Issei said. He then took out more than a dozen swords, spears, halberds, etc., from his inventory for all to see. These are but a few of the weapons I've forged over the years. Hephestus and the other woman in the room dashed forward towards all the weapons taken out. They inspected it with their skill, and they were shocked. All of them were magic swords. However, they couldn't be considered in the same category. The magic sword made by a blacksmith from Orario could only be considered trash compared to Issei's weapons. This is astonishing. I've never seen a collection of magic swords with this much power. And to think they aren't a one-time use weapon, the other woman said. She was looking at the weapons in front of her. Then she remembered that they had guests. Ahem, sorry for showing you such a sight. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tsubaki Callbrand. Can I ask, did you really forge all these weapons? I did. I started blacksmithing when I was 11 years old, Issei said. Back then, most of the weapons he created looked great but lacked power and durability. Issei took out more weapons from his inventory. He then rearranged the swords according to the time of creation. I reorganized the weapons here according to the time of creation. This sword is appealing but lacking in everything else. The few swords beside it look quite crude but emit power like no other. Over the years, I've perfected my smithing by balancing power, durability, and design to try and reach the level of a god/goddess. While Hephestus was looking through all the weapons that Issei had forged, something inside of her was excited. Hence, she blurted out her heart's longing. "Have a duel with me," Hephestus shouted. She didn't know why she was saying this. However, she wasn't stopping it either. "You and me, a full-on smithing duel, no holds barred. Your greatest against my greatest." Interesting, you're a goddess, are you not? You want to duel with me in your specialty? No problem. Issei said. Hearing Hephestus challenge him in blacksmithing got him excited. He wouldn't have another chance like this to challenge a goddess in blacksmithing. You're interesting. Let's do this. When do you want to hold the match between us? In a few days, Hephestus said. She needed to speak to Irina's about using her godly power in the match. Hephestus felt that if she didn't use her godly power, she would lose the match against Issei. Using my godly powers without permission would breach my promise. Hence, I would be forced back to heaven. I have no problem. Hephestus saw a few first-class weapons within the pile of weapons Issei showed, but that's nothing for her. The ones she was interested in were the weapons beyond first class. I already knew that Sarap and Reiner were not lying, but to see all those weapons in person was truly eye-opening. Never would I imagine mortals are capable of forging such weapons. Then again, they didn't feel like a mortal to me. The energy in their body is different from others. I felt the power from Sarap and Reiner and thought they were strong, but when I saw Issei, he was beyond anything I've seen before. I couldn't use any words other than monster to describe him. Really? How strong is he? Tsubaki asked. She felt no power from Issei, but she didn't doubt her goddess. I don't know how strong he is. All I know is that his power felt boundless, Hephestus said. She felt as if there was no end to Issei's strength. However, I don't have any interest in his boundless power. All I want is to have a smithing duel with him. Thinking about the duel is making my heart beat faster. Tsubaki looked at Hephestus. Does her goddess not know she looks like a girl in love right now? She wanted to say those words to Hephestus, but she couldn't. Looking at her goddess, she was admiring the eye that had been healed. Tsubaki shook her head and made her exit. The following afternoon, Issei was going around Orario with Reiner and Sarap. He decided not to enter the dungeon today. Instead, he wanted to spend time with his wives going around and exploring the city. Exploring the city, Issei, Reiner, and Sarap saw many sights, such as a square decorated with colorful tiles and a garden. It also features a statue of a goddess. Spoon Aqua, a pure white ship over 50 meters long that had been remodeled as a chic restaurant. And many more other unique sights. Due to Issei and the girls being on modern Earth, many people were looking at them as they took pictures of the places they went to. No one knew what they were doing. Hence, it attracted people's attention. However, those curious enough to approach Issei and the girls were ignored. At the end of the day, Issei and the girls were famished from walking all day. So, they decided to go to the pub close to their inn. The pub was called Hostess of Frlty. As the trio walked into the pub, they were welcomed by the waitresses working there. They asked for a table for 3 people and they were guided to an available table. Issei looked at the people sitting next to their table, and he recognized them. They were the adventurers from the other day. The one that he had to save due to one of them gaining the aggro of the irregular monsters. Issei was thinking of ignoring them, but they were the ones that initiated a conversation with him and the girls. You're the person that saved us the other, right? Tiona shouted. She could never forget the person that suddenly saved her like a hero and killed the monster in one slash. I couldn't thank you for that day since you suddenly disappeared. Thank you for helping us. It's no problem at all. The monster on that floor wasn't that strong, to begin with, Issei said. He smiled at the girl and she smiled back with a blush on her face. Well, let me introduce myself and my familia, Tiona said. She then, one by one, pointed at her familia members and introduced them. The one with a scowl on his face every second of the day is Bet, Tiona said. She pointed at the white-haired werewolf. The short blonde man over there is Finn, the captain of our familia, Tiona said. She pointed at the blonde Paulum. Now, this appealing blonde princess is Ace, Tiona pointed at the expressionless blonde. The burly dwarf is Gareth, Tiona pointed at the short, stout man. The green-haired beauty over there is our vice-captain, Riveria, Tiona said. She pointed at the high elf. Issei can feel that she is of noble birth with a single glance. The one over there that shares the same face as me is my older sister, Tioni. She is in love with our captain, but all he does is ignore her, Tiona said in a teasing tone. Lastly, the one with the red hair is our goddess, Loki-sama. Don't let her near the girls beside you. She would no doubt grab their melons in jealousy, Tiona said. This made Issei chuckle. Well, my name is Hayudu Issei. These lovely ladies beside me are Serafal Leviathan and Rainer, Issei said. We aren't part of a familia, but we are family. They are my wives after all. Issei saw people spitting out their drinks all over the pub and getting scolded by the waitresses as they got wet. Ha! Kid, that's a nice joke. One of the adventurers nearby commented. No, he isn't joking. He is our husband, Serafal said at the same time. The two girls even showed their rings. Jealousy was running rampant in the pub. It's hard enough for them to find an appealing girlfriend. Yet here's a guy with 2 wives. Why was the world so unfair? Hold on. Did you say that you're not part of a familia? Tiona asked. Did she hear wrong? How can you be so strong without having the blessing of a god or goddess? I heard that people can get strong outside without the dungeon, but they don't come close to rivaling an adventurer. That's because I'm not someone you compare to normal people. Even then, there are ways to get stronger without the fauna of a god/goddess, or the excelia gained from the dungeon, Issei said. Case in point, it is said that people can't have more than 3 magic as 3 is the limit. However, it is said that there is an adventurer nicknamed 9 Hells that has more than 3 magic. There is always an exception to the rules as long as you can find it. In fairness, 9 magic isn't all that impressive to me. The 9 Hell that Issei was talking about was Riveria Uljo's elf, who happens to be sitting at the table next to him. Riveria's eyes twitched at the words of Issei. This was the first time someone's words had affected her this much. Not impressive. Who is this man kidding? Ha, Riveria. Did you hear that? He said your 9 magic wasn't that impressive. Bet laughed. He didn't know who Issei was personally, but he found him funny as he saw the man's words affect the calm high elf. Aren't you going to say something in return? I can tell you want to. Bet, shut up, Riveria said. Her tone and facial expression scared Bet, who shut up upon her command. Riveria then looked at Issei. Not impressive. Who are you to say that my feats are not impressive? No one in Orario is more knowledgeable than me in magic, anyone who is not a god/goddess. I said it wasn't impressive because 9 magic isn't a lot, Issei said. He then showcased multiple different magic spells that can destroy all of Orario. To others, the spell looked weak and ineffective in fighting. However, people like Mia Grand, Seer Flova/Freya, Loki, Ryu, and other high-level adventurers felt the power contained in each spell. What do you think? Do I qualify to say the words that 9 magic isn't that impressive? How is this? Riveria was speechless. The man before her is capable of chantless spells powerful enough to obliterate Orario several times over. Moreover, he had more than 9 spells of the same power. Are you really not part of a familia? If so, how did you reach such a level of magic? Even the High Elf royal family is incapable of creating such magic without the usage of fauna. Well, you seem quite interested. Do you want me to tell you? Issei said. He used a teasing tone, but Riveria, the ever-observant person of the Loki familia, missed his tone. Too bad. I'm not willing to say. Ha, he got you there, Riveria. Bet laughed once more. He forgot the earlier threat of Riveria. How did you not realize that he was only teasing you? It was so obvious. Riveria smacked Bet in the head. She then stared at Issei for teasing her. But there was nothing Riveria could do. The man before her is not someone she could fight. Riveria doubts that she could even fight him on equal ground with the help of her familia. Thus, how powerful she believes the spell of Issei was. While Riveria was staring at Issei, another member of the Loki familia was staring at Issei. It was Ace Wallenstein. But because she saw how powerful he was when he easily killed the irregular monsters in the dungeon the other day. The monster was intelligent and capable of planning, and that's why their party got surrounded. But Issei, being surrounded meant nothing before his strength. Fight me. She looked at Issei with a serious expressionless face. The way you fought that day was different from anyone I've ever met. You were able to appear and disappear in an instant. I don't know whether that was magic or not, but I thought you looked like a war god descended from heaven. Pfft me. God. No way, Issei said. He had a chance to become a spiritual god of time, space, life and death. Yet he decided not to. Being a god is not him. Even if I have the chance to become a god, I refuse. After talking for a while, someone finally decided to come to the table and take Issei and the girl's order. Issei ordered a massive pile of food. He was warned that he wouldn't be welcomed next time if he wasted the food that he ordered. That was fine with Issei. The amount of food he ordered wasn't that much for them. Outside the hostess of Thwarted, Issei and Ace had a face-off. With Ace not having her own weapon at the moment, Issei lent her one of his rapiers. He asked what type of weapon she preferred to wield, and she replied with a rapier. Hence Issei showed her all his rapiers and allowed her to choose her weapon. The entirety of the people in the hostess of Thwarted and around the pub was watching the showdown. They didn't know who Issei was, but they certainly knew Ace, the sword princess. Many people were banking on Issei making a fool of himself as they'd never heard of him. The exception to this rule was the people in the pub when Issei showcased his magic. However, the fight was about swordsmanship, not magic. Hence, people who knew Issei was strong still believed he would lose. Loki, the goddess of the Loki familia, spoke to Reiner and Sarap. She was wondering about the chances of her child's winning ratio. Can you tell me one thing? Loki asked. She looked at both Reiner and Sarap with a serious expression. What are the chances of my familia's ace winning against your husband? 0. Both Sarap and Reiner said at the same time. Loki looked at Reiner and Sarap to determine if they were confident in their husband or if that were the actual chances of ace. If you think that we're only saying that because Issei is our husband, you're wrong, Sarap said. She was one of the people that knew of Issei's full power. Sarap is one of the best people to determine Issei's opposition's winning chances. Among the people that our husband knows, I'm among the 3 who know his full power. And let me tell you this, I am strong, so much so that people fear angering me. However, even with my overwhelming strength, I am merely an ant in the face of Issei's full power. I still remember the day he released his full strength. I couldn't even breathe. It took all my willpower to keep my consciousness. Reiner and Loki looked at Sarap. They saw her face go pale after recalling the day Issei released his full power. Curious. That's what the duo was feeling. Reiner has been with Issei for a while now. She knew that Issei was strong, but she's never seen him get serious in a fight. I know you're serious about your words, Loki said. She could tell that Sarap wasn't lying, just like every god/goddess. But she didn't even know how strong Sarap was. I have no reference point for your strength. So I can't tell how strong you're saying Issei is. Put it this way. If I was to release one of my favorite magic, Sarap said. She then looked at Loki with a smirk. I can freeze all of Orario several times over. I would still have enough magical power to continue decimating the whole world. What Sarap said is true. Before she even got the true magic conversion from the wedding ring. Now that she has the wedding ring, her magic is inexhaustible. Sarap would be able to continue casting her magic without limit. Well, as long as she doesn't get mentally exhausted doing so. However, thanks to Raising Heart, that wouldn't be an issue. The Loki familia was listening to the conversation of Loki and Issei's wives. They were shocked at the words they said. With Loki not refuting their words, it could only mean one thing. The words of Sarap weren't lies. One person capable of destroying all of Orario was shocking enough, but to hear that another individual can do the same. That's genuinely shocking to another level. They then looked at Reiner with fear. Could it be? This person also has the power to destroy Orario several times over. Reiner saw the people of Loki familia looking at her. So she smiled. It was a warm, loving smile. However, to the people of Loki familia, the smile was akin to a smirk. But because their fear was changing their perception. To them, it was best not to mess with the sleeping devil. Outside the hostess of Thwarted, the fight was about to begin. Ace has gotten used to her borrowed sword. Funny enough, Ace liked the sword the moment she felt a connection to it through her wind. She tried her aerial on it, and not a single issue came up. It was like it was built for her. The sword's name was Tempest, for its ability was akin to a tempest. Ace made her stance, and Issei was standing straight casually. The moment Ace charged at Issei, all he did was move his head and body slightly for every move of the sword. Ace doesn't seem to be experienced in fighting people. Her movement was erratic and savage, not at all refined. Against monsters, the fighting ability of Ace would be okay and be considered strong. However, to enemies that can think logically and have trained for years, her ability to wield her sword is nothing. Seeing that her attack was not working, Ace decided to step it up. She used her aerial spell to speed up her movement. From the start of the spar, Ace has forgotten that the match was about swordsmanship and magic was not to be used. However, that meant nothing to Issei. He didn't complain that she used magic. Even with the increase in speed, Ace was far slower than Issei. A slight movement of his head and body was enough to dodge the attacks made by Ace. Not once during this entire exchange has Issei taken a step. Ace was trying her best, but it wasn't working. After a few moments of attacking Issei, she finally realized that she had used her magic, something that was not allowed in the match, but she saw Issei gesture to her to continue. So, she decided to continue. From Issei's gesture, she realized that Issei allowed her to use her magic as much as she wanted. This was true. So, she used Lil Rafaga. This was Ace's strongest magic variant of her aerial. Her weapon was coated in a powerful wind enhanced by Tempest. Ace knew that her Lil Rafaga was much stronger than it usually was. She knew this was done by the sword in her hand. Without hesitation, she moved her sword toward Issei. Lil Rafaga? Ace shouted. She moved her sword with all her might. Issei saw the attack. So, he brought out a single finger to block it and nothing more. That's the reaction of everyone. They saw the power that Ace, the sword princess, showcased, but it was blocked by a single finger. How is that possible? All the Loki Familia stared at Issei in awe. Then, they looked at Serafal and Reiner. No wonder they said that Ace's chances were 0. Ace was exhausted. She was close to mine down after using her aerial to boost her speed and using Lil Rafaga to the max. It was then that she heard Issei speak. The title that people gave you, Sword Princess, is... I can tell that you aren't worthy of that title, Issei said. He wasn't being arrogant. Issei was stating facts. The titled Sword Princess can only be given to someone who has exceptional sword mastery. Ace doesn't have that. Sure, she was strong and could wield the sword. But her usage of it was crude and savage. Not worthy of the titled Sword Princess. The way you used the sword, it's nowhere near refined enough for you to receive such title. When you had the sword in hand, could you feel how uncomfortable the sword was? The way you used the sword made it hum in discomfort. It didn't like the way you were wielding it. Yet, it gave its best to amplify your abilities due to taking a liking to you. Ace looked at the sword in her hand. It was true the hum of the sword whenever she moved and swung it. It felt as if the sword didn't like her fighting style. Ace picked Tempest due to her aerial ability and connection to the wind. She never considered her fighting style, whether it was fit for the sword or not. Teach me. She gave Issei a serious and determined look. From the fight earlier and the fight in the dungeon when she first met Issei, she could tell that she was nowhere near his sword. Never. You can tell the problem with my fighting style. You could also teach me to refine and perfect the technique. I can, but why should I? Issei asked. He looked at Ace nonchalantly. Issei didn't have a reason to help her. I don't know you, and this is only the second time we've met. And that's considering the time I only saw a glance of you in the dungeon when you were in danger. True, Issei didn't have a reason to help Ace. But she was not willing to give up that easily. But for now, she had to retreat in case she ended up pestering Issei. In truth, Issei didn't mind teaching her how to wield a sword properly since he would have a month to stay in Danmachi. It would be a way to waste time. He was just teasing her. Issei wants to see whether she was someone that would easily give up upon rejection or if her determination is strong enough to bear multiple rejections and still continue to ask. Issei wasn't doing this to embarrass Ace. Once more, Issei was back in the dungeon doing his dungeon diving. However, he wasn't alone. The Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, has been following the entire time. Issei didn't mind her tagging along. He found Ace's presence quite calming. Although, the girl wouldn't stop staring at him at every turn. Nonetheless, Issei continued his descent into the dungeon. While Issei was not having any problem, Ace, on the other hand, was quite shocked. The monsters in the dungeon seemed to be actively hunting Issei. From the situation alone, Ace was able to deduce that the reason for the irregular monsters was Issei. How it was possible? Ace didn't have a clue, and she wasn't going to ask. After all, the number of monsters was helping her get stronger. The amount of Excelia and the quality of the Excelia Ace was receiving were more than usual. Ace looked at Issei with a look of curiosity. The longer she stayed with Issei, the more she wants to know about him. Outside the dungeon, you are hopeless. If I was the other Issei, I would have left you long ago, said Drake. He sighed at his partner's pathetic sight. A harpy then found Issei-2's hiding spot. When Issei saw the harpy, the first thing that went to his head was its melons. The pay! Shouted Issei-2. As Issei-2 ogled the harpy, he was attacked. You idiot! Get out of there! Shouted Drake. If it wasn't for him, Issei would have had his head impaled by the harpy's talons. Issei-2 ran for his life. In a training area, Issei and Ace were facing each other. Issei finally conceded to Ace and decided to train her in swordsmanship, but he wouldn't be training her in the sun-breathing. Cling! Clang! Cling! Loud sounds of swords clashing could be heard throughout Twilight Manor. That's right, Issei and Ace were in Twilight Manor. Reveria, Tiona, and Bet watched the fight before them. Last time, Issei didn't bother to use his sword skills against Ace. Therefore, the Loki Familia didn't know if Issei was any good with a sword. Sure, he was strong, but was he qualified to teach Ace to wield a sword? That was a question that had been going through the heads of Loki and the others. Tiona reminded them that Issei saved their lives in the dungeon with his amazing sword skills. Loki ignored Tiona's claims and wanted to see it for herself. When she did, she stormed off since she knew Ace wouldn't stop training with Issei. She was jealous that he was taking the time of her favorite child. Reveria, do you think Loki-sama is going to do something stupid against Issei? Asked Tiona. She was worried that Loki would retaliate for Issei taking a lot of Ace time. Even if Ace was the one taking Issei's time. Possibly, but I don't think so since she knows how crazy powerful Issei is with magic, said Reveria. She observed Issei and felt a sense of frustration. In her mind, the words of Issei were still lingering. Tiona saw the way Reveria's face scrunched up. Are you okay, Reveria-san? Asked Tiona. She wasn't very good at reading the mood. I'm fine. Just a bit peeved at that man's words. I've been thinking about it since last night, but I couldn't find an answer as to how he can use more magic than possible. I mean, I don't even know how I can use 9 magic, said Reveria. She wanted to find out. Her curiosity wouldn't allow her to let go of such a fascinating discovery. Tiona, Reveria, and Bet continued to watch the fight between Issei and Ace. Ace was tossed a few meters away after being hit by Issei's sword swing. Again. Don't merely attack me. Observe, analyze, predict. You need to be able to anticipate the changes in your opponent's movement. You're not the only one that can change your pattern as you fight. So if he was going to train Ace, then he was not going to do so half-heartedly. Ace stood up and continued to attack Issei. She was getting better, but the process was slow. Ace was used to fighting only monsters from the dungeon, but not humans or beings that could think. Plus, there was her ability, Avenger. It allowed her to get stronger when fighting monsters. It wasn't useful against people. Too slow. And you're putting too much strength into each strike. You need to hold back in case you miss your attack, said Issei. Following through with one's attack was great, but to use all your strength. That's not good. What would happen if your attack missed? You wouldn't be able to stop your attack and you'd be vulnerable. The training between Issei and Ace lasted longer than they thought it would. Nonetheless, Loki was still being suspicious as she was not back from wherever she went. Hephestus. I'm telling you, that man is trying to steal Ace away from me, said a drunk Loki. She took another sip of her mug. Earlier, you should have seen the way he looked at her. I can tell. He is after my Ace. said Loki. She was frustrated. I don't think that's what's happening. I think it's all in your head, said Hephestus. Her eyes twitched at Loki's words. She felt jealous. By the way, why do you seem like you're busy with something? Asked Loki. She still hadn't stopped drinking. Because I am busy, said Hephestus. She was training her blacksmithing skills to go against Issei. I'm going to beat him. My pride as the goddess of blacksmithing is on the line. Although, if I think about it, I don't seem to care about my pride as the goddess of blacksmith. If anything, I just want to see how amazing I am, said Hephestus. She could care less about her so-called pride as a goddess. She just wanted to act cool in front of Issei. Who are you talking about? And why are you blushing like a teenage girl? Asked Loki. She could see the difference between a blush and the redness caused by the heat. I don't know what you're talking about. However, the person I'm talking about is Hayudu Issei. He showed me some of his work, and they rival mine in heaven. I've asked Arenas for permission to use my arcanum, and I'm going to have a blacksmithing duel against him, said Hephestus. She hammered the metal in front of her. Loki's eyes twitched. It was Hayudu Issei. After meeting Hephestus and getting drunk, Loki decided to head back to Twilight Manor. There, Loki saw Issei and Ace training. At this very moment, Issei was touching Ace as he showed her the proper stance she needed to develop, but to Loki, it seemed like he was doing something inappropriate. Even when drunk, Loki shook it off and realized it was only her drunkenness that was showing her something unsavory. However, just to make sure that nothing inappropriate was happening, Loki decided to spy on the two for a bit longer. Right as if she was going to be able to spy on Issei. He already felt her presence the moment she walked in. Although you might think that him knowing of her presence would make him a bit mischievous, Issei didn't want to bother the already paranoid goddess. It would just be a headache in the making. Instead, Issei opted to train Ace properly. Seeing nothing going on between Ace and Issei, Loki decided to leave them. Maybe Hephestus is right, said Loki. She remembered the goddess of blacksmithing telling her that it was all in her head. I'm just being paranoid for no reason, said Loki. However, Ace was staring at Issei intently. It was the first time that she felt her face heat up. The way Issei touched her hip made her tingle throughout her body. It felt nice. She didn't know why she was feeling this way. Inside the dungeon, Issei was breathing heavily as he had to swim a long way to get away from the monster that was chasing him. Partner, this is just getting ridiculous, said Drake. He shook his head inside the sacred gear. This was sadder than he had hoped for. Yeah, I know it is getting ridiculous. It is why I'm trying to complete that lunatic's mission for me, said Issei too. He didn't realize that Drake was talking about him. I mean you idiot. Why can't you learn to control yourself? It isn't that hard, said Drake. He was getting frustrated with his partner. It was only for a moment, but Drake was thinking if he could make a deal with the other Issei about being separated from his current host. Come on, Drake. Why can't you just give me access to the boosted gear? I don't believe that the other version of myself would be able to find out, said Issei. It was then it happened. A silhouette of Issei appeared. Oh, I very much will know if he does give you access without following my strict requirements, said Issei. Or at least his silhouette did. Just because I am not here by your side doesn't mean I don't have the means to know what is happening. Magic is a wondrous thing, is it not? So why did you think I wouldn't have a way of monitoring you? Continued Issei. Issei too was now sweating bullets. He was sure there was going to be a punishment for trying to force Drake to unlock the power of the boosted gear without meeting the requirements. From this moment on, the gravity around you will increase by tenfold. And also, you should be able to feel the other punishment next time, said Issei. The second punishment was worse than the first. Issei then dropped to the ground as the gravity around him changed. The silhouette of Issei then looked at Drake. For not giving in to his request, I will give you a gift, said Issei. Then a light enveloped Issei-two's left hand. The light continued to glow until it was too bright to look at. A few moments later, a miniature Drake could be seen floating. This is amazing. I may not have my original body, but this will do, said Drake. He was free. He was truly glad that he did not listen to his partner. For now you can only freely manifest yourself for an hour, but do well in monitoring your partner and I will increase its limit. If you can turn him into a gentleman that I can approve of, then I will make it so that you can manifest freely indefinitely, said Issei. It is just right to reward those that listen. Issei's silhouette then disappears. It seems to be you right now, said Drake. He could see his partner struggling to stand up. Truly, he was glad that he did not give in to his partner's pleas. The gift he got was great. Knowing that he could increase his free manifestation limit, there was no way that he would give in to his partner's request ever. Truly, Issei is an unlucky man to have met his counterpart, Gacha Issei. Issei was in bed with Sarap and Reiner hugging him. He smiled as he was now certain that Drake wouldn't give in to his partner's request. Was he being sadistic towards his counterpart? Yup. He was not going to accept knowing that there was that kind of a sick person sharing his name and face. Issei, what are you laughing at? Asked Sarap. She saw Issei smiling as he looked at the ceiling. Oh, nothing, said Issei. He chuckled a bit. So you did something to make the experience of Issei worse, got it, said Reiner. She could tell that Issei was enjoying the torture training of his counterpart. You know, it would be easier to use the magic you used on Drake. That way, he would straighten out, said Sarap. She knew about what happened to Issei's heavenly dragon. I could, but I'm not planning to give him trauma. If you remember, it took Drake a while before he was able to deal with the trauma I caused, said Issei. It would sure be faster, but the lingering effect would be quite big. He may enjoy the physical suffering of Issei too, but not the mental ones. That is a different story. The physical could always be healed with magic, but the mind, not so much. I have a very important question, said Reiner. She smirked at Issei because she knew that Issei wasn't trying to do this actively. Are you planning to make Ace one of our sisters? Asked Reiner. She was smirking. Issei nearly choked on air after hearing what Reiner asked. I had no plans for that, but I can tell that she is developing something more than wanting to learn from me, said Issei. He was not stupid or dense. Then it is possible that she would be one of us. This is great, said Reiner. She was already making a plan on gathering the others and strategizing on a way to attack Issei in bed and win against him. Reiner was more of a succubus than a fallen angel if Issei was being honest. Then again, even so, she was Issei's succubus of a fallen angel wife. With Hephestus, she was done with her preparation. The venue. Equipment. Materials. Guess. Unlocking of Arcanum. Now all that's left to do is inform Issei when the match between them is happening and where it is happening. Tsubaki. Tomorrow we meet Issei and his wives. We are going to inform him that everything has been settled and the match between us is a go, said Hephestus. She seemed more excited about meeting Issei than the match itself. Tsubaki was thinking about how her goddess could not see that she was infatuated with Issei. It baffled her. She never thought that Hephestus had this side of her. Understood, Hephestus-sama. I'll write the letter and send it to Issei's current dwelling, said Tsubaki. She was about to leave and write the letter, but Hephestus stopped her. There is no need for that. We are meeting him tomorrow. What would be the point of sending a formal letter when we can tell him about it in person? Besides, I don't see Issei as the formal type of guy. He is more of the spontaneous type, said Hephestus. She was looking forward to meeting the man that was able to help her with the curse on her right eye. Tsubaki nodded her head in understanding. By the way, Hephestus-sama, I heard you speaking to Loki-sama earlier. What was that about, if I may ask? Asked Tsubaki. She was curious since Loki left very drunk. She was just being paranoid. She believes that Issei was trying to steal Ace away from her. I told her it was just her imagination, as I don't see Issei as that type of person. It was quite hilarious listening to her complaining, said Hephestus. It was ridiculous, everything that Loki said. Not a single one was believable. Tsubaki noted how Hephestus was defending Issei and they weren't even dating. She thought just how infatuated her goddess was towards Issei. She was afraid that if Issei rejected her she would fall into despair. She hoped that no such thing would happen. The following morning, Issei got up from his bed and took a shower. While he did, Sarafal and Rainier decided to join him. After the shower, Issei got ready for the day and headed to the dungeon. That's what the plan was, but when he opened the door he was met with Hephestus and Tsubaki. Hephestus was in a good mood. Last night, she dreamt of something magical that caused her to be in a good mood, but she could not remember all the details of what it was. As for Tsubaki, she was not. She was thinking all night about a way to let her goddess know that there is a chance for Issei to reject her as he was already married. Although she knew Hephestus was unaware of her feelings toward Issei, it was best to prepare for the worst. Hephestus. Tsubaki. What are you guys doing here early in the morning? Asked Issei. He was curious. Well, I finally got my permission to use my arcanum. That means we can have our forging match. I have chosen the venue, have invited the guests, and other obligations I needed to do are complete. All I have remaining is to inform you of it. Hence, here we are, said Hephestus. She was smiling the entire time. This was unusual for her. Sure, she does smile, but not as much as she was now. Oh, this is exciting news, said Issei. He was smiling. He had never showcased his forging before in front of a crowd, but he was excited to do so. Quite. Here is all the info you need. The match will happen in 3 days, said Hephestus. As she handed the paper to Issei, their hands touched. Hephestus blushed and she didn't know why. As their purpose of finding Issei was done, Hephestus skipped back to her abode, along with Tsubaki, who could only sigh. Hephestus was skipping. It was adorable. Issei thought so. Rainier and Sarafal peeked at what the paper in Issei's hand said. Oh. She was serious when she wanted to have a forging match with you, said Rainier. She didn't think the goddess was going to go through with it. You know, the way she looked at you was quite… How do I say this? She seemed infatuated with you, said Sarafal. She couldn't believe that Issei was attracting a goddess without flirting. Then again, she was also drawn to Issei without the need for him to flirt. I noticed. I also noticed that the rings have increased, said Issei. He looked into his storage, and it was now 10. It was 8 before, since he already gave out some to Sarafal, Rainier, Ninger, and Xuen. Plus, the one he was wearing. But. You truly are the HRM king, laughed Rainier. She heard Kaneko too say that Issei too wanted to be a HRM king. What? I'm not the HRM king, said Issei. He crossed his arms in mock anger. Anyways, I am heading to the dungeon. With any luck, I should be able to reach the 50th floor. It should not be too difficult for me, said Issei. He did not find the dungeon hard even with the irregular monsters coming after him. We know you are strong, but still try and be careful, said Rainier. She knew Issei was strong, but that didn't mean she would stop worrying about him. Will do, said Issei. He then headed to the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Issei watched as Ace killed monsters. Issei wanted to know where he could help train Ace. Truly, Ace didn't need help when it came to killing monsters. But she needed a lot of work. Just because she had no trouble with monsters didn't mean that there were no flaws in her style, if you could even call it that. Hours later, Issei had enough of watching Ace kill monsters. That's enough, said Issei. He saw everything that he needed. Go home today. I'll have a training regime for you. It should be ready tomorrow. That's when we also started. Be ready. Ace looked at Issei and nodded. She was not going to complain. The training she was receiving had given her a massive boost in her stats. It baffled her. Training with Issei was increasing her stats faster than killing monsters on the lower floor. She nodded at Issei and headed back to Twilight Manor. She had nothing more to do in the dungeon for the day. She wasn't even planning to enter, but Issei asked to see her fight a monster. Issei watched as Ace left the dungeon. Now that he was alone, Issei sped through the dungeon. It was a piece of cake. There were a few challenges here and there, but all in all it was not difficult. Restricting the usage of his skills meant he would have even more skills to use. That is how insane Issei was. On the 25th floor, Issei had finally started to get serious. But it was simple. A monster in the dungeon was able to make him hallucinate, losing all that was dear to him. Rias. Isha. Akino. Pei. Permanently. I don't know if I should be proud that you finally got serious or ashamed of why you got serious, said Drake. He saw that his partner was getting stronger, but it was all for the wrong reasons. I refuse to never see a pay again, said Issei. He was angry as he hacked away at the monster plant that spread a hallucinogenic. A pay forever. Drake thought, I am not getting that awesome gift of being able to manifest freely, am I? He needed to make Issei too into a gentleman, but that was not happening anytime soon. He also believed that as she was one of the most appealing people he had met in Orario. There was Seer, but he didn't like her very much. He could tell that she was pretty scheming. He didn't think the crowd had anything to do with him. But it did. People wanted to see the person from the rumors that defeated the Sword Princess. Issei said to Hephestus, we've got one hell of a crowd here. He looked around and saw no available seats. They were full to the brim. Using his magic sense, Issei could tell that more people wanted to watch the match live but couldn't. He added, well, we must give them a show they would never forget. Hephestus nodded her head in agreement. I agree and plan to forge with the best of my abilities and authority. She took out her hammer and activated her arcanum. She was serious. This is when all these people will witness a weapon forged by a goddess using her arcanum. They could not wait to see what they had in store for them to see. An announcer came to the stage and announced what needed to be said. Starting with, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a special event. A competition between a human and a divine. This is quite unprecedented. No mortal has ever had the guts to straight up challenge a divine. Isn't this quite a treat? The crowd went wild. They couldn't wait to see what happens in the end. The announcer added, now before you all think this is a fistfight between a human and a goddess, you are wrong. No, these two will compete to see who is better at forging. Thus, they would give it their all to make something of immense power. As a result, Goddess Hephestus is permitted to use her arcanum. The crowd went, "Too." The excitement could be felt a mile away. The people that were not aware of the competition felt excited as well for no reason. The announcer said, now, let me introduce you to Goddess Hephestus. Everyone already knows her as she is the goddess who owns the greatest forge of Orario. Give a round of cheering for our lovely goddess. A round of cheering for her was heard. Others even shouted that they loved her and wanted to marry her. The announcer continued, now, we have an unknown. Well, for those who are not that well informed, at least. This newcomer has exploded since he got here. He has made great achievements that would make everyone like noobs. He is the man that defeated the Sword Princess, Hayuda Issei. Loud cheering different from Hephestus was heard. There was a shock in the cheering. Deep within the dungeon of Babel, Issei too and Drake were having a hard time, but they made progress. They were one floor deeper. Partner, quickly move to your right, warned Drake. As he said this, Issei took no time and moved to his right. As he did, the area burst into flame as a monster attacked it. Issei saw the damage and said, gee, good timing, Drake. Any second later, I would have been toasted. He added, when do you think my counterpart will come here? Not sure. I think you should be glad that he isn't here. Otherwise, you would be in deep trouble. I have a feeling that he has passed us by already, said Drake. He was afraid of Issei just as much as Issei too was afraid. Issei too held the sword he had on him and got ready to head deeper into the dungeon. He said, do you think we would ever reach the 50th floor? I want to do my best, but I doubt achieving such a feat without you. I think you'll do fine if you get your head in the game, said Drake. He believed that wholeheartedly. You have immense potential deep within you, but it is buried in your perverseness. Lessen that a fraction, and you may be able to reveal a glimmer of your potential, added Drake. Back with the competition, Issei and Hephestus were already hammering their metal. They were genuinely pushing themselves to the limit. Issei had no visual effect that showed he was giving it his all, but the invisible aura around him said otherwise. As for Hephestus, her usage of her arcanum was visible, as was her divinity. In Issei's hand was his hammer. It allowed him to push his blacksmithing further. In the crowd, two were the loudest when cheering for Issei. One shouted, I see. Show her what you can do and claim her heart. This was Rainer. She was shamelessly revealing what she realized about Hephestus. The other one shouted, show her that her doubt about your abilities is unfounded. Defeat her, and I will do things you've only dreamed of. Issei rolled his eyes. Even without that incentive, he would give his best, which excited him. Rainier asked Sarap, "Hey, do you think A could beat Hephestus? She is a goddess in this field. It would be challenging." Sarap thought momentarily before saying, "I believe he can. Goddess or not, Issei is just as amazing at blacksmithing. While Hephestus has her divinity and arcanum, Issei has his hammer and flame. I'll say they are neck and neck, but he has the advantage." Rainier asked, "Why do you say that?" Sarap replied, "Because Issei once told me he could analyze his sacred gear and how they work." Rainier exclaimed, "No way. This is his win. From what I can see in this world, their weapons are simple. If Issei was to make something akin to a sacred gear, then there is no way he would lose." Sarap said, "That's true. The only problem is that sacred gears have souls in them to power them. Issei does not have a single soul he could use to make a true sacred gear. But he might be able to find a workaround that somehow." Rainier smacked Sarap on the shoulder, saying, "Why do you have to say it in a negative than a positive way? I thought creating a sacred gear would have been useless." Sarap was right. Issei was making an artificial sacred gear, one that requires no souls. However, it wasn't easy since he needed to make something similar to a mana pathway in the item. Difficult but exciting. If he accomplished it here, he could make other artificial sacred gear. Time passed, and Hephestus was done with her creation, but Issei was not. He was concentrating and needed to do so since he had one shot to do it since this was a competition. Once Issei was done, people stared at his creation. It was a sphere. That was it. The announcer said, "Hephestus-sama has made a powerful, indestructible sword. Can you guys feel it? The power emitting from the sword. Please, Hephestus, explain to us your weapon." Hephestus nodded, saying, "I call it Celestia's blade. The sword is crafted from a mythical material that can only be found in heaven. It is as light as a feather yet possesses the strength of 1,000 mortal swords combined. When wielded by a worthy and pure-hearted individual, the sword becomes an extension of their will, granting them exceptional strength, agility, and skill. Celestia's blade can cut through almost anything, whether armor, stone, or magical barriers. Its edge is so sharp that it leaves no resistance, slicing through foes effortlessly. This, however, is dependent on the wielder's stats." The crowd went wild. They wanted to acquire the weapon, but the words of Hephestus shut them up. "Unfortunately, I do not plan to sell this weapon. It will be sent to heaven." The announcer nodded and said, "Now, we have the thing that Hayudu Issei has created. Whatever the heck that is. Could you please tell us what it is that you have created?" Issei nodded and said, "This is a sacred gear. It doesn't look much right now, but once you integrate with it, you should be able to see what it is. So, can I please ask the Sword Princess to come down here? I did create this for her." Ace Wallenstein looked at Issei in surprise, but she came down the stage. As she arrived, Issei handed the sphere to her, which he taught her how to integrate. Once done, he asked her to activate it. The crowd went wild. Ace Wallenstein, in her civilian clothes, was now donning a new armor and sword. Issei said, "This is Dragon's Dawn. The materials used for it were URU and vibranium. The armor grants its wearer unparalleled protection, rendering them nearly impervious to physical harm. Swords and arrows seem to bounce harmlessly off its surface and even the most potent magical attacks struggle to breach its barrier. Whenever the wearer faces injury or fatigue, the armor emits a gentle, warm light that soothes and heals their wounds. This healing aura extends to nearby allies, restoring their vitality and bolstering their resolve. It also allows its wearer to fly, soaring through the heavens gracefully and swiftly. This ability grants a newfound perspective and tactical advantage in battle. Those are active skills. The passive is extreme adaptation. No matter your environment, you'll adapt to it in no time. Plus, the armor would evolve with the wearer and, if given time, gain sentience to assist you in battle. Taking the sword Hephestus made, Issei struck Ace, but it merely bounced off. Hephestus had her mouth open in shock. She said, yeah, I don't even have anything to say to that. I can create a growth weapon, but nothing like yours. Hephestus admitted defeat. The crowd went wild. But there was nothing but a smile on the goddess' face.